active and not passive, are emissary special Moorish envoy non-enemy non-combatant in amity, in the social, civilization, culture and custom. Matters involving law, order, and governmental principles are hereby entreated to support this affirmation. Moors/Moors who strive toward this end, with honor, are entrusted by noble Drew Ali, to help in the great humanitarian work of uplifting ourselves, our fellow man, and humanity at large. We seek, at all times, to be conscious of the works, instructions, and acts necessary to teach, preserve and defend the birthrights of all Moorish Americans, Al-Moroccans, etc. The Diplomatic Relations Act of 1978, 54 Toll. L. Revelation 661, 682 and 112, 1980, citations. Omitted. Article 14 of the Vienna Convention classifies envoys as heads of missions. Heads of missions are defined in Sector 254A of the Diplomatic Relations Act, and are protected by the Act, 761.033 Exercise of Religion Protected - 1. The government shall not substantially burden a person's exercise of religion, even if the burden results from a rule of general applicability, except that government may substantially burden a person's exercise of religion only if it demonstrates that application of the burden to the person A. is in furtherance of a compelling governmental interest, and B. is the least restrictive means of furthering that compelling governmental interest. 2. A person whose religious exercise has been burdened in violation of this section may assert that violation as a claim or defense in a judicial proceeding and obtain appropriate relief. The noble Moors/Moors, heirs apparent, are the natural members/citizens of the ancient Al-Moroccan Empire, North America, and are duty-bound to recognize and to support our Great Seal sovereign Moorish government and nation of the natural people, and command the enforcement of our Constitution. Thus, such organized communication orders are referred to as the Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs. The Free Moorish Nation, inclusive of all the Aboriginal/Indigene tribes and provinces of the natural people, etc., are the rightful bearers of the names and titles Ali, El, Bey, Dey, and Al. The Free Moors/Moors, by freehold inheritance, retain all substantive rights and immunities, enjoy the exercising of substantive rights, and operate upon consummated, right law, isonomy, principles, having vested Constitution, secured rights and immunities from taxation, and from criminal and civil jurisdiction by, and of, the Union States Rights. Republic, USA, pursuant to, but not limited to, the United States Republic. Supreme Court, and the acts of state to wit. Every sovereign state, people, is bound to respect the independence of every other sovereign state, people, and the courts of one country. People will not sit in judgment on the acts of the government of another, done within the same or its own territory. The present Union States/Canada municipal and civil laws and codes of the land are an incorporated unit of self-government, established by the political powers of the General Assembly of each state of the Union, and initiated at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, North America, in the year 1854, 1854. It governs only the rights and conduct of white people, Christians, and Jews, of the 1863, 1863, Union States Rights Republic, under the Magna Carta, Charter, the Knights of Columbus Code, and the Ku Klux Klan Oath. Forever said Union States Rights Republic denies citizenship in the United States Republic, USA, to the descendants of the Moorish nation in the Western Hemisphere, erroneously referred to, and branded and mislabeled as, Negroes, Blacks, Coloreds, and African Americans, African Canadians, etc., etc. In addition, the Supreme Court of the United States, in the landmark case of Dred Scott v. Sandford, 60 U.S. 19. Howard, 393, 1857, held that Negroes whether held to slavery or free were not included and were not intended to be included in the category of citizen, subjects, of the Union States Rights Republic. Resultantly, the true indigene nobles of the Al-Moroccan Empire, Free Moors, bearers of the names/titles Ali, El, Bey, Dey, and Al, are excluded from the Union States/Canada Rights Republic, USA, jurisdiction. A. True nobles of the Al-Moroccan Empire are sovereign, private, and self-governed, by right law principles and customs, and only obligated to the Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, Circle 7, archaically established by our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Such extended allegiance and obligation includes the Great Seal and the high principles and moral standards, embodied in the Moorish national flag. Standard, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. The true Al-Moroccan noble indigenes of the land maintain a constitutional and lawful, non-obligatory tax status and position, relative to foreign entity taxation, indigenes not taxed, and maintain a Obligatory respect for the Union States/Canada Rights Republic, USA, its members, its laws, its ordinances, its codes, its statutes, its customs and its traditions, pursuant to the Free Moorish American Zodiac Constitution, Articles 4 and 6, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the United States and Morocco-1787, 1787, superseded by the Treaty of 1836, 1836, Resolution 75. Journals of the House of Representatives, United States, April 17, 1933 AD, Moorish American Society of Philadelphia and the use of their names. The United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Child, General Assembly Resolution 1386, 14 UNGAOR sub, no, 16. At 19, UN Doc. A/4354, 1959, the United Nations Universal Declarations on Human Rights, Article 15, General Assembly Resolution 217. A. 3, of 10, December 1948 AD, Executive Order 13107, United States Republic, North America, the implementation of human rights. Treaties, the National Constitution for the Continental United States, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment B, Liberty Clause, Amendment 9. Reservation of the Rights of the People, the United States Department of Justice Moorish Credentials, Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, Truth A-1 Classified, the United States Copyright Certificate Number A222141 Clock of Destiny, the Moorish Nationality and Identification Card, Moorish Holy Temple of Science/Moorish Science Temple Identification Card, etc. Furthermore, we, Moorish Americans, assert our full birthrights, sovereignty and substantive rights and claim to hereditaments. Being sundry free Moors/Moors and natural beings pursuant to Moabite/Moorish pedigree, the Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, the Great Seal of the Moorish Nation, of Antiquio, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1787/1836, the Sundry Free Moors Act of 1790, the 1781. Organic United States Constitution, the Moorish Federal Financiers Act, Union States Army, 1861-1863, the 1854 Roman Catholic Magna Carta, the Knights of Columbus Code, the Ku Klux Klan Oath, the United Nations Charter, Article 55, c. The Rights of Indigenous People. Part I, Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Part 2, Article 6, the United States Supreme Court, Acts of State, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act 28 U.S.C. 1601, E.T. Sequa, the Convention on International Road Traffic, Day 19, September 1949, the World Court Decision, The Hague, Netherlands. Day 21, January 1958 AD equals 1378 MC. In reference to the rights of the natural people and substantive rights, etc., the following are pertinent. Supreme Court decisions, stare decisis, to wit. 1. The right to travel, the right to mode of conveyance, the right to locomotion are all absolute rights, and the police cannot make void the exercise of rights. State v. Armstead, 60 S. 778, 779, and 781. 2. The use of the highways for the purpose of travel and transportation is not a mere privilege, but a common and fundamental right of which the public and natural beings cannot be deprived. Chicago Motor Coach v. Chicago 337 Illinois 200, 169 NE 22, ALR, Black Air v. Chicago 139. Ill 46, 2080 934, Boone v. Clark 214 SW 607, 25 AM Jur, 1st, Highways, Sector 163. 3. The right to park or travel is part of the liberty of which the natural person, citizen cannot be deprived without due process of law under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Kent v. Dulles 357 U.S. 116, 125. 4. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport one's property thereon, either by carriage or automobile, is not a mere privilege, which a city may prohibit or permit at will, but a common right, which he/she has under the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thompson v. Smith 154 SC 579. 5. State police power extends only to immediate threats to public safety, health, welfare, etc. Michigan v. Duke 266 U.S. 476 led. At 449. Which driving and speeding are not. California v. Farley said. RPT 89, 20 CA 3RD 1032, 1971. 6. The state is prohibited from violating substantive rights. Owens v. City, 445 U.S. 662, 1980. and it cannot do by one power, e.g. police power, that which is, for example, prohibited expressly to any other such power, e.g. taxation/eminent domain, as a matter of law. U.S. and U.T. B. Daniels, 22p 159, nor indirectly that which is prohibited to it directly. Fairbanks v. U.S. 181, U.S. 283, 294, 300. 7. Traveling in an automobile on the public roads was not a threat to the public safety or health and constituted no hazard to the public, and such a traveler owed no other duty to the public, e.g. the state, he/she and his/her auto, having equal right to and on the roadways/highways as horses and wagons, etc. This same right is still substantive rule, in that speeding, running stop signs, traveling without license plates, or registration, are not threats to the public safety, and thus, are not arrestable offenses. Christie v. Elliott, 216 I 131, 74 he 1035, LRANS 1905. 1910, California v. Barley 98 said RPT 89, 20 CA 3D 1032, 1971. 8. Under the United States Republic's constitutional system of government and upon the individuality and intelligence of the citizen, the state does not claim to control one's conduct to others, leaving one the sole judge as to all that affects oneself. Mugler v. Kansas 1213 U.S. 623, 659-60. 9. Where rights secured by the Constitution are involved, there can be no rule, making or legislation, which would abrogate them. Miranda v. Arizona 384 U.S. 436, 125. 10. The claim and exercise of constitutional rights cannot be converted into a crime. Miller v. Kansas 230 F. 2nd 486, 489. 11. For a crime to exist, there must be an injured party, corpus delicti. There can be no sanction or penalty imposed on one because of this constitutional right. Scherer v. Cullen 481 F. 945. 12. If any tribunal, court, finds absence of proof of jurisdiction over a person and subject matter, the case must be dismissed. Louisville v. Motley 211 U.S. 149, 29. CT 42. The accuser bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. 13. Lack of federal jurisdiction cannot be waived or overcome by agreement of parties. Griffin v. Matthews, 310 F. Super 341, 342, 1969. And want of jurisdiction may not be cured by consent of parties. Industrial Edition Association BC.IR, 323 U.S. 310, 313. Whereas, in light of the foregoing jurisprudence stare decisis Supreme Court decisions, facts, and law, and counter to the negative end tolerable social conditions instituted by state persons of the Union States Society, there exists a blatant want of jurisdiction on the part of the Union States/Canada Rights Republic, USA, its agents, personnel, contractors, and assigns. Axioms are legally in force under national and international law attending these issues. And these affiants, natural persons, in propria persona, do not waive any rights, do not transfer power of attorney, and does not willingly consent to any public trial or hearing in any colorable tribunal venue or non-Article 3, unconstitutional jurisdiction. The official oaths, the obligations, and the fiduciary duties of all accusers and bound claimants to national law and order. Civilization principles fixed in constitution law, still stands. Definition and truth still rules. Non-compliance is a federal and international law offense. Whereas, there is no question that a bench appearance summons, detention, arrest, and ticket or citation issued by a policy enforcer or others for traveling with no driver's license, foreign driver's license, not having current registration, or mandatory insurance, etc., which carries a fine or jail time, is a penalty or sanction and is indeed converting a right into a crime, thus violating substantive rights. It is reasonable to assume that these Supreme Court judicial decisions are straight and to the point, that there is no lawful method for government to put restrictions or limitations on rights belonging to the people. That the organic United States Republic Constitution, derived from ancient Moabite/Moorish law, remains the supreme law of the land. And all treaties made, or which shall be made, under the authority of the United States flag of peace, pursuant to United States Code. Title 4, Chapter 1. Any law that is repugnant to the Constitution, shall remain forever colorable and is null and void and not withstanding. Marbury v. Madison 5 U.S. 137, 174, 176, 1803. Any municipal officer, person, personnel, employee, or contractor who violate the rights of the people or citizens are subject to suit in their personal and/or official capacity to wit. Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 13-241 of United States Codes of Law. If two or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or because of his having so exercised the same, or if two or more persons go in disguise on the highway, or on the premises of another, with the intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege so secured, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and if death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 13-242 of United States Codes of Law. Whoever, under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or to different punishments, pains, or penalties, on account of such person being an alien, or by reason of his color, or race, that are prescribed for the citizens, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year, or both, and if bodily injury results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include the use, attempted use, or threatened use of a dangerous weapon, explosives, or fire, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Section 15, Criminal Code of Canada. Obedience to de facto law. 15. No person shall be convicted of an offense in respect of an act or omission in obedience to the laws for the time being made and enforced by persons in de facto possession of the sovereign power in and over the place where the act or omission occurs. The Governor General is the de facto head of state as well as Commander-in-Chief of the Canadian Forces. http://archive.gg.ca/osgg-bsgg-parl/osgg-bsgg-02_e.asp. Therefore, in preservation of the rights of indigenous peoples and the preservation of the rights of the people, in accord and defense of the Constitution for the United States Republic of North America and its Republican form of government, being the supreme law of the land, and primal to the contractual liabilities, oath, bound obligations, and fiduciary duties of the officers of the courts, federal, state, city, and municipal, etc., I hereby demand the enforcement of the de jure laws of the United States, and all treaties made under the authority of the United States, in accord with Article 6 of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of the Rights of the Child, the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations Charter, Article 55, c. the United States Supreme Court. Acts of State, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act 28 U.S.C. 1601, et sequa, the Convention on International Road Traffic, Day 19. September 1949, the World Court Decisions, The Hague, Netherlands, Day 21, January 1958 AD equals 1378 MC, and Executive Order 13107. United States Republic, North America, the implementation of human rights treaties, the National Constitution for the Continental United States. Article 3, Section 2, Amendment B, Liberty Clause, Amendment 9, etc., etc. I hereby demand a dismissal of any and all unconstitutional sanctions, claims, or other warrants or charges made or issued, which are devoid of true identity personages, a denial of due process of a trial by the jury of my own national peers, or absent of a verified and lawful indictment, sanctioned by an assembled grand jury, and that I be availed all lawful constitutional, secured safeguards, established by the supreme law, with documented proper jurisdiction and venue confirmed and in place. In the March 3, 2010 speech from the throne, the Government of Canada announced that it would take steps to endorse the declaration in a manner fully consistent with Canada's constitution and laws. It then issued a statement of support endorsing the UNDRIP on November 12, 2010. http://www.anand.gc.ca/n/13093748077488/13093748979928. Wherefore all parties of interest are authorized by this writ, pursuant to national and international law, to honor all substantive rights and constitutional immunities reserved for, and to these Aboriginal/Indigenous Freed and Sovereign Moors/Movers Star. All officials are to enlist all available and appropriate measures to ensure and assure that all our substantive rights and constitutionally secured rights and immunities are not violated, not breached, nor abridged. The sovereign, natural beings, named herein, Moorish Americans are not to be arrested nor held. 4. Detention under any colorable circumstances. You are to notify the active ministers of the Aboriginal/Indigenous Moorish nationals of the territory, organic land, herein Moorish Holy Temple of Science, Moorish Science Temple of America. The natural persons named herein. Moorish Americans are non-obligatory and thus exempt from customs, tariffs, taxation, owner in fee permit deception constructs, and from any other hindrance or restriction of his or her freedoms, allodial properties, compensations, rights of travel, or freedom of movement on, in, or within, any member or non-member states of the United States Union, etc. The Moors/Moors, bearers of this indigenous people's document, are to be treated with all due respect and due process rights under the law. All available and appropriate measures are to be taken to prevent injustice, harm, false arrest, trumped-up charges, or attack on the natural being's person, property, personality, conveyances, freedoms, and/or dignity. Explicit reservation and use of all rights reserved without prejudice UCC 1-207/308, UCC 1-103, is noted to all federal, state, city, and municipal peace officers, in harmony with state statutes, and indicates the reservation of my rights, whereby we may reserve our substantive rights and constitutional, secured rights and immunities to not be compelled to perform under any contracts or agreements that we have not entered into knowingly, voluntarily, willingly, or unintentionally. We do not accept any actual or implied liabilities associated with any compelled benefits of any unrevealed or deceptively imposed commercial contracts. We, furthermore, do not sanction any unconstitutional rules or policies, nor acts, nor statutes of misprision committed by any U.S/Canada government or state officials, at any level, claimed by any of them, in the name of the United States Republic, nor do we assent to any implied colorable policies made by alleged representatives, as being sanctioned by the people and citizens. Consider any formerly assumed constructs alleged to be related to me as being misrepresentations and thusly cured forthwith. Let it be known. Represent means to depict, to portray, to symbolize, and to stand for. Let it be known that the Union States Society Bar Association, Lawyers, Law Society of Canada, Esquires, and Attorneys of European Colonial Descent, and Foreign Corporation, cannot depict, portray, or symbolize a free Moor, as they are not of the same nation, jurisdiction, political allegiance, customs, or national peers, and cannot sit in judgment of any free Moor acts of state. Europeans are not indigenes to the land, Americas. Moors are aboriginal. Union States/Canada lawyers and attorneys operate in demo, political format, which is contrary to Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution for the United States. Moors operate in a republican form of government, conjoined with isonomy principles, being in harmony with the Constitution. Moors respect Constitution principles. The unconstitutional tribunals operating under the Union States Society conflicts with, and is repugnant to, due process under Constitution principles, and functions primarily in colorable procedures. Therefore, no fair, just trial, or remedy is availed to the natural peoples of the land, through such colorable processes. These violating acts constitute a conflict of interest, a conflict of law, and clearly establish the federal questions of diversity of citizenship, a conflict of identity, and of nationality, etc. Thus, a clear averment of jurisdiction is also hereby proclaimed and advanced. Only Moors can present and depict themselves as being Moors/Al Moroccans, and Aboriginal/Indigenes of the land. Thus, only Moors can present self. We, Moorish Americans, the real, live flesh and blood, breathing, non-fictional, and natural beings, born of a natural mother, do solemnly, sincerely, and squarely affirm that the foregoing facts contained in this instructive and actual judicial notice and proclamation, by affirmed affidavit, are true, to the best of our knowledge, culture, customs, and beliefs, being actual, correct, not misleading, etc., and being the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Habu, love, pact, truth, salam, peace, Hurriyatan, freedom, ADL, justice. All rights reserved without prejudice. UCC 1-207/308, UCC 1-103. We Moorish Americans of Societas Republicae Al Moroccanos, Al Moroccan Empire Aboriginal/Indigenous, Free Sovereign Moors. Natural persons of the land, in propria persona sui juris, not pro se or colorable. Asterisk Moors/Moors, the Aboriginal and Indigenous natural peoples and true inheritors of the lands, territories, North America, Central America, South America, and the adjoining islands Al-Maroc/Amur/Americana. Prophet Drew Ali speaks to the nations. If you have race pride and love your race, join the Moorish Science Temple of America and become a part of this divine movement. Then you will have power to redeem your race because you will know who you are, and your forefathers were. Because where there is unity, there is strength. Together we stand, divided we fall. Come, good people, because I, the prophet, sent to redeem this nation from mental slavery which you have now, need every one of you who think that your condition can be better. This is a field open to strong men and women to uplift the nation and take your place in the affairs of men. If the Europeans and other nations are helping me, why not you? It is your problem. The Negro problem is being solved only as it can, and that is by the Moorish National Divine Movement. If you have a nation, you must have a free national name in order to be recognized by this nation as an American citizen. This is what was meant when it said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and all these things would be added unto you." By the prophet. The 1872 Illinois Religious Corporation Act and the Moorish Science Temple of America. On November 26, 1926, the Moorish Temple of Science was incorporated in the state of Illinois in compliance with an act concerning corporations, enacted on April 18, 1872. This was confirmed by Illinois Secretary of State, Lewis L. Emerson. On May 2, 1928, the Moorish Temple of Science started the process of changing its legal type to a religious corporation to further secure its rights established in the American Constitution. The transition process was completed on July 20, 1928 with the filing of a religious affidavit of organization in the Illinois Cook County Recorder's Office. This affidavit was filed in compliance with 805 ILCS 110, Religious Corporation Act, RCA, and 805 ILCS 115, Religious Corporation Validation Act. The Moorish Science Temple of America, MSTA, Religious Affidavit of Organization is commonly referred to as our authority. It is an official legal record of the original MSTA incorporated by Noble Drew Ali, which is currently led by the 8th Supreme Grand Sheikh, Brother Emmanuel Braswell Bey. The object to which the MSTA is formed is to uplift fallen humanity and to teach those things necessary to make men and women become better citizens. Key principles of Moorish American nationality. Moorish American citizens freely submit to the jurisdiction of, and pledge allegiance to, the Republic of the United States of America, and agree to abide by any and all laws and rules of the federal government and constituent states. Moorish American citizens wholeheartedly recognize and embrace all civic duties, obligations, and responsibilities for managing all cultural, political and economic operations in their local communities. When duly applied, Moorish American religious principles include all of the secular stages of nationality, formulating a powerful cultural system for performing social, economic, political, and spiritual activities under the protection of the American Constitution. Freedom of religion is a constitutionally protected, natural and unalienable right provided in the clauses of the American Constitution. Benefits of the RCA. The RCA does not provide for administrative dissolution of religious corporations established in the state of Illinois. The MSTA does not have to be concerned with dissolution processes initiated by the state due to a failure to file annual reports or meet any filing requirements. No agency of the state or local government exercises any discretion over the content of MSTA corporate documents. Subsequent reports would only be required if the corporation decides to change its name or modify any declarations made in the original affidavit of incorporation. The RCA does not provide policies, regulations, or specifications for governance or operation of religious corporations established in the state of Illinois. The MSTA has the greatest latitude for creating its own system of governance. For religious corporations that are part of a hierarchical association or denomination, the RCA supports the legal imperatives established by such an ecclesiastical body, insofar as governance of the individual corporation is concerned. This enables the MSTA to regulate and control its participating members without concern that corporation laws would interfere. The RCA does not impose limitations or restrictions on the legal structure and governance of the MSTA. MSTA founders were able to freely develop its legal structure, providing for trustees, corporate officers, committees, and governing rules and policies. RCA Affidavit of Organization. Below is a digital copy of the Religious Affidavit of Organization which was submitted in compliance with 805 ILCS 110/115. The threefold purpose of this affidavit was to 1. Officially declare the religious nature of the organization, 2. Specify the corporate name change in accord with the RCA, and 3. Publicly announce the appointment of Mili L, Small Bey, Lovett Bey, and Foreman Bey as Sheikhs of the Moorish Science Temple of America. The complete text of the RCA is officially published in its revised statutes annotated, the primary source book for the state of Illinois. The Moorish Science Temple of America's national headquarters, home office, is located at 5001 South Wabash Avenue, Chicago, Illinois 60615. Supplement. 1. American Constitution for the United States of America. 2. What is Moorish Science? 1. American Constitution for the United States of America. The supreme law of the land. Origin. The Iroquois Moors of North America owned large sections of land in today's New York State and the Finger Lakes region, and governed other smaller tribes from southern Canada to Virginia. Their form of government was a republic and included a centralized federal council of executive member groups, Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Seneca, and Kayfuga. The written constitution of the Iroquois Confederacy, also known as the Great Law of Peace and the Great Binding Law, Gayanashagawa, was deeply studied by James Madison, Edmund Randolph, and other European statesmen of the U.S. Continental Congress. 1. It provided the blueprint for today's American Constitution and has been referred to as one of the greatest landmarks of Moorish jurisprudence. Help me to save my people who have fallen from the constitutional laws of government. I am depending on your support to get them back to the constitutional fold again, that they will learn to love instead of hate, and will live according to love, truth, peace, freedom and justice, supporting our free national Constitution of the United States of America. Prophet Noble Drew Alley, 1886 to 1929. During the American Revolution, 1765 to 1783, European American colonists revolted against and eventually defeated the British in a series of military conflicts. 2. Moreover, they also defeated the Moors who allied with the British. As a result, the political transformation of Moor to Negro, Indian and colored ramped up and almost erased the political identity of the indigenous population of North America, and replaced it with Negro slaves and Indians. C. 1774, Philadelphia, Ha. 1. Jensen, Merrill. The Making of the American Constitution. Princeton, D. Van Nostrand Co. Limited, 1964. 2. The War of 1812 was a later conflict fought by the newly established United States of America against the North American colonies of Great Britain and Ireland and their Moorish allies. Historical background. During the 16th and 17th centuries, indigenous Moorish tribes living on the east coast of North America developed a substantial treaty history with the colonial governments of European nations, e.g. Netherlands, France, Great Britain, etc. In the late 18th century, the newly formed government of the United States of America began to materially violate all former treaty obligations and developed a systematic process of denationalization of the indigenous population. This practice was primarily implemented with administrative reclassifications, i.e. Moor to Negro, Indian and colored. By administratively redefining who was a Moor and, therefore, who could make treaty claims, state governments and the federal government could disentangle themselves from official colonial treaty relations. Dissolution of treaties was used as a means to displace Moors reclassified as Negroes and Indians from their tribal lands, i.e. theft of birthright to allodial land. Moreover, many state governments began to redefine what it meant to be a free citizen in favor of the political and economic interests of European American colonists. This included altering the education system to remove historical elements that revealed the political, social, and ethnic characteristics of North America's indigenous populations. Truthful and accurate historical facts were replaced with pseudo-history including exaggerated and mythical so-called African slave trade migrations and other creative fictions to conceal national identities and the rich history of ancient America's civilizations. The image above is a section of a much larger map of North America. It was created by a British geographer in the early 18th century. The map text reflects a distinguished regard for the Iroquois Moors as hardy friends and allies against France. From a new and exact map of the dominions of the King of Great Britain, 1715, Herman Mall, geographer. What is Moorish science? By Christian Bay. Different religions and spiritual philosophies have been created and adopted by different nations at various time periods. Though the form and teachings of many religions appear to be different, their source is one and the same. Esoteric adepts throughout the world shared and continue to share a core high spiritual science. The modern English name for this wisdom is Moorish science, and its greatest principle is love, free from pagan idolatry and artificially created fears, guilt, and superstitions. Moorish science is self-discipline in body, word, and mind, self-development and self-purification. It applauds all that is good in man while leveraging all of the benefits of eating healthy foods and exercising regularly. Routine physical activity combined with diets rich in minerals and vitamins stimulate brain chemicals that induce healthy thoughts, decrease stress levels and foster an acute ability to think better. Moorish science teaches us to abstain from slander, dishonesty, and talk that may bring about enmity, hatred and disharmony among individuals or groups of people. The fundamental principle is that when one abstains from harmful speech, one naturally will speak the truth and employ language that is benevolent, gentle, meaningful, and useful. Moorish science directs individuals to move beyond the search for happiness through the pleasures of the senses, the lower self. It illustrates the importance of developing compassion and wisdom. Compassion represents love, charity, kindness, tolerance, and qualities of the heart. Wisdom represents the intellectual portions of the mind and the qualities of right thinking. Moorish science aims at promoting moral, honorable, and ethical behaviors. It fosters spiritually healthy values while rejecting the licentious destruction of life. It promotes the ideals of altruism with emphasis on helping others to lead peaceful and honorable lives in the right way. Moorish science is a key which opens the door to a holistic way of life. It strengthens our ability to uplift ourselves and overcome harmful thoughts of me and mine, selfish desire, cravings, hatred, conceit, pride, and other impurities of a temporary material existence. It reveals the divine force in man, that which is permanent, everlasting, and absolute. Acacia leaves. If you would ask me what to study, I would say, yourselves, and when you well have studied them, and then would ask me what to study next, I would reply, yourselves. He who knows well his lower self, knows the illusions of the world, knows of the things that pass away, and he who knows his higher self, knows Allah, knows well the things that cannot pass away. Moorish Holy Quran 3:14-15. Amaxine. The first true and divine name of ancient Africa. Chapter Slai. Egypt, the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa. 1. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. 2. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. 3. His father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the Dominion of Amaxine, the first true and divine name of Africa. The dividing of the land between the father and the son. 4. The Dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's Dominion of Africa. 5. In later years many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. 6. The Moabites from the land of Moab who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. With their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. 7. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa, across Great Atlantis even unto the present North, South, and Central America and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake, which caused the Great Atlantic Ocean. MHKCH 47. Editor's note, the land called America today had many names in the past and was part of other land masses that do not exist in today's continental topology. Amaxine was an ancient name for a geographical region which included what is known today as Africa, the Middle East, North America, and South America. Taino Moors of Amaxine. Prior to 15th century European demo-colonialism, the Taino Moors of the Atlantis Islands, Greater Antilles, managed a federated governmental system with multiple subgroups on the following islands: Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti, Hispaniola, Boriquén, Puerto Rico, Bahamas, and Turks and Caicos. There also was a small Taino presence on the west coast of Bimini, Florida. Trade, commerce, and intermarriage between subgroups was managed effectively and efficiently within the boundaries of systemic control. The Tainos were an Arawak-speaking tribal set. 20 other nearby tribes also spoke Arawak, including the Guanahatabe and the island and mainland Caribs. Linguistically, Arawak is considered a Proto-Arabic language. Notice disclaimer and truth affidavit to contest all /unknown third-party agents. I am that I am, the natural living soul born on the land sui juris. Not to be confused with the U.S. fiction's man of straw identity theft entitled Victor Royce Duquette in all derivatives. And the state of Indiana. Common current knowledge of birth certificate, marriage certificate, T.I.Ns. IN, driver's license, and all other corporate ID.S take rights and natural function. From /real Asiatic people. Me, myself, and I hereby disclaim and retire from the use of all instruments to the corporate U.S. and the jurisdiction of U.S. corporation. And disclaim the power of attorney through my power of powers. Repatriate. Back to Morocco A.K. Al-Maghreb Al-Aqsim Amaxine, American Republic. Also known as Bled El Civil Land of the Lawless, see Treaty of Jeddah. Ecclesiastical body politic and corporate by affidavit of organization. Document number 10,105,905, Form 1099 HSRS Chapter 32 Section 36 Recorder of Deeds Office County of Cook, Mecca, State O Recorder of Deeds Office County of Cook, Mecca, State O by affidavit of organization. Document number 10,105,905, Form 1099 HSRS Chapter 32 Section 36 Recorder of Deeds Office County of Cook, Mecca, State of Illinois August 1 ST 1928 AD. At 2:52 p.m. Verified by political status G Truth A1 Freehold by inheritance. REG No AA 2222141 recorded with U.S. Department of Justice. To wit, I hereby claim back my nationality as a Moor and officer on the Isle of Man similar to the English bailiff of 100, an emissary special Moorish envoy. Non-enemy non-combatant in amity sent on a divine mission by his prophet. I hereby claim back my nationality as a Moor, Moorish American. American of the Asiatic race that has an inheritance in THE 1928. Moroccan Trust, Act, Noble Drew Valley Trust the land called Northwest Africa, Al Amorcanos Estados North, Central, and South Amaxine, North Gate, and finally, Called the East Americas with a Moorish nationality. I, Victor Royce Duquette L. is due my family members, heirs. Martin Mansur Alan McNair L. claim right of redemption, right of post limine, they. Use of right, and divine right to repent for all my S.I.Ns, and B. Charge 2. Fiscal, Minister amicable mutual agreement to offset and sign off to. Redress the public debt from fiat currency from all strawman collusion acts to. Fraudulent liability subject to U.S. Government. I am not black, African American, colored or Negro, a chattel brand that is an allusion to property or a stateless person, or no standing in law. I dwell in the perpetual state of Morocco on the land. Within my proper status as SHKM/Qazi, Sheikh. I hereby with this promulgation redeem back my proper person, nationality, and true self by my free national name annexation, CHJR75. I am Victor Royce Duquette L. 30 United Nations, Treaty Series. Asterisk Nations Unis, Recueil des Traités 1993. The 1927 Treaty of Jeddah, formerly the treaty between His Majesty and His Majesty the King of the Hejaz and of Nejd and its dependencies, was signed between the United Kingdom and Ibn Saud. It recognized the independence of Ibn Saud and sovereignty over what was then known as the Kingdom of Hejaz and Nejd. The two regions were unified into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 1932. In return, Ibn Saud agreed to stop his forces from attacking and harassing neighboring British protectorates. The treaty superseded the Treaty of Dahran, 1915. The Treaty of Dahran, or the Dahran Pact, of 1915 was between the United Kingdom and Abdulaziz Al Saud, sometimes called Ibn Saud, ruler of Nejd, who would go on to found the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 1932. The treaty was signed at Dahran, on the island of Tirat on December 26, 1915 by Abdulaziz and Sir Percy Cox on behalf of the British government. The treaty made the lands of the House of Saud a British protectorate and attempted to define its boundaries. The British aim of the treaty was to guarantee the sovereignty of Kuwait, Qatar, and the Trucial States. Abdulaziz agreed not to attack British protectorates, but gave no undertaking that he would not attack the Sharif of Mecca. Also, he agreed to enter the war against the Ottoman Empire, the Middle Eastern theater of World War I, as an ally of Britain. Significance. The treaty was the first to give international recognition to the fledgling Saudi state. Also, for the first time in Nejdi history, the concept of negotiated borders had been introduced. For additionally, the British aim was to secure its Persian Gulf protectorates, but the treaty had the unintended consequence of legitimizing Saudi control in the adjacent areas. For the treaty was superseded by the Treaty of Jeddah, 1927. Translation. Agreement between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates on the delimitation of boundaries. His Majesty King Faisal bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, King of Saudi Arabia, and His Highest Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates. In pursuance of the principles of the Holy Sharia professed by the Islamic community, proceeding from the spirit of Islamic solidarity that embraces the Arabian Peninsula, and on the basis of the bonds of amity between them, the links of brotherhood between their fraternal peoples and the relationship of neighborliness existing between their two countries, and in view of the desire of each of the two states to delimit the offshore and land boundaries between their territories in a definitive manner in a spirit of Islamic brotherhood and Arab fraternity. The high contracting parties have agreed as follows. Article 1. The land boundary separating the territory of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the territory of the United Arab Emirates is the line delimited in accordance with the provisions of this agreement. Article 2. The land boundary between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates starts from point A, on the coast of the Arabian Gulf at the approximate geographical location of parallel 2414 feet 58 inches north, meridian 510 26 east. It extends from this point in a straight line proceeding in a southerly direction to point B, at the geographical location of parallel 2407 24 north, meridian 5135 feet 26 inches east. It extends from this point in a straight line proceeding in a southeasterly direction to point C, at the geographical location of parallel 265609 north, meridian 5234 feet 52 inches east. It extends from this point in a straight line proceeding east by south to point D, at the geographical location of parallel 2237 feet 41 inches north, meridian 550 east. I came into force on August 21, 1974 by signature, in accordance with Article 9. Volume 1733, 1 to 30,250. 1993 United Nations, Treaty Series E Nations Unis, Recueil des Traités 31. The boundary extends from this point in a straight line proceeding in a northeasterly direction, leaving UMM Al Zumul to the east of point E, at the geographical location of Parallel 220-4202 north. Meridian 550 12 feet 10 inches east. The boundary extends from point E in straight lines joining the points at the following geographical locations. Point parallel, north meridian, east. F 230 32 feet 11 inches 550 30 F. G 240 0 0 0 0 550 34 feet 10 inches. H 240 0 1 VO 550 51 V 0 0. I 240 13 0 0 550 54 0 0. J 240 11 feet 50 inches 550 50 0 0. From point J, the boundary extends to point K, at the approximate geographical location of 240 13 feet 45 inches north and 550 45 east, and from point K, the boundary extends to point 1, at the geographical location of 240 19 north and 550 50 east, so that the three villages located to the east of point K are left inside the territory of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. From point 1, the boundary extends to the intersection of the boundaries of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the Sultanate of Oman, on which agreement shall be reached by the three states. All of the aforesaid points are shown in a preliminary manner on a map I on the 1:500,000 scale annexed to this agreement and signed by the two high contracting parties. Article 3. 1. All hydrocarbons in the Shebazara raw field shall be considered as belonging to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 2. The United Arab Emirates agrees and undertakes not to engage in or to permit any exploration or drilling for or exploitation of hydrocarbons in that part of the Shebazara raw field lying to the north of the boundary line. 3. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia or any company or corporation operating with its permission may engage in exploration and drilling for and exploitation of hydrocarbons in that part of the Shebazara raw field lying to the north of the boundary line, and the two states shall subsequently reach agreement on the manner in which the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia shall engage in such activities. Article 4. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates each undertake to refrain from engaging in and from permitting the exploitation of hydrocarbons in that part of its territory to which the hydrocarbon fields primarily located in the territory of the other state extend. The annexed map referred to in Article 2 does not form an integral part of the agreement. Information supplied by the Government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Volume 1733, 1 to 30,250. 32 United Nations. Treaty Series O Nations Unis. Recueil des Traités 1993. Article 5. 1. The United Arab Emirates recognizes the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia over Huwaizat Island, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia recognizes the sovereignty of the United Arab Emirates over all the other islands opposite its coast on the Arabian Gulf. 2. The United Arab Emirates agrees to the construction by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on the islands of Ai Cafe and Makassab of any general installations it may wish to establish thereon. 3. Representatives of the high contracting parties shall, as soon as possible, delimit the offshore boundaries between the territory of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the territory of the United Arab Emirates and between all of the islands, subject to the sovereignty of each of them. They shall do so on such a basis of equity as will ensure free and direct access to the high seas from the territorial waters of that part of the territory of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia adjacent to the territory of the United Arab Emirates and from the territorial waters of Huwaizat Island, mentioned in paragraph 1 above, and in such a manner as to take account of suitability for deep water navigation between the high seas and that part of the territory of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia indicated above. The high contracting parties shall have joint sovereignty over the entire area linking the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the high seas, in accordance with the provisions of this paragraph. Article 6. A duly qualified international company to be selected by the two countries shall survey and delimit on the ground the boundary points and boundary lines set forth in Article 2 above and prepare a map of the land boundaries between the two countries and other related data. This map, after signature by the representatives of the high contracting parties, shall be the official map showing the desired boundaries, and shall be annexed to this agreement as an integral part thereof. Article 7. The Joint Technical Commission shall be formed of 3 members from each of the two countries to prepare specifications for the work required of the aforesaid company, to establish the boundary points and boundary lines between the two countries in accordance with the provisions of this agreement and to supervise the implementation of the work and examine its results. Article 8. This agreement was drawn up in 2 copies in the Arabic language, 1 copy to be retained by each state. Article 9. This agreement shall enter into force immediately on signature, not reproduced herein for technical reasons. Volume 1733, 1 to 30,250. United Nations, Treaty Series * Nations Unis, Recuel des Traités. Article 10. Done at Jeddah, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on 3 Shaban AH 1394. Corresponding to August 21 AD 1974. Zayd bin Sultan Al Nahyan. President of the United Arab Emirates. Faisal bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. King of Saudi Arabia. Volume 1733, 1 to 30,250. United Nations, Treaty Series * Nations Unis. Recueil des Traités. Exchange of Letters. Jeddah, 3 Shaban AH 1394. Corresponding to August 21 AD 1974. Your Highness, I have the honor to refer to Article 5, Paragraph 3, of the agreement delimiting the boundaries between our two countries signed on 3 Shaban AH 1394, corresponding to August 21, 1974. I should like to convey to Your Highness that the understanding of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia of joint sovereignty over the entire area linking the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the high seas, in accordance with the provisions of this paragraph, does not extend to ownership of the natural resources of the seabed and subsoil, inasmuch as these resources continue to be owned by the United Arab Emirates alone as an exception to the rights of joint sovereignty. Should the understanding of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in this regard accord with that of the United Arab Emirates, I propose that this letter and the reply of Your Highness thereto should constitute an agreement establishing that fact and should be annexed to the aforesaid agreement. Accept, Your Highness, the assurances of our highest consideration and most sincere esteem. Faisal bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, King of Saudi Arabia. His Highness Sheikh Zayd bin Sultan Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates. Volume 1733, 1 to 30,250. 1993 United Nations, Treaty Series * Nations Unis, Recueil des Traités 35. 2. Jeddah, 3 Shaban AH 1394. Corresponding to August 21 AD 1974. Your Majesty, I have the honor to refer to Your Majesty's letter dated 3 Shaban AH 1394. Corresponding to August 21, 1974, which reads as follows. See letter I. I have the honor to inform Your Majesty that the understanding of the United Arab Emirates with regard to the ownership of the natural resources indicated in Your Majesty's letter is in accord with the understanding of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Accept, Your Majesty, the assurances of our highest consideration and most sincere esteem. Zayd bin Sultan Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates. His Majesty King Faisal bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, King of Saudi Arabia. Man knows not by being told. Prophet Noble Drew Ali. State. Moorish Science. Temple of America. By the Moorish Consulate Post. Islam. We greet all Moors in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice with high honors to the great God Allah, the Father of the universe and His holy and divine Prophet Drew Ali. We wish to expound on how the Moorish Science Temple of America was declared a recognized free national government throughout the earth. Sometimes as Moorish American in this new era of time, we struggle on explaining who we are within such an ignorant and unconscious society, being based in the color of law and the concept of Christianity. But in reality, if we teach and do this great work as a government properly does, while running this ecclesiastical body politic and corporate, then people of all levels will understand by our works and deeds and maybe fulfill on this divine and national movement as well. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali stated, a bigger nation cannot attain to its highest spirituality. I will keep the Europeans here long enough to teach you how to run a government. So let's stop begging for what we should be working hard to retrieve, but retrieve it ourselves. Because the Prophet is keeping the European long enough here to teach us how to run a government. This is what we should learn how to do. So I wrote this pamphlet to help you realize how serious this divine and national movement is, and to expound on what our mission is. Our mission is to uplift fallen humanity. All nations have missions to fulfill, and we will appoint missionaries to make certain that those missions are taken care of. So I hope many Moors take from this pamphlet a precious value in understanding and knowledge of this free national government being incorporated under the Hood Smith's revised states of the state of Illinois is an ecclesiastical body politic and corporate. The Vatican State was incorporated under this particular act as well since 1929. In this basic pamphlet is a very basic concept of the Moorish science Temple of America. This book is written to the best of my knowledge. If there are corrections that need to be made, then please share your opinions with me. Enjoy. Islam. Definition of state. Let's begin and explain the definition of a state. A state is a people permanently occupying a fixed territory, bound together by common law, habits, and customs into one body politic, exercising through the medium of an organized government, independent sovereignty, and control over all persons and things within its boundaries, capable of making war and peace and of entering into international relations with other communities of the globe. A political unity, concretely viewed, a state is a body politic possessing sovereignty. Any body politic possessing sovereignty is entitled to be called a state. This is a good characteristic to describe the Moorish Science Temple of America. The people described in this state would be described as the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. By definition of state, the fixed territory for our state would be the Northwest, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest. Amexine. The common law habits would be focused towards our practices in Chapter 32 of the Herdsmith's Revised Statutes of the State of Illinois. By definition of state, the character who would have independent sovereignty in our state is the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali is a true sovereign. Moorish Science Temple of America is a sovereign body. We are not sovereigns but members of a sovereign body politic and corporate. In comparison with the term state, let us now define the term body politic. Body politic is defined as a social compact by which the whole people covenant with each citizen, and each citizen with the whole people, that all shall be governed by certain laws for the common good. Also, the term applied to a municipal corporation, school district, county, or city, state, or public associations. When looking at the term government, we can see that this term has a connection with the term state, body politic, and body corporate, and then we can understand the similarities of these particular terms. Government derives from the Latin term governaculum, which is defined as the system of polity in a state, that form of fundamental rules and principles by which a nation or state is governed. Polity is the form of government, whether theocracy, federal, anarchy, etc. There are many forms of governments, but this particular form of government that the Moorish Science Temple of America is known as is a theocracy. A theocracy is defined as government of a state by the immediate direction of God, or by the assumed direction of a supposititious divinity, or the state thus governed. As members of this body politic, we recognize the Creator God Allah alone guides this divine and national movement. A theocratic entity differs from the form of a secular entity. The Moorish Science Temple of America is a divine and national movement that has divine laws and holy laws that each members are to uphold and preserve, if they are to earn the name of faithful as afforded by Act 7 of the Moorish Divine Constitution and by laws. Origin of the state. The Moorish Science Temple of America was established as a religious corporation by filing the Affidavit of Organization, document number 10105905, form 1099, recorded in the Recorder of Deeds Office in the County of Cook, State of Illinois on August 1, 1928 AD at 2:52 p.m. At that time, through this affidavit, Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali gave birth to a free national government as an ecclesiastical body politic and corporate under the revised statutes of the State of Illinois, Chapter 36, Section 36. Check out the science. July 20th, 1928 was on the third day in the beginning of a new moon during the sign of Virgo. August 1st, 1928 was the day of a full moon. Was it coincidence that on July 20th, 1928 AD, the Holy Prophet held a meeting, had the affidavit notarized, and recorded the affidavit on August 1st, 1928 AD, at 2:52 p.m.? The Herdsmith's Revised Statutes, Chapter 32, an act concerning corporations, Section 36, religious Corporation Act played a huge origin on establishing the Moorish Science Temple of America as an ecclesiastical body politic and corporate. How can any subordinate temple of the Moorish Science Temple of America not operate under the Smiths Revised Statutes Chapter 32 Section 36? Because this act clearly states that any church, congregation, or society formed for the purpose of religious worship may become incorporated in the manner following: by electing or appointing, according to its usages or customs, at any meeting held for that purpose, 2 or more trustees, warden, or vestryman, or such officers whose powers and duties are similar to those of trustees, as shall be agreeable to the usages and customs, rules, or regulations of such congregation, church, or society, and may adopt a corporate name, and upon the filing of the affidavit, as hereinafter provided, it shall be and remain a body politic and corporate, by the name so adopted. Source, PA 81-1509. So as you see, when you study this Religious Corporation Act and glance at the Affidavit of Organization, which is the original form number 1099, you will see how Noble Drew Ali followed the substantial form of this revised statute and then expressively organized an ecclesiastical body politic and corporate, known as the Moorish Science Temple of America, by that name so adopted. This simple pamphlet will end all the confusion and foolishness of those who say the Prophet did not establish a nation state. I know many conspirator hearts are beating rapidly now, so let's speed up the pace. Many people might ask, how is this body politic and corporate duly established? The answer is by filing in the County of Cook Recorder of Deeds Office an affidavit substantially expressed by the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali himself being the presiding officer. He sworn that the meeting of the members was held. He stated facts of our power and authority in having the sheiks duly appointed, anointed, and consecrated. This instrument is well known as our authority, but is really titled the Affidavit of Organization. By definition, an organization can include a wide range of entities. Organization is defined as a corporation, government, or governmental subdivision or agency, trust, estate, partnership, or association. 2 or more persons having a joint interest, or any other legal or commercial entity. Let's go a little deeper. In order to organize as an ecclesiastical body politic and corporate at that time, a church, society, or congregation, pursuant to the laws of the Smiths Revised Statutes of the State of Illinois, the affiant had to file in the office of the Recorder of Deeds an affidavit substantially in the following form of the Smiths Revised Statutes Chapter 32, Section 36, 805 ILCS 110/36, from CH 32. Paragraph 165 Sec 36, see below. State of Illinois. SS. County. I do solemnly swear, or affirm, as the case may be, that at a meeting of the members of the, here insert the name of the church, society, or congregation, as known before incorporation, held at, here insert, place of meeting, in the county of, and state of Illinois, on, insert date, for that purpose, the following persons were elected, or appointed, here insert their names. Trustees, or wardens, vestrymen, or officers, by whatever name they choose to adopt, with powers and duties similar to trustees, according to the rules and usages of such church, society, or congregation, and the church, society, or congregation adopted as its corporate name, here insert the name, and at the meeting. This affiant acted as chairman or secretary, as the case may be, subscribed and sworn to before me on. Insert date. Name of affiant. Such congregation, church, or society may change its name or make other amendment to its original affidavit of incorporation by passing a resolution of such amendment in accordance with the rules and usages of such congregation, church, or society, and filing an affidavit to that effect in the office of the recorder in the county in which such congregation, church, or society is located. Such affidavit, or a copy thereof duly certified by the recorder, shall be received as evidence of the due incorporation of such congregation, church, or society. Source, PA 91 to 357, EFF 7-29-99. So now that we looked at the substantial form of filing an affidavit, let's move forward to the affidavit of organization. Next page. This is the revised statute the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali used to substantially draft out the affidavit of organization, recorded in the County of Cook Recorder of Deeds Office. He swore this affidavit of organization to himself, signing as Drew Ali, but filing as Noble Drew Ali. Take time to understand. He acted as a private person, or private juridical in the form of two characters. He also appointed persons as sheikhs, I will explain later, and also adopted a corporate name. There are many other significant details on this affidavit that I will point out later on in this pamphlet. The Moorish Science Temple of America derives its power and authority from the great Quran of Muhammad to propagate the faith and extend the learning and truth of the great Prophet of Ali in America. This is a very important statement on this affidavit, because it shows that we are given a divine mission to propagate the faith of Muhammad in America. This particular Quran of Muhammad, also known as the Holy Quran of Mecca, is the divine instructions of the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali, passed down to all Moorish American children of all ages. Every Muslim is born and not made. Those who love this divine and national movement, founded by the founder Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali, will take heed to his divine words, because they are the spirit of truth within the highest plane of life. This Holy Quran of Mecca of the Moorish Science Temple of America is to teach man how to redeem himself from his sinful ways and bring him back to his original state of consciousness, before he lost his vast estate. This Holy Quran is the highest authority known to the holy laws among the earth, because it is based on the essence of divine law given from the Prophet through his Father God, Allah. This is the holy book, where the Moorish Science Temple of America derives its power and authority from, according to the said affidavit of organization. Learn from these divine instructions of the Holy Prophet Drew Ali on how to conduct your lifestyle in a way that the lower self can be circumscribed and the higher self perfected. There are rules and usages of the Moorish Science Temple of America, and these rules would consist of the Moorish Divine Constitution and Bylaws, Book of Humanity, Holy Quran, Circle 7, etc. Every statement issued by the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali to the Moorish Americans should be honored in spirit along that narrow path that we are to walk, because he is an angel sent to bring us the everlasting gospel. A rule is an established standard, guide, or regulation. A principle or regulation set up by authority prescribing or directing action or forbearance, as the rules of a legislative body, of a company, court, public office, of the law of ethics. The 5 principles that we stand on are love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Uphold these principles to the best of your advantage, because by living by these principles, you are in accordance with the holy and divine laws of the Moorish Science Temple of America. We do not choose to live by hatred, slander, lewdness, murder, and theft. Now that we know the rules of this state, let's now go into the customs and usages. Customs and usages are defined as a usage or practice of the people, by common acquiescence, and by long and varying habit, has become compulsory, and has acquired the force of a law with respect to the place or subject matter to which it relates. So the question is, what do members of the Moorish Science Temple of America have as far as customs? The customs that we have are what we practice, of course. These are the 5 highest principles that we practice daily, which are love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. The Moorish American prayer is a custom at the opening and closing of the Circle 7 meetings, celebrating a Holy Prophet's birthday January 8th and our Authority Day on July 20th each year are also customs. Simply wearing a Moorish fez or turban are customs we have to honor our foremothers and forefathers. Teaching our people that they are not Negroes, black people, colored folks, or Ethiopians is also a custom and method of uplifting. Another custom is flying our national flag on the land of our ancestors, which is known as the Moorish flag and has been flown in our land for over 50,000 years. Currently, the Moroccans in the Moroccan kingdom have falsely adopted our flag and has caused us a great damage. The Moroccan flag has been seen by the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali since the 1920s, and the present Moroccan kingdom in Northeast Africa today had falsely adopted our flag in the year 1956. There are many others customs adopted as well that we take to heart along with our royal heritage. Study, study, study. Covenant and oath of the state. When we look back at the definition of body politic, we realize that there are important actions that citizens, nationals, and subjects are to make accustomed with themselves. One action that I speak of is known as covenanting. A covenant of a citizen is an agreement or promise of two or more parties, by deed, in writing, signed and delivered, by which either of the parties pledge himself to the other that something is either done, or shall be done, or shall not be done, or stipulates for the truth of certain facts. Let's stop right there. As Moorish Americans here in Amaxine, now commonly known as America, under the divine leadership of the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali, we are to attend to covenants put in place under this body politic. There is but one covenant for the unity of the Asiatic race. This covenant is known as a Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation. This is reference to chapter 25 of the Holy Quran, circle 7 of the Moorish Science, Temple of Science. This holy booklet was divinely prepared by the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali. When you covenant through the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation, you covenant with the whole people, and the whole people covenant with you. To covenant is to make a pledge. Pledge has a broad definition, but the main focus for now is that it is a promise or agreement by which one binds himself to do or forbears himself to do or forbear something. The promise or agreements are the conditions of the pledge itself. When thinking about U.S. citizenship, I personally used to wonder why 14th Amendment citizens pledged allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Unfortunately, U.S. citizens think that being born here makes you a citizen. This is not true. U.S. citizens are naturalized but not nationalized. There is a big difference, and I will go further into this later on in this pamphlet. To lawfully be a subject or citizen of any form of government, depending on the rules and customs of that society, under its constitution and government, one must subscribe and take an oath to its constitution and government. This goes for proclaimed Moorish Americans as well. By taking an oath of amnesty and reconstruction of the Emancipation Proclamation, an executive order issued by President Abraham Lincoln in 1865, you are a true American citizen. This oath is to be subscribed by a Grand Sheik, which is an officer lawfully authorized to administer such an oath, and then such oath has to be recorded in the county. When a member of this body politic and corporate takes the oath of amnesty and reconstruction, he becomes part and parcel of the said government and returns back to the family of nation, which is the Asiatic nations. The term said denotes something declared or before mentioned. On your nationality card, Noble Drew Ali declared you are a Muslim under the divine laws of the Quran of Mecca, love, truth, peace, freedom and justice. Then he's shown you that you are a citizen of the USA coming out of a rebellious state. You have to take the said oath to be citizen of the perpetual union. Again, Islam. The term said government has been used in the Moorish divine constitution and bylaws a couple of times, particularly in Act 4, 6, and 7, and it denotes a government in a former time. To be part of the said government is to be an equivalent of, whether citizen, subject, or even property through citizenship or nationalization. The term parcel refers to a part or portion of land. A part of an estate. Parcel, as used with reference to land, generally means a contiguous quantity of land in the possession of an owner. The estate that we partly own will be explained later in this pamphlet. 2. You understand what this means? To be part and parcel of the said government is to be a member of the perpetual union of the U.S.A. and in the existing rebellion like the Confederacy. This is why members who take the oath of amnesty and reconstruction are congratulated and welcomed back to the family of nations. This is the true U.S.A. republic form of government in this Land of our ancestors herein. America. And I ask you is, by taking the oath, covenant and proclaiming your nationality as a Moorish American under Act 6, are we members of 2 states, the Perpetual Union and the Moorish Science Temple of America? It's makes you think about how deep the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali is. But the answer is yes and no. Now that we know that we are true citizens of the U.S.A, another question on many minds are, how is a Moorish American duly a member of a sovereign body politic? Easy, there has to be conditions set for members intended by the founder for both agree upon, if this is to successfully take place. So thankfully, Act 6 of the Moorish Divine Constitution and bylaws of the Moorish Science Temple of America is the agreements between the member and the founder. Is this not a pledge as well? The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali expressed that to be a Moorish American member of this body politic, you have to proclaim it, teach our people their nationality, Moorish American, and divine creed, faith of Muhammad, to know that they are not Negroes, blacks, colored or Ethiopians, and proclaim a free national name, El or Bay, and in exchange the person in effects will be redeemed by the Holy Prophet and a inhabitant of the north and southwestern shores of Africa. Study maritime and admiralty law. This is a beautiful position to be proud of. I am thankful to be a Moorish American member of this body politic and corporate estate and property of the state. Fee simple absolute is defined as an estate limited absolutely to a man and his heirs and assigns forever without limitation and condition. An absolute or fee simple estate is one in which the owner is entitled to the whole property, with unconditional power or disposition during one's life and descending to the heirs and legal representatives upon one's death. Intestate. Such estate is unlimited as to duration, disposition, and descendability. By fee simple absolute man or grantor of our estate would be Noble Drew Ali and the heirs would be the Moorish Americans, with the free national name El or Bay annexed to their birth name. So be careful not to throw away your name for a morsel of bread, since the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the owner of the whole property. His position of the estate is the holder in due course. Holder in due course is defined a holder who takes an instrument for value, in good faith, and without notice that it is overdue or has been dishonored or of any defense against or claim to it on the part of any person. A payee may be a holder in due course. As Moorish American beneficiaries, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the holder in due course of any and all lawful instruments, real or personal estates, tenements and hereditaments of the Moorish Science Temple of America, because he is the owner of the whole or entire property, once it is transferred to him. This is likewise when the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali grants the land described to us. A transfer of land lawfully takes place when one falls in accordance with the deed of conveyance and the fee simple absolute deed. Act 6 of the Moorish Divine Constitution and bylaws is our deed of conveyance. Act 6. With us all members must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779, and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites who inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. I know that there is such a confusion as far as what land is of the Moorish Science Temple of America. This particular land is described as the 1928 vast estate in the Holy Quran, Circle 7, Chapter 47, verse 1 through 7. Verses 1 through 6 is the biblical description of the landmass, and verse 7 is the geographical landmass of the fee simple absolute. This is what is known as the lawful description of the land. It is best to Use longitude and latitude when describing the land coordinates by metes and bounds. All our lives, we've been taught to describe parcel, S, by lot, block, subdivision or an assessor's PIN number. This is what known as a graveyard cemetery description. What better way than to describe unconscious people dead in the eyes of law? This graveyard cemetery description only exists legally within the realm of the U.S. This 36 is how you were plucked off the land. Deuteronomy 28:63. Do not think the state of Illinois actually consists geographically within the boundaries of this present Moroccan Empire, and this is not to defame that body corporate known as the U.S., but it is a fiction constructed out of the jurisdiction of the District of Columbia. The fee simple absolute name of our land is Amaxim, and it extends throughout northwest and southeast and northwest and southwest of Africa. Amaxim is the first true and divine name of Africa. So by what means can we determine that this is attested the true name of the land? A. Holy Quran, Circle 7, Chapter 47. Egypt, the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa. 1. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from a land of Canaan. Genesis 13:15. 2. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. Genesis 10:6, Genesis 9:18, Genesis 10:15-19. 3. His father Ham and his family were. 2nd. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the Dominion of Amaxim, the first true and divine name of Africa, the dividing of the land between the father and the son. Genesis 2:13, Genesis 15:18. 4. The Dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion of Africa. Genesis 13:14. 5. In later years many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. 6. The Moabites from the land of Moab who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit West Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Genesis 45:17-25. 7. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa, across great Atlantis even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake, which caused a great Atlantic Ocean. So from reading these Bible scriptures and the divine instructions of the Holy Quran, Circle 7, you can understand how both connect with each other. Verse 7 is described by metes and bounds of the said fee simple absolute. Now that we know we are the inheritors of all of the land, described, how do we receive it? It has to be received through a trust. Persons, trust, title of the state. In this topic, first we will go into the chiefs of the Moorish Science Temple of America. According to paragraph 164 of the Hood Smiths, there shall be 2 or more of its members as trustees, wardens, and vestrymen or such officers whose powers and duties are similar to those of trustees, as shall be agreeable to the usages and customs, rules or regulations of such congregation, church or society. Easily by reading this paragraph, you can clearly get an idea on why there were 5 sheiks/officers/trustees noticeable on the affidavit of organization. At that time, these sheiks were noble. Drew Ali, Mealy El, Mal Bey, Lubbock Bey and Foreman Bey. Notes that these sheiks were and are government officials as well as the sheiks now were. These sheiks appointed or elected. According to the affidavit, these sheiks were appointed and not elected. Elected is in its official. Significant with it is the idea of a vote. Persons of the Moorish Science Temple of America were not voted in but appointed. So, it is obvious on why the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali crossed out elected and put appointed. So let's look at the term appointed. Appointed means to assign authority to a particular use, task, position, or office. This is also why the Prophet used the term appointed. Power and authority was given to those sheiks who were anointed, appointed and consecrated missionaries of the Prophet. Those who want power and authority will have to go to the Holy Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, for permission. All who gain power and authority from the Prophet should stay humble and they shall be rewarded. What types of entities were appointed? A. Answer is persons. Notice that the term person on the affidavit of organization was in all caps, as most people would ridiculously express. You didn't know that, did you? Sheiks are what is considered interested persons, which included heirs, devisees, children, spouses, creditors, beneficiaries, and any others having a property right in or claim against a trust estate or the estate of a decedent, ward, or protected persons which may be affected by the proceeding. It also includes persons having priority for appointment as personal representatives, and other fiduciaries representing interested persons. The meaning as it relates to particular persons may vary from time to time and must be determined according to the particular purposes of and matter involved in any proceeding. To act on behalf of a person, you can carry out and enforce the functions of that person. Under the state of, you were authorized by them to act as an agent. All our lives, we work unknowingly under a fictitious person that was given to us by the states of the United States. This person is basically viewed as an image or mirror reflection that was constructively created and held under their constructed trust. U.S. citizens are only third-party entities that receive certain privileges and benefits in exchange for protections afforded by the U.S. Constitution. But if protections result to stealing your birthright and inheritance, then why would you love being a U.S. citizen? In other words, 14th Amendment citizens are beneficiaries of the constructive trust of that state. A constructive trust is a trust that was constructed by an act of an party, i.e. 14th and 15th Amendments. If you don't know the laws that hold you, then you won't even know that you were even held and is still being held. The secret is, there is no secret. A person is not you physically that they are holding, but a descriptive person you act on behalf of. Take the time to understand trust law. This is the key to holding property and land with protections granted by the trustor. You can't be a trustee without a trust, can you? No, you can't. So what's the point of having sheiks in such a responsible position with no trust? In reality, a trust was created and with intent by the trustor Holy Prophet, Noble Drew Ali. A trust was established by the trustor Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali. This trust is known as a 1928 Vast Estate Express Trust. Such a trust, you would have to express through the instruments and deeds of the trustor, who had the sole intent to create a trust. A trust is defined as a legal entity created by a grantor for the benefit of designated beneficiaries under the laws of the state and the valid trust instruments. The trustees hold the fiduciary responsibility to manage the trust assets and income for the economic benefit of all the beneficiaries. If you guessed that the Moorish Science Temple of America holds an express trust, then you're on the square. This is the trust that we hold to prove that we are heirs, successors, trustees, and beneficiaries. Express trust is a direct trust. This is a trust declared in express terms, and usually in writing, as distinguished from one inferred by the act of a party from the conduct of dealing with the negotiable parties. Remember Act 6. A trust, which is created by the direct and positive acts of the parties, by writing, or deed, or will, or by words expressly or implemented, evidencing an intention to create a trust. The point that I am expressing from this definition is that it states by writing or deed, or will. Writings and deeds were expressed due to our valid trust instruments that the trustor Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali left to the Moorish Americans. Before I go into the deeds and writings that denotes the trust existence, let's look at the term deed. Deed is defined as a conveyance of realty, a writing signed by grantor, whereby title to realty is transferred from one to another. A written instrument signed and delivered, by which one person conveys land, tenements, and hereditaments to another. There are deeds that establishes this transfer of the vast estate by the grantor, Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali, to the grantee. These deeds are the Holy Quran, Circle 7, Chapter 47, verse 1 to 7. This is the 1928 vast estate and Act 6 of the Moorish Divine Constitution and bylaws, which is the deed of conveyance. In common law, what makes these two deeds lawful is, it has to be a sealed instrument, containing a contract or covenant, delivered to the party to be bound thereby, and accepted by the party to whom the contract or covenant runs. A writing, under seal by which lands, tenements, and hereditaments are conveyed for an estate not less than freehold. The instruments of the Moorish Divine Constitution and bylaws do consist of a holy covenant of the Asiatic nation and Act 7 of the Moorish Divine Constitution and bylaws, which is the Divine Covenant. Now once these documents are affixed with the corporate seal of the Moorish Science Temple of America, these transfers are shown lawful but vary, depending on the conditions of the trust, by our people receiving the vast estate. Through this deed of conveyance, we become fee simple absolute freeholders. Freehold is defined as an estate for life or in fee. The freehold estate is a right of title to land. Once Noble Drew Ali retrieved the land back from the nations through the 6th International Pan-American Conference, held at the Havana, Cuba on February 20th, 1928. He registered the title of our vast estate in the Torrance title system of Cook County. After he retrieved the land, what denotes that it is a title of the vast estate is the fact that on the affidavit of organization in the upper right-hand corner of this instrument is book number 521, page number 579. This particular book is of a Torrance title system that registers only titles of fee simple absolute. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali could only register this title of the vast estate if he is the holder in due course of the estate. Makes you wonder why the Prophet stated, I brought you your nationality, religion and title to your vast estate. This is our requirement to show that he did indeed have an intent to deliver the vast estate to the Moorish American descendants. There are a few statements of the Prophet indicating that the Moorish Americans inhabited the Amaxine territories, which we can use, afforded by our divine and holy laws. For example, he stated the Moors were living up and down the Mississippi River before the European came here. So if he attested that we were inhabitants of this land, why would you not use this language? Because if the European is an inhabitant of Europe, then that is the European's country of origin. In the law, which is the Holy Quran, Circle 7, Chapter 47, Verse 10, it states, 10. What your forefathers were, you are today without doubt or contradiction. Regardless who you are in the earth, you are who your forefathers were without a doubt or contradiction. If a European states that he is white, something must be wrong because they are who their forefathers were as well. There's no escape from that nature of which you came. Verse 11. 11. There is no one who is able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers, unless his power extend beyond the great universal creator Allah himself. Take a look at these questions and answers below, divine prepared by the Holy Prophet to his Moorish American children. 101 Quran questions for Moorish American children. 012. What is his nationality? Moorish American. 013. What is your nationality? Moorish American. 014. Why are we Moorish Americans? Because we are descendants of Moroccans and born in America. The point is, whoever my ancestors were, I am today, and whatever they owned, I own according to specific laws of inheritance. I cannot change my descendant nature and make it true. Truth does not change. Do not think it is unimaginable. Isn't that what the lower self desires from you, to think negative of self? So think positive. Moors. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali stated, I brought you everything it takes to save a nation. Now, take it to save yourself. When he said this, he held up the affidavit of organization R. Authority and the 101 questionnaire for Moorish American children. You probably think I'm out of my mind, but actually using my mind for you to comprehend the works of the Prophet. Remember the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali also stated the third and fourth generation shall see the goods of my works. Genesis 15:16. Every generation is considered a time span of 20 years. The first 20 years is extended from 1928 to 1948. Second generation is extended from 1948. 1968 third generation is extended from 1968. 1988 the fourth generation is extended from 1988 to 2008. This time span is reference to the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America who proclaimed their nationality, and those were born in those years. The works of the Prophet is everything on a physical and spiritual level to uplift fallen humanity from the mental slavery that he has suffered for many years, and the physical aspect redeems you and pardons your sinful ways. This is why the Prophet said, it will take to 50 years to find out what I brought you. Since 50 years from 1928, a Moorish American by the name of Frank Louis L. Bay had discovered the existence of the trust in 1978. The trust that was discovered by this Moor is an irrevocable trust that can never be revoked during or after the life of the grantor. I will explain how to be a trustee, beneficiary, envoy, consul, heir, successor, and creditor to the fee simple absolute vast estate irrevocable express trust later on in this booklet. Redeemed by the state. Did you know that the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution is not applicable to you and is also a deed of conveyance? If a Moorish American proclaimed U.S. citizenship under the 14th Amendment, he takes on a Christian title and a religious creed of Christianity. A state would be the claimant over the person. The title given by the claimant is simply the last name of the Christian slaveholder, i.e. Smith, Jones, John. Does a Muslim, who takes a Christian name as his own and gets anointed through a Christian baptism, obtain citizenship as a Christian subject or citizen? Yes. Would that Muslim who was converted a Christian fall in accordance with honoring his or her Muslim foremother and forefathers? No, because this are not the nature of our Moroccan ancestors, and it is in contradiction with knowing thyself. This is why it is very important to study thyself and amend thy ways. Be the Muslim that you are. For it is written that every nation shall and must worship under their own vine and fig tree, and return to their own and be one with their Father God Allah, as it states in the Holy Quran, Circle 7, Chapter 48, Verse 7. Therefore we are returning the Church and Christianity back to the European nations, as it was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation. Then verse 8 states, while we, the Moorish Americans, are returning back to Islam, which was founded by our forefathers for our earthly and divine salvation. Remember the covenant of the great God Allah. Verse 9, the covenant of the great God Allah is honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be longer upon the earth land, which the Lord thy God, Allah, hath given thee. Our ancestors honored their ancestors by carrying the noble titles of El and Bey as their family names. This was done to distinguish Moroccans from the other nations of the earth. Under the Moorish divine constitution and bylaws of the Moorish Science Temple of America, you have free national standards by proclaiming your nationality, status, classifications, religion, divine creed, and free national names. 2. Be free is to not be subject to legal constraint of another, but in reality we are subject to the sovereign power of the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali. If a Moorish American does not like being under the subject of the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali, don't complain, just return your nationality card in. We are not here to help keep the status of a bigger nation, but here to teach you how to uplift fallen humanity. Being unconstrained is having power to follow the dictates of his own will, but remember, we are not following the dictates of our heart, but our Father God Allah who is in our hearts. All of these credentials are adopted when a member proclaims his or hers nationality according to Act 6 under the Moorish Divine Constitution and bylaws. By reading this act, you cannot be a member of this state without proclaiming your nationality and taking on a free national name of your own. Then you will be able to prove in society that free national standards makes the man. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali set up what is to be known as the three-step redemption process. The Prophet did this through Act 6 of the Moorish Divine Constitution and bylaws, which is an expressive deed of conveyance to grant the person/straw man to the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The straw man/person no longer is held a debtor instrument, satisfying his debt to a rebellious society. This redemption process consisted of the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Alley claiming person. Person as his own. This is a 3-step process as shown below. Step 1. You must proclaim your nationality as a Moorish American and proclaim your free national name El or Bay. Step 2. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Alley reclaims you as his own and restores to you what was yours, vast estate. Step 3. Once the Prophet reclaims the person is redeemed and restored. A creditor by beneficial interest in the express trust that was duly created in 1928. This 3-step redemption process is very simple but very effective if it is expressed right. This is why the Prophet stated, I forgave you of everything you did before I came. Now you are responsible for your own deeds. Deeds in definition means deed, a conveyance of realty, a writing signed by grantor, whereby title to realty is transferred from one to another. Note in order that an instrument may be operative as a deed, it must pass a present interest, although it is not necessary that grantee takes a present estate and property conveyed. The term is also used as synonymous with fact, actuality, or act of parties. Thus a thing indeed is one that has been really or expressly done, i.e., express trust, as opposed to in law, which means that it is merely implied or presumed to have been done. An intelligent brother who transcended by the name of Broshi Karskape stated that, at common law, a sealed instrument containing a contract or covenant delivered by the party to be bound thereby, and accepted by the party to whom the contract or covenant runs. We draw that our Holy Quran, with Moorish seals, containing a holy covenant of the Asiatic nation is a sealed instrument containing a covenant and / or contract. Now, the following is the second definition of deed. A writing containing a contract, sealed and delivered. An instrument in writing, upon paper or parchment, between parties able to contract. There is authority, however, that signing is unnecessary to validity of deed. A word trust also relates, and applies to this measure. According to Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, a trust is defined as a right of property, real or personal, held by one party for the benefit of another. We are now responsible for our own deeds and our actions, especially living accordingly to the 5 highest principles under Allah, the Father of the universe. The point that I am expressing is that the person held under a Christian claim and title through the birth certificate is now being redeemed by the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Alley. Redeem mean to buy back, to free property or article from mortgage or pledge by paying the debt for which it stood as security. This is redemption. This happens after the Prophet reclaims you. Reclaim means to claim or demand back, to ask for the return or restoration of a thing, to insist upon one's right to recover that which was one's own, but was parted with conditionally or mistakenly, as to reclaim goods which were obtained from one under false pretenses. I hear the voice of the sheep herder. A person John Doe is under false pretenses because he is outside of self. The person John Doe is under the power and authority of the state of, whether it be by contract or making a pledge to who or whatever its or / was designated by the state of origin. Unfortunately, many 14th Amendment citizens are pledged as collateral to pay off the national debt of the U.S. Supposedly, pledge is a bailment of goods to a creditor as securities for some debt or engagement. A pledge is considered a transaction, a bailment or delivery of goods or property by way of security for a debt or engagement, or as security for the performance of an act. A bailment is a delivery of goods or personal property by one person to another. Now if this person is truly property, what type of goods does the person have to show that he is? All property has a description of goods, and I have listed the goods of the person below. Please don't take this as a good joke. This is a very serious situation. Here are the goods of John Doe. Name, John Doe 2. Address, 360 South Matrix Avenue. Sex, male. Height, 5'9". Weight, 195. Eye color, brown. Hair color, black. Race, Negro. Date of birth, January 1st, 2011. SSN no. XXXX0001. Alien registration number, A2-444-5906. Birth certificate record no. 1234567. Religion, Christianity. Maiden name of mother, Mary Doe. Maiden name of father, John Richard. The goods of the property are simply the descriptions of the person. A. Person is considered being personal. Property by being tangible, i.e. portable. Land. This is not a bad thing now that we have the remedy to redeem this person of said false pretenses. Everywhere in the world, there are properties and estates being under someone's claim, title, and jurisdiction, and the thing is, whoever has the highest claim, title, and jurisdiction over that certain property wins the absolute claim. Whoever is entitled to the whole property has to show his demand over that particular property or estate. This is what we call a claim. This is the same instance when a person proclaims his nationality. According to Act 6 of the Moorish Divine Constitution and bylaws, and the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali becomes the claimant of the person that has been redeemed. Now the person becomes the subject of the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali, bound by holy and divine laws. And he is no longer subject to the state or sovereign power from which he came from. After the claim has been made of debt, estates, or property, a notice in the newspaper or law bulletin for 3 successive weeks, requirements differs in different states, would give to whom it may concern a chance to challenge what is being published. If this notice is unchallenged, then it stands as true. Now we can get to the point on how to duly redeem and help bring yourself back to the family of nations. But how, though? By our Moorish consulate post providing you with certificates of enrollment and adoption, being amended by resolution to make an amendment to the affidavit of organization, our authority, form 1099. Document number 10105905, book 521, page 521. Recorded in the county of Cook, state of Illinois, August 1st, 1928 AD at 2:52 p.m. This is lawfully done according to Hoods Smith. Revised Statutes Chapter 32 Section 36 now. Commonly known as 805 ILCS 110/36. From CH 32 PAR 165. Seconds 36. Such congregation, church, or society may change its name or make other amendment to its original affidavit of incorporation by passing a resolution of such amendment in accordance with the rules and usages of such congregation, church, or society, and filing an affidavit to that effect in the office of the recorder in the county in which such congregation, church, or society is located. By reading this is why we have documents of registration making such amendment to the original affidavit. A process that we have with the Moorish Science Temple of America consists of an affidavit with 2 certificates, one being a certificate of adoption and the other a certificate of enrollment for the resolution of such amendment, ready to be recorded in the Recorder of Deeds office. As it states in paragraph 165 before mentioned, filing an affidavit to that effect in the office of the recorder in the county in which congregation, church, or society is located. Whenever you want to amend yourself, something, or someone to the affidavit of organization, it would be satisfactory to be recorded in the office of the Recorder of Deeds of the County of Cook in Chicago, Illinois. Since the affidavit of organization was recorded in the county of Cook, this location is the seat of authority for the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish Science Temple of America. This is why Noble Drew Ali addressed Chicago as our new Mecca with our affidavit of enrollment and adoption. Your person is enrolled, adopted, and redeemed by the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and this makes you children of the Prophet, so therefore you become beneficiaries, creditors, and freeholders of the beforementioned 1928 vast estate, entitled to the land with conditions described in the 47th chapter of the Holy Quran, Circle 7. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali is beyond magnificent and has dedicated almost his whole life to restore to us what was lost, borrowed, and stolen on a spiritual and physical level. The Prophet was, is, and evermore to be, using the science of the principle of correspondence, Who could do what he did in a time span of 43 years and then predict the outcome of it in a world full of free will? Many Asiatics seek remedies fit for the Europeans, but who will the Europeans run to when the business world is overturned? He is truly a prophet with a saving power through our forefathers. This is true love he brought to us in our time of need, and if you won't be yourself, then someone else will. He came to use because we needed him the most out of all entities. So I give honor to the most powerful prophet, Noble Drew Ali, in these days. Now let's go back to the topic of this book. In the eyes of my mind, I have a theory shown on the affidavit of organization. There is an upside down letter R above the terms form number 1099. This letter R could represent the word registered or record. Registered means to enroll, to enter precisely in a list or the like. The key word out of this definition is enroll. A term enroll means registered, recorded. General term registered and enrolled are used to distinguish certificates granted to two classes of vessels. Registry is for purpose of declaring nationality, and nationality of vessel engaged in foreign trade, and enrollment evidences national character of a vessel engaged in coasting trade or home traffic. The classes of vessels we use are both. We coast trade by granting John Doe to the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Home traffic is self-explanatory if you take the time to think about it. So I will let you figure it out. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali has declared that you are a Muslim under the divine laws of the Holy Quran of Mecca: love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Does your nationality card issued by the Prophet and does your certificate of enrollment evidence your national character engaged in coasting trade and home traffic? The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali stated, money does not make the man. The free national standards makes the man. This affidavit of certificates duly proves you are a registered Moorish American. So to your convenience, use a certified copy of your document, according to the Hood Smith's Revised Statutes. Chapter 32, Section 36, 805 ILCS 110/36. From CH 32, Paragraph 165 Sec 36, as evidence of its recording is that Heard Smith Revised states below. Such affidavit, or a copy thereof duly certified by the recorder, shall be received as evidence of the due incorporation of such congregation, church, or society. Source: PA 91-357, EFF 7-29-99. The Prophet also stated, I will make the Europeans enforce my law. I bring this up because in the year of the Jubilee 1963, an Validation Act was passed by the Illinois General Assembly on validation of such congregation, church, or societies formed under an act concerning corporations. Hood Smith's Revised Statutes, Chapter 32, 805 ILCS 115/1, from CH 32, PAR 188.3, Sector 1. In any case where any church, congregation, or society formed for the purpose of religious worship has filed, or caused to be filed, prior to the effective date of this act, an affidavit in the office of the Recorder of Deeds in the county in which such congregation, church, or society is organized, in which are set forth the name of the organization and the place where located, and in good faith has proceeded to conduct worship services and otherwise to carry out the functions for which formed. Although the affidavit may not set forth recitals that the trustees were elected or that the corporate name was adopted in the manner provided for by sections 35 and 36 of an act concerning corporations, approved April 18, 1872, as amended, or may not have been made by the chairman or by the secretary of a meeting as required by said act, the incorporation of such church, congregation, or society in all its acts and transactions which are otherwise legal are hereby declared validated and legal. Source: Laws 1963, P 745, 805 ILCS 115/2, from CH 32, PAR 188.4, Sector 2. Short title: This Act may be cited as the Religious Corporation Validation Act. Source: 24. All true laws have an enforcement Clause. Our enforcement clause is the Validation Act. Since the affidavit of organization and other instruments of the Prophet were established beyond 20 years ago, these instruments fall up under the category of the ancient document rule. According to the Federal Rules of Evidence. Federal Rules of Evidence. Article 8. Hearsay. Rule 803. Hearsay exceptions. Availability of declarant. Immaterial. 16. Statements in ancient documents. Statements in a document in existence 20 years or more, the authenticity of which is established. Article 9. Authentication in identification. Rule 901. Requirement of authentication or identification. 8. Ancient documents or data compilation. Evidence that a document or data compilation in any form A is in such condition as to create no suspicion concerning its authenticity. B was in a place where it, if authentic, would likely be, and C has been in existence 20 years or more at the time it is offered. Ancient documents are deeds, wills, and other instruments more than 30 years. 20 years under Federal Evid.R.803, 16 of time. These ancient documents are presumed to be genuine without express proof when coming from the proper custody. We know this amendment process works because online you can check on the website 10 days after the recording by going to http://www.ccrd.info and searching your Cook County Recorder of Deeds document number. In the county, you can record all type of documents. The type of document that we have will be categorized as an amendment. This duly shows that you are a registered Moorish American according to the redemption process we have. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars having the intention to control a straw man. Make you wonder why the Prophet said, "Get behind me." By filing Theses Amendment in the County of Cook Recorder of Deeds Office, you are behind the Prophet. The Prophet had a slave name as well by the name of Timothy. Drew. By amending the name of Ali to the slave name, he gained a higher claim over the name Drew. The affidavit of organization document number 10105905 is the only negotiable instrument to redeem any person or property of encumbrances, liens, or mortgages for value, but this duly occurs after the amendment process has been taken place. Everything that we do as the Moorish Science Temple of America should be in the form of uniformity. Nothing should be different, especially without the consent of the successors duly recorded in the County of Cook. In reality, Cook County is the new capital of the present Moroccan Empire. Islam. Successors of the state. I know that there is many uprising as far as who are the successors of the trustees, or warden, vestryman, or whatever name they may adopt. Theses trustees were by the name of Noble Drew Ali, Mealy L, Mal Bey, Lovett Bey, and Foreman Bey. Since 1928, the trustees/sheiks that were on the affidavit of organization had been appointed and in such position until such successors were duly made. Remember, the Prophet placed a line across elected and put appointed instead. I know there are probably a lot of Moorish Americans who don't agree with the Hood Smith's revised statutes, chapter 32, section 36 of the state of Illinois, but there was a legal requirement that had to be fulfilled according to the said chapter. Please take a look below. 805 ILCS 110/38 from CH 32 PAR 167 seconds 38. A failure to elect trustees at any time shall not work a dissolution of such corporation, but the trustees last elected shall be considered as in office until their successors are elected. Source: Laws 1871-72, p. 296. There were changes in trustees that have lawfully occurred by filling in vacancies in the year 2008 by the Grand Sheikh Marcel Waltonel appointing himself and others as sheikhs and sheikhesses under and by virtue of sections 46A, 46B, 46C, 46D, 46E, 46F, 46 grams, 46H and 46I, is filled in the vacancy positions of sheikhs According to this affidavit, persons were appointed such as sheikhs, sheikhs, heirs, beneficiaries, freeholders, successors, and creditors. A certified copy of such recording shall be evidence of such appointment of sheikhs. This document also included an amendment by resolution inconclusive with the sections 805 ILCS 110/39 from CH 32, PAR 168, seconds 39. All elections of trustees after the first and elections to fill vacancies may be called and conducted upon such notice and in such manner as may be provided by the rules, usages, or bylaws of the congregation, church, or society. No certificate of election after the first need be filed. For record. Source: Laws 1925, P 261. 805 ILCS 110/46A from CH 32, PAR 176 through 805 ILCS 110/46I from CH 32, PAR 184. This is the substantial way to appoint sheikhs or any other commercial agents for entities, but only by the authority and power of the Holy Prophet and the Grand Sheikh, according to Act Number 1 of the Moorish Divine Constitution and bylaws, otherwise that person is out of order. Custody of the state. Custody is the care or control of a thing or person. Those who have the care and control of a person or thing are trustees, or whatever name they may adopt. Chapter 32. Section 43 of the Smith's Revised Statute states 805 ILCS 110/43 from CH 32, PAR 172. Sector 43. The trustees shall have the care, custody, and control of the real and personal property of the corporation, subject to the direction of the congregation, church, or society, and may, when directed by the congregation, church, or society, erect houses or buildings and improvements, and repair and alter the same, and may, when so directed, mortgage, encumber, sell and convey any real or personal estate of such corporation, and enter into all lawful contracts in the name of and in behalf of such corporation, but no mortgage, encumbrance, sale, or conveyance shall be made of any such estate, so as to defeat or destroy the effect of any gift, grant, or legacy which may be made to such corporation, but all such gifts, grants, and legacies shall be appropriated and uses directed or intended by the person or persons making the same. However, this limitation on the disposition of real or personal property does not apply to the extent that a restriction imposed by a donor on the use of an institutional fund may be released by the governing board of an institution under the Uniform Prudent Management of Institutional Funds Act. Source: PA 96-29, EFF 63009. So in actuality, those sheikhs, who were duly appointed by amendment as required by the said paragraph number 172, has the custody of the real and personal estates of the Moorish Science Temple of America. This fact makes you wonder why officers of the jail and prison systems have custody over the prisoners, or likewise when parents have custody of the children. Custody is not real ownership, but refers to the activity of a third party. So I hate for the parents to be disappointed, but legally they don't have full ownership over their children. This is the mystery of the instrument known as the birth certificate. When they realize that they are only custodians of their children, according to the language used by the constructive trust of the United States, then they will seek a remedy to gain their children back. We have the remedy. Question is, can the United States, being incorporated under the District of Columbia, interfere with trust property of the Express Trust? No, because the corpus of the trust has been transferred along with the interest involved. It's always best to give notification to the other party that the property or estate is trust corpus of our Express Trust. If you decide to transfer the corpus of the trust, then you will enjoy the beneficial interest of the transfer upon deed. Trust corpus simply means the body of the trust. Custody is defined as the safe keeping, guardianship, care, watch, inspection, preservation, or security of a thing, carrying with it the idea of the thing being within the immediate personal care and control of the person to whose custody it is subjected. Immediate charge and control, and not the final, absolute control of ownership. Only the state or holder of an estate or sovereign has the final absolute control of ownership. So for example, if a child has been adopted by the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali through the certificate of adoption, and given a free national name, can the Department of Child and Human Services of the state of whether you're from interfere with that trust corpus? Not at all, if the department is properly notified that such action has taken place. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali would have the final absolute control of the person. Remember, he is a fee simple absolute holder due course of the present Moroccan Empire. We as Moorish Americans are not holders in due course but creditors, freeholders, trustees and beneficiaries of the express trust. We have classifications used by the Moorish Science Temple of America to show that you are redeemed a freedman. These classifications are not mentioned in this pamphlet but should be memorized for your own protection and if need to, be cited in a professional matter. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the only holder into a course that has claim, title, and jurisdiction over the person or property of the Moorish Science Temple of America. All property under the name of or behalf of the Moorish Science Temple of America is Religious Trust Corpus of the 1928 Vast Estate Express Trust. Imagine the trust being a vast amount of water in the ocean as far as the eye can see. To hold such a large amount of estates, you have to have a large vast estate. Express trust. Property within a trust should not be interfered unless another trust has a higher claim over the property or estates invested within. The trust has to be lawfully established. Emperor of the Empire. State. Here is a general question. Who would you rather have claiming your person, the state of, or the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali? Personally, I choose Noble Drew Ali. When a person proclaims his or her nationality and his or her free national name under Act 6 of the Moorish Divine Constitution and bylaws, then the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali becomes the claimant over the person. Subject is a powerful word and is always being used by the courts. You are subject to this law and that law. Who or what are you subject to? Subject means one who owes allegiance to a sovereign and is governed by his laws. The sovereign in our new era of time is the prophet. This is why chapter 29 of the Holy Quran Circle 7 is known as magistrate and subject. Remember again, the Moorish Science Temple of America derives its power and authority from the Holy Quran of Mecca. So ask yourself this question: who is the magistrate and who is the subject in this present Moroccan Empire? Chapter XXIX. Magistrate and subject. 10. The favorite of heaven, whom the sons of men, thy equals, have agreed to raise to sovereign power and set as a ruler over themselves. Consider the ends and importance of their trust, far more than the dignity and height of thy station. 2. Thou art clothed in purple, and seated on the throne, the crown of majesty investeth thy temples. The scepter of power is placed in thy hand, but not for thyself or these ensigns given, not meant for thine own, but for the good of thy kingdom. 3. The glory of a king is the welfare of his people. His power and dominion rest on the hearts of his subjects. Here is a picture designating a description of verse 2 of chapter 29. A Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali is clothed in purple, and seated on the throne of glory. This picture, with the Moorish Science Temple of America common seal, can be used as an exhibit of such ruler over ourselves and placed under His Majesty's protection. The Prophet stated that religion is law, and law is religion. This is our law, so learn how to cite the laws of the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Chapter 29 of the Holy Quran Circle 7 is the chapter expressing that we are subjects, and the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali is considered the Emperor of the present Moroccan Empire. This is why I mentioned the present Moroccan Empire so much throughout this pamphlet. Our present Moroccan Empire is mentioned in chapter 47, verse 6. You can't have an empire without an emperor or majestic. An emperor carries the title of a sovereign ruler. This title is a title of sovereign nobility known as Ali. This designates noble Drew Ali as the father of the Asiatic nation, through the uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. In definition, an emperor is a holder of a sovereign extending over conquered or confederated peoples. A king is a ruler of a single people. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the holder of a sovereign body, politic and corporate. This is why the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali say, "Get behind me, if you will not make it through the fire." And he also stated, "I will be your water." So why not let the Holy Prophet hold and have complete ownership over your person? Once it is in his name or in the name of Moorish Science Temple of America, Drew Ali is the holder in due course of the entire property. It is his. I consider the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali as my father and His Majesty. In the Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1787, there is the term majesty frequently being used. The Emperor/Majesty at that time of this treaty was Tahir Ben Abdel Kak Fenish. Don't you see that the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali has been raised to sovereign power and set as a ruler over ourselves, according to our divine law, the Holy Quran, Circle 7, Chapter 29. By theses means described in this book, the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali has the supreme power and authority to establish this body politic and corporate as a sovereign state, and has done just that. For those who doubt that the Moorish Science Temple of America is a sovereign state, here is the definition of sovereign state, meaning state whose subjects or citizens are in the habit of obedience to them, and which are not themselves subject to any other or paramount state in any respect, and no foreign power or law can have control except by convention. As we are under the protection of the Moorish Science Temple of America, we are members of the present conventions by being part and parcel of the U.S.A. Convention is defined as an agreement or compact, especially international agreement, e.g. Geneva Convention, an assembly or meeting of members or representatives of political, legislative, fraternal, etc. organization. By us Moorish Americans, being Moroccans born in America here in Amaxi, we still have a treaty with the Christian nations that is still in full force and effect to this day. This particular compact/treaty between the Moors and the Christian nations is known as the Moroccan Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1787, established at the Royal Courts of Morocco. This is the longest lasting treaty in the world. This treaty was written in the language of Moorish Latin, and consisted of 25 articles on peace and commerce between the Moors and the Christian nations, and was affixed with the hand and seal of the Emperor/Majesty of Morocco. A treaty is simply defined as a compact between two or more independent nations with a view to the public welfare. In the year 1928, the Moorish Science Temple of America had a national convention as well as being a member state of the 6th International Pan-American Conference, which was hosted at Havana, Cuba. The Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali was recognized there as a head of state and had a Moorish American by the name of C. Kirkman Bey there at the conference, speaking for him, and he spoke over more than 30 languages to attend to the affairs of men. So who can really say that the Moorish Science Temple of America is not a recognized nation state? Only those who do not wish to know are in doubt. Islam. Return of the Matriarch. Definition of matriarch. Webster's 1910 International Dictionary. Matriarchy, matriarchy, N. P.L. A state or stage of social evolution in which descent is reckoned only in the female line, all children belonging to the mother's clan. Such a system increases the mother's social and political importance, making her the head of the family and the guardian of religious rites and traditions. Hence, with many writers, matriarchy means not only descent reckoned through the female line, called uterine descent, or cognation, but also rulership by woman. Others, however, discriminate the rights and customs characteristic of uterine descent, as mother right, adaptation of G-mottery, from the political or domestic supremacy of woman, known as gynecocracy, or gynocracy, rulership by women, or metrocracy, rulership by mothers. Matriarchy in the narrow sense, that is, as mother right, is found among many primitive peoples, whether it ever existed in the broader sense is disputed. Nature is a matriarch, divine law, God's law, and nature's law are synonymous. Patriarch and patriots is a foreign concept, not in line with that of spiritual dominion, but in line with that of domination. Civilization and civilization principles are based in nature, a matriarch. As an aboriginal and indigenous being, you are lineal descendants of the mothers and fathers of civilization and civilization principles, meaning you cannot exist any other way than that which is of your descent nature. As such, you are a lineal heir with rights by birth to your ancestral estate and obligations therein. Birth rights, any and all rights, privileges, inheritances, or possessions to which a natural person is entitled to by birth, such as an estate descendable to an heir, or a civil liberty under a free constitution. These rights are corporeal and incorporeal. Corporeal hereditament which are visible and tangible. Incorporeal hereditament which are not in themselves or in itself visible or tangible, and incorporeal hereditament, being of hereditary right, interest, or obligation, etc. Lineal heirs. The words lineal heirs, like heirs of the body, mean all lineal descendants to the remotest posterity and are words of inheritance and not of purchase. Reference/source of law. Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary of Ancient and Modern Jurisprudence 4th edition pg 1079 Definition of lineal heir. Estate relates to any interest which anyone has in lands, or in any subject of property. An estate in lands, tenements, and hereditament, and signifies such interest the tenant has therein. Estate is also constantly used in connection with the words right, title, and interest, and is held as synonymous with all of them. Escheat is an aspect derived of feudal law that portends the falling back or reversion of land to the lord of the fee upon failure of heirs capable of inheritance under the original grant, etc. The condition where the state makes claim of lands or inheritances wherein or whereas the heirs to said estate or inheritances are, by whatever obstruction, incapacity, incompetence, or other constant condition creating or claim to constitute a state of non-descendability. Feudal pertains to feuds and fees, etc. Relating to, and growing out of the feudal system or from feudal law, having its origin amongst European-styled governments. Thus, the return, or rather, the awareness of the matriarch, mother, and its glorifying benefits to its beneficiaries, children, who are the remotest of posterity. Come hear the truth about your nationality and your birthrights. Otherwise, you are participating in ignorance voluntarily. Ignorance, to be ignorant of. To pass over as if not in existence. Voluntary ignorance exists when a party might, by taking reasonable pains, have acquired the necessary knowledge, but does not heed it. Involuntary ignorance is that which does not proceed from choice, and which cannot be overcome by the use of any means of knowledge known to a person within his power, as the ignorance of a law which has not been promulgated. Meaning it is not law, yet people do heed it as if it is law. Know that all powers are separated. Those who are in the position of the ultimate contracted trust, the law of the land, are trustees. This means they are holding something that is not theirs, as they wait for those who it belongs to, the heirs, to make the claim. They are trustees not because they are necessarily trustworthy, but because they are holding the limitations as described in the law of the land as all Moorish Americans are the law manifested in the flesh. They are holding something that does not belong to them, which is our inheritance, derived and granted by birth and not granted by others outside of that mere fact of birth. Power is absolute and absolute power corrupts. No, we do not need to make a trust or change that which has already been granted to us by way of our heritage and inheritance. However, it is our will that makes it so that we create a will, based on our will. Possibly because we do not trust that which already is. Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Adopted by Resolution 263, A of the United Nations General Assembly on December 9, 1948. Article 1. The contracting parties confirm that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law which they undertake to prevent and to punish. Article 2. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Article 3. The following acts shall be punishable. A. Genocide. B. Conspiracy to commit genocide. C. Direct and public incitement to commit genocide. D. Attempt to commit genocide. E. Complicity in genocide. Article 4. Persons committing genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be punished, whether they are constitutionally responsible rulers, public officials, or private individuals. Article 5. The contracting parties undertake to enact, in accordance with their respective constitutions, they necessary legislation to give effect to the provisions of the present convention and, in particular, to provide effective penalties for persons guilty of genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3. Article 6. Persons charged with genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be tried by a competent tribunal of the state in the territory of which the act was committed, or by such international penal tribunal as may have jurisdiction with respect to those contracting parties, which shall have accepted its jurisdiction. Article 7. Genocide and the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall not be considered as political crimes. For the purpose of extradition, the contracting parties pledge themselves in such cases to grant extradition in accordance with their laws and treaties in force. Article 8. Any contracting party may call upon the competent organs of the United Nations to take such action under the Charter of the United Nations as they consider appropriate for the prevention and suppression of acts of genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3. Article 9. Disputes between the contracting parties relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the present convention, including those relating to the responsibility of a state for genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3, shall be submitted to the International Court of Justice at the request of any of the parties to the dispute. Article 10. The present convention, of which the Chinese, English, French, Russian and Spanish texts are equally authentic, shall bear the date of December 9, 1948. Article 11. The present convention shall be open until December 31, 1949 for signature on behalf of any member of the United Nations and of any non-member state to which an invitation to sign has been addressed by the General Assembly. The present convention shall be ratified, and the instruments of ratification shall be deposited with the Secretary General of the United Nations. After January 1, 1950, the present convention may be acceded to on behalf of any member of the United Nations and of any non-member state which has received an invitation as aforesaid. Instruments of accession shall be deposited with the Secretary General of the United Nations. Article 12. Any contracting party may at any time, by notification addressed to the Secretary General of the United Nations, extend the application of the present convention to all or any of the territories, for the conduct of whose foreign relations that contracting party is responsible. Article 13. On the day when the first 20 instruments of ratification or accession have been deposited, the Secretary General shall draw up a pro se verbal and transmit a copy of it to each member of the United Nations and to each of the non-member states contemplated in Article 11. The present convention shall come into force on the 90th day following the date of deposit of the 20th instrument of ratification or accession. Any ratification or accession effected subsequent to the latter date shall become effective on the 90th day following the deposit of the instrument of ratification or accession. Article 14. The present convention shall remain in effect for a period of 10 years as from the date of its coming into force. It shall thereafter remain in force for successive periods of 5 years for such contracting parties as have not denounced it at least 6 months before the expiration of the current period. Denunciation shall be effected by a written notification addressed to the Secretary General of the United Nations. Article 15. If, as a result of denunciations, the number of parties to the present convention should become less than 16, the convention shall cease to be in force as from the date on which the last of these denunciations shall become effective. Article 16. A request for the revision of the present convention may be made at any time by any contracting party by means of a notification in writing addressed to the Secretary General. The General Assembly shall decide upon the steps, if any, to be taken in respect of such request. Article 17. The Secretary General of the United Nations shall notify all members of the United Nations and the non-member states contemplated in Article 11 of the following. A. Signatures, ratifications, and accessions received in accordance with Article 11. B. Notifications received in accordance with Article 12. C. The date upon which the present convention comes into force in accordance with Article 13. D. Denunciations received in accordance with Article 14. E. The abrogation of the convention in accordance with Article 15. F. Notifications received in accordance with Article 16. Article 18. The original of the present convention shall be deposited in the archives of the United Nations. A certified copy of the convention shall be transmitted to all members of the United Nations and to the non-member states contemplated in Article 11. Article 19. The present convention shall be registered by the Secretary General of the United Nations on the date of its coming into force. Created on August 16, 1994 / last edited on January 27, 1997. Yahushua takes the 6th degree and passed the 6th the depth chamber of the eastern sages. In all the land there was no place more grandly furnished than the beauty parlors of the temple of the Sunday. 1. Few students ever entered these rooms. The priests guarded them with awe, and called them halls of mysteries. 2. When Yehoshua had attained the victory over fear, he gained the right to enter here. 3. The guide led on the way. And, after passing many richly furnished rooms, they reached the hall of harmony, and there was Yehoshua left alone. 4. Among the instruments of music was a harpsichord. And Yehoshua sat in thoughtful mood, inspecting it. When quietly a maiden of entrancing beauty came into the hall. 5. She did not seem to notice Yehoshua as he sat and mused, so busy with his thoughts. 6. She found her place beside the harpsichord. She touched the chords most gently, and she sang the songs of Israel. 7. And Yehoshua was entranced. Such beauty he had never seen, such music he had never heard. 8. The maiden sang her songs. She didn't seem to know that anyone was near. She went her way. 9. And Yehoshua, talking with himself, said out, "What is the meaning of this incident? I did not know that such entrancing beauty and such queen-like loveliness were ever found among the sons of men. 10. I did not know that voice of an angel ever graced a human form, or that seraphic music ever came from human lips. 11. For days he sat entranced. The current of his thoughts was changed. He thought of nothing but the singer and her songs. 12. He longed to see her once again, and, after days, she came. She spoke and laid her hand upon his head. 13. Her touch thrilled all his soul, and, for a time, forgot the work that he was sent to do. 14. Few were the words the maiden said. She went her way, but then the heart of Yehoshua had been touched. 15. A love flame had been kindled in his soul, and he was brought to face the sorest trial of life. 16. He could no sleep, nor could he eat. The thoughts of the maiden came, they would not go. His carnal nature called aloud for her companionship. 17. And then, he said, "Lo, I have conquered every foe that I have met, and shall I now be conquered by carnal love?" 18. My Father sent me here to show the power of love divine, that love that reaches every living thing. 19. Shall this pure universal love be all absorbed by carnal love? Shall I forget all creatures else, and lose my life in this fair maiden? Though she is the highest type of beauty, purity, and love. 20. Into its very depths his soul was stirred, and long he wrestled with this angel idol of his heart. 21. But when the day was almost lost, his higher ego rose in might. He found himself again, and then he said, 22. Although my heart shall break, I will not fall in this my hardest task. I will be victor over carnal love. 23. And when again the maiden came and offered him her hand and heart, he said, 24. Fair one, your very presence thrills me with delight. Your voice is benediction to my soul. My human self would fly with you, and be contented in your love. 25. But all the world is craving for a love that I have come to manifest. 26. I must then bid you go, but we will meet again. Our ways on earth will not be cast apart. 27. I see you in the hurrying throngs of earth as minister of love. I hear your voice in song that wins the hearts of men to better things. 28. And then in sorrow and in tears the maiden went away, and Yehoshua was alone again. 29. Instantly the great bells of the temple rang. The grotto blazed with light. 30. The Hierophant himself appeared, and said, "All hail triumphant Logos, hail the conqueror of carnal love. Stands on the height." 31. And he placed in Yehoshua's hand a scroll on which was written, "Love divine." 32. Together they passed from the grotto of the beautiful temple, and in the banquet hall a feast was served. And Yehoshua was the honored guest. Yehoshua reveals the marriage law of man and wife. From Allah. 1. The law forbids adultery, but, in the eyes of the law, adultery is an overt act, the satisfaction of the sensuous self, outside the marriage bonds. 2. NOW, marriage, in the sight of the law, is but a promise made by man and woman, by the sanction of the priest, to live together until death. No priest or officer has the power from Allah to bind two souls in wedded love. 3. What is a marriage tie? It is not what the priest may say or do. There is but one true marriage, and Allah alone can perform this marriage. 4. It is the love of Allah that finds its way into the two man and woman's hearts. And that is all ever to be. Your priests cannot cause this to be. 5. It is the promise of the two that they will love each other until death. 6. Is love a passion that is subject to the will of man? 7. Can man pick up his love as he would a gem, and lay it down or give it out to any tea down or give it out to anyone? 8. Can love be bought and sold like sheep? 9. Love is the power of Allah that binds two souls and makes them one. There is no power on earth that can dissolve this bond. 10. The bodies may be forced apart by man or death for just a little time, but they will meet again. 11. Now, in this bond of Allah, we find the marriage tie. All other unions are but bonds of straw, and they who live in them commit adultery. 12. But more than this, the man or woman who indulges lustful thoughts commits adultery. 13. Whom Allah has joined together, man cannot part. Whom man has joined together, lie in sin. 14 But lo, I say that he who in the heart desires to possess that which is not his own, a thief in the sight of Allah. The thing which men see not with eyes of flesh are of more worth than the thing that men can see. 15 A good name is worth 1,000 times a mine of gold, and he who says a word, or does a deed that injures or defames that name is a thief. 16 Upon the table of the law we read, thou shalt not covet anything. 17 To covet is an all-consuming wish to have anything that is not right for anyone to have, and such wish in the spirit of the law is theft. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republici e Almor Iconos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Amaxime / Northwest Africa / North America / the North Gate. Underscore 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 I, Victor Royce Duquette L. Proclaim all Moors diplomatic immunity registration is number AA222141 for all travel, foreign and domestic security and safe harbor for all Moors on my property being lawful. I, Victor Royce Duquette L. am private and not public. Since, I've declared / proclaimed my Moorish American nationality. Not only, for the record, it was done at and near many venues and on many media as well, and still for over 6 years undisputed on all truth in my documents and evidence provided as attached in this judicial notice and proclamations. Name declaration, correction proclamation, and publication. Legal notice, name declaration, correction proclamation, and publication. Affidavit of the National Trust of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Declaration of Trust. Clear and perfect allodial titles. Treaties. Letter from George Washington to Muhammad ibn Abdullah, Sultan of Morocco, City of New York, December 1st, 1789. Right of protection in Morocco. Requests. North America, South America, Central America, including the adjoining islands, Americanas / Amirs / Al Maroc, and anywhere else the Moorish Empire extends to beyond the Moor Circle 7 Temple property. With that being said, my judicial name declaration and proclamation of nationality are signed and sealed by GEOR Amor Aqua L, Moorish American Consul / Judge, and Abaysai Talat Bey, Consul, and are now divine law. With that said, any and all vehicles for land, air, or water, any and all land, food, property, fixture, medical care, household bills / expenses are to be paid in full for all declared being a Moorish American, or Moorish American subject nationals, or Moorish American subjects, or Moorish American protected subjects at fee simple, absolute, and without prejudice as long as our treaties are honored. If there is any human rebut, then all sentences in this notice must be rebutted starting from the beginning to the end of this notice in 3 days after delivery of this notice, starting from November 4th, 2020, 11:59 p.m. If this affidavit of fact is not rebutted, then it will not only be as truth but it will be unrebutted in law. I also require a personal liaison to assist me with these matters and all to come. I, Noble Victor Royce Duquette L., Blood, Right, and Nobility, have officially put the United States corporate corporations on notice, and require the trustee obligations to be fulfilled with the highest regard, and to their fullest capabilities without prejudice. Fee simple and absolute. Moorish National Republic Federal Government, Northeast Amaxime. Territories and Dominions. An unincorporated Moorish Science Temple for America. The true and de jure natural heirs and inheritors to the land. I self. Law. AM Master. Political status. Classified truth A1 freeholder by inheritance. Moor Circle 7 Temple. Moorish Science Temple of America. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Moorish National Republic Federal Government, Northeast Amaxime Territories and Dominions. Declaration of Nationality. For the indigenous Moorish American nationals of the continental United States of America Republic and adjoining islands. This declaration is filed in amendment to Doc number 10105905, to the Drew Valley Vass Estate, Book 521, page 579. Recorded August 1st, 1928 at 2:52 p.m. Know all men and women by these present, that I, Noble Victor Royce Duquette L., am, and each Moor is a flesh and blood spiritual man and woman, and duly affirmed standing squarely upon our principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice deposes. I and my heirs and all Moors are free Moorish American national, of Al Maroc, America, North, Central, South America, and the adjoining islands, anciently referred to as Amaxime. I am and we all are part and parcel to the land of our ancient foremothers and ancient forefathers, Moroccans, by birthright and inheritance, aboriginal and indigenous as well as de jure natural citizen of the continental United States of America, declaring mine and our power and authority by right of birth and right of soil, retaining all substantive unalienable rights and immunities as described in the organic United States Constitution, Moroccan Treaty of Peace and Friendship of the 1787 1787, superseded by the Treaty of 1836 between the United States of America and Morocco. The Public Statutes at Large of the United States, Volume 8, pages 100 to 104 and 484 to 487. In force. Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. E/CN 4/sub.2/1994/2/at.1 Article 5. Every indigenous individual has the right to a nationality, and the Declaration of Rights of the Child. G.A.Res. 1386. 14. 14 UNGAOR sub. Number 16 at 19. UN Doc. A/4354. 1959. Principle 3. The child shall be entitled from his birth to a name and a nationality, which is federally enforced pursuant to Article 6 of the Constitution of the United States of American Republic. Our divine Constitution and bylaws and the Zodiac Constitution, natural law. Be it further known that I and my heirs and all lawful Moorish beneficiaries are returning the names and titles given to us and other Moorish beneficiaries of the colonial possessors and returning, relinquishing, and disclaiming it because it was prepared for them by their earthly and divine salvation. But likewise I am and my heirs and all Moorish American beneficiaries are reclaiming our ancestral title and appellations which was prepared for our earthly and divine salvation by our forefathers and foremothers either bearing the title El, Bey, Day, Al, Ali. In like manner my appellation and title shall remain a Moorish American one. Noble Victor Royce Duquette El, and I am in my proper person in propria persona sui juris, not having any legal disabilities. I am not a citizen governed under the naturalization or immigration, not a 14th Amendment person, or U.S. citizen, not subjected to the statutory colorable law jurisdiction of the United States and the corporate monopoly of the federal, state, local, and municipal government. I, being in propria persona sui juris, in connection with my property and name am free of any legal disability resulting from a contract or commercial agreement being held in due course. Any evidence to the contrary is hereby rebutted. /A/I am, Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Date, March 18/2023 10:26. I wish to meet soon to see what aid our Moorish nation can help with to uplift fallen humanity. Moor Circle 7 Temple. World Declaration for Aboriginal and Indigenous People on our estates. To all elected, all non-elected and to all appointed United States Republic officials, public servants, and officers of trust, etc., doing business as, of, and for the federal, state, city, and municipal governments, including their personnel, their contractors, and their other associate corporate entities doing business at North America, and to all third-party interlopers or contractors, etc., concerning their fiduciary obligations, their official oaths, and their duties enumerated in the American Constitution, adopted for governance of the United States Republic, all binding treaties, the established law of the land, and all statutory and civil law codes of the land, etc., know all men by these publications and presents, upon my heirship, inherited nobility, and upon my private aboriginal/indigenous, proper person status and commercial liability, we, being duly affirmed under consanguinity, pledge my national, political, and spiritual allegiance to my Moabite/Moorish nation, being the archaic aboriginal/indigenes of Amaxine, the Americas, standing squarely affirmed upon my oath to the 5 points of life, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, do squarely affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and having knowledge and firmly established belief upon the historical, lawful, and adjudicated facts contained herein, being competent, in my own proper person, to attest to this affidavit upon which I place my signature, whereas, I state, proclaim, and declare the following to be true, correct, certain, complete, not misleading, supreme, and not intended to be presented for any misrepresented, colored, or improper use or purpose, to wit, that we are nobles for the Al-Moroccan Empire, North America, in propria persona, my own proper self, being Moorish American and heir and descendant of the ancient Moabites/Moors, by birthright, by freehold, by primogeniture, and by inheritance, being aboriginal and indigenous to the land, Amaxine/Americas, territorium hereditament of my ancient Moabite/Moorish foremothers and forefathers, to wit, the Al-Moroccan, American, continents, are the lands of the Moors who have been referred to as Abenaki Akohanak, Akomai Akama, Adinas, Alabama Kushada, tribe of Texas, Olegons, Aleut, Algonquin, Amansaqua, Cherokee, Apache Arikara, Mandan, Hidatsa, Anishinaabe, Anasazi, Appalachee, Aquidneck, Arapaho, Arawak, Arikara, Aroostook, Assateague, Assiniboine, Athabascan, Atsina, Aztecs, Bella, Kula, Beathuk, Blackfeet, Blackfoot, Bodega Miwok, Brothertown, Caddo, Cahuilla, California, Calusa, Carrier Sekani, Catawba, Cayuga, Cayuse, Chehalis, Cherokee, Cheyenne, Chickaloon, Chickasaw, Chicora, Chickarawakama, Chinook, Chilkatin, Chippewa, Choctaw, Cheetamacha, Chucalissa, Chumash, Siboney, Clatsop, K-OTIK Coeur d'Alene, Connery, Comanche, Costanone, Coushatta, Cowichan, Cowlitz, Creek, Crees, Crow, Dakota, Dutcho, Delaware, Dean, Diegueno, Dinet, Eastern, Woodland, Edisto, Eel River Peoples, Eiu, Erie, Estet, Eskimo, Esalen, Flathead, Fond du Lac, Gabrielino, Goshute, Gros-Ventre, Wichan, Haida, Hollywossipinite, Havasupai, Hawaii, Edetsa, Ho-Chunk, Hohokam, Hopi, Haudenosaunee, Homa, Hualapai, Kupa, Huron, Illinois, Incas, Inupiaq, Inupiat, Inuit, Iowa, Iroquois, Kalispel, Karankawan, Karuk/Karok, Kashayapomo, Ka, Kitua, Kickapoo, Kiowa, Kiowa, Kiers, Clallam, Kosadi, Koshayer, Janaxa, Huguenot, Kuyu, Kumayaikwakiudal, Lakota, Lenni Lenape, Listaguch, Luisinos, Lumbee, Lumi, Mexican, Maidu Mekoopda, Maka, Mandans, Mascoutin, Matabetic, Matabenite, Matol, Maya, Maharan, Menominee, Medoak, Miami, Miami Chippewa, Mycosopti, Micmac, Middle Woodland, Mingo Iroquois, Minnesota, Mississippi Bands, Missouri Tribes, Miwok, Modoc, Mohawk, Mohegan, Mohican, Mojave, Monacan, Mono, Montauk, Montaukett, Mounds, and Mound Builders, Mauicot, Muckleshoot Munsee, Muskogee, Muigma, Nanticoke Narragansett, Natchez, Navajones Purse, Nipissing, Nipmuc, Niskay, Nisqually, Nomlakey, Mooksack, Nootka, and erroneously referred to, branded as and mislabeled. Negroes, blacks, coloreds, and African Americans, Latinos, etc., being North America, South America, Central America, including the adjoining islands, Americana/Amur/Almaroc. We acknowledge, we claim, and we possess, by the said inheritance and primogeniture, the freehold status thereto, all unalienable and substantive rights, to be, to enjoy, and to act, distinct in my aboriginal traditions, customs and culture, and determining our own political, social, and economic status of the state. We are turning our hearts, our allegiance, and our minds back to our ancient mothers and fathers, Moors/Moors, with cognate honor, and by divine and natural right. Being Moorish Americans, the direct heirs and descendants of the ancient Moabites, we have and possess the divine and internationally recognized rights to our hereditaments and resources, and proclaim the right to determine our own social, economic and political life and status of the state, and in harmony with international law, and with such rights of claim being absent of foreign law threats, coercion, or acquiescence to a color of law, a color of office, nor to be subjected by any occupying foreign persons to any imposed frauds, nom de guerre or color of authority. Moors/Moorish Americans/Moors who have been referred to as Abenaki Akohaneth, Akomaayakama, Adinas, Alabama Coushatta, Tribe of Texas, Allegons, Aleut, Algonquin, Amansaqua, Cherokee, Apache Arikara, Mandan, Edetsa, Anishinaabe, Anasazi, Appalachee, Aquidneck, Arapaho, Arawak, Arikara, Aroostook, Assateague, Assiniboine, Athabascan, Atsina, Aztecs, Bella, Kula, Beathuk, Blackfeet, Blackfoot, Bodega Miwok, Brothertown, Caddo, Cahuilla, California, Calusa, Carrier Saiconi, Catawba, Cayuga, Cayuse, Chehalis, Cherokee, Cheyenne, Chickaloon, Chickasaw, Chicora, Chickarawakama, Chinook, Chilkatin, Chippewa, Choctaw, Cheetamacha, Chucalissa, Chumash, Siboney, Clatsop, K-OTIK Coeur d'Alene, Connery, Comanche, Costanone, Coushatta, Cowichan, Cowlitz, Creek, Crees, Crow, Dakota, Dutcho, Delaware, Dean, Diegueno, Dinet, Eastern Woodland, Edisto, Eel River, Peoples, Eiu, Erie, Estet, Eskimo, Esalen, Flathead, Fond du Lac, Gabrielino, Goshute, Gros-Ventre, Wichan, Haida, Hollywossipinite, Havasupai, Hawaii, Edetsa, Ho-Chunk, Hohokam, Hopi, Haudenosaunee, Homa, Hualapai, Kupa, Huron, Illinois, Incas, Inupiaq, Inuit, Iowa, Iroquois, Kalispel, Karen Kawin, Karak/Karak, Kashea, Homo, Ka, Kitua, Kikabu, Kaiwa, Kaiwa, Kiers, Klalam, Kosadi, Koshair, Tunaxa, Kudanai, Kuyu, Kumayai Guakiuno, Lakota, Lenny Lenape, Listaguch, Luisinos, Lumbi, Lumi, Mexican, Maidu Mekoopda, Maka, Mandans, Mescoudan, Matabetic, Matabanai, Matol, Maya, Maharan, Menominee, Medoa, Miami, Miami Chippewa, Mykosogi, Micmac, Middle Woodland, Mingo Iroquois, Minnesota, Mississippi Bands, Missouri Tribes, Miwok, Modoc, Mohawk, Mohegan, Mohegan, Mojave, Monacan, Mono, Montauk, Montaukett, Mounds End, Mound Builders, Maui-Cot, Muckleshoot Muncie, Muskogee, Muwekma, Nanticoke Narragansett, Natchez, Navajo-Nez Perce, Nipissing, Nitma, Niskay, Nisqually, Nomlaki, Nooksack, Nootka, Puerto Rican, Haitian, and erroneously referred to, branded as the mislabeled Negroes, blacks, coloreds, and African Americans, Latinos, etc., have, proclaim and possess the unalienable rights, substantive rights, and birthright, inheritance to our ancient pedigree traditions and customs, and the right of claim to our Al-Moroccan attributes, names, and nationality, substantiated by, and supported by, nature's laws, by divine law, by primogeniture, and by the recognized laws of the nations of the earth, international, being the true, ancient, aboriginal/indigenes and heirs of the land, Amaxim/America. The North Gate, being the geographical heartland, Maghreb, of the Moroccan Empire. Moors/Moors are the de jure and rightful freeholders by birthright, by inheritance, and by primogeniture status, and have by those inherited rights, descendable claims. Note, to all comers, that we, heirs of the land, possess the secured rights to travel upon the lands of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, upon the public roadways, upon the byways and upon the highways of our continental United States, relating to the organic land, and absent of the genocidal, fraud-based extortion tributes, and human trafficking imposed by foreign-colored inquisitionists, or by their corporation. Imposed excise taxation constructs, invented by the racketeering, anti-constitutional, foreign states legislators, constructed under color and style to abridge and to steal substantive rights belonging to the natural peoples. These substantive rights are supported by, and asserted by, royal law, Moorish law, Muslim/Muslim law, the law of the Great Peace, the laws of nature, divine law, nature's God, the laws of nations, the Free Moorish Great Seal Zodiac Constitution, stare decisis, residential judicata, and bindingly affirmed by Articles 3, 4, and 6 of the American Constitution Covenant of 1774 to 1781. AD equals and Treaty 1200-1 MC, as lawfully adopted for the United States Republic, establishing its republican form of government. The said American Constitution established the people's supreme law of the land, standing upon the principles of moral government to secure the rights of the people, and to keep limited government operatives bound and in check by official oath, and by official bond. Let it be known that, down from the ancients ones, our primogenitors, came the Alodai principles which established the supreme law of the land. Egypt, Haikupta, is the capital empire of the dominion of Africa. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. They, Moabites, from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. This includes Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, Mauritania, and the Americas, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa, across the great Atlantis, even unto the present North America, South America, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands. Americana, before the great earthquake, which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. The Great Seal Pyramid is the national emblem and insignia of the Moorish nation / Empire of North America. Geographical location. The Great Pyramid, equilateral, is also the archaic symbol for civilization on the planet Earth. The Honorable Moors. Acknowledgement of our Great Seal indicates those heirs who own up to, who support, and who proclaim our free national government. Moors who are active and not passive in the social, civilization, culture and custom matters, involving law, order, and governmental principles, are hereby entreated to support this affirmation. Moors/Moors who strive toward this end, with honor, are entrusted by Noble Drew Alley to help in the great humanitarian work of uplifting ourselves, our fellow man, and humanity at large. We, the conscious heirs, seek, at all times, to be cognizant of the civilization works, instructions, and progressive acts necessary to teach, to preserve, and to defend the nationality and birthrights of all Moorish Americans, Al-Moroccans, etc. The noble Moors/Moors, heirs apparent, who have been referred to as Abenaki Akohanif, Akoma Yakima, Adinas, Alabama Kushada, Tribe of Texas, Olegons, Aleut, Algonquin, Amansaquath, Cherokee, Apache Arikara, Mandan, Hidefta, Anishinaabe, Anasazi, Appalachee, Aquidneck, Arapaho, Arawak, Arikara, Arusta, Assateague, Assiniboine, Athabascan, Atsina, Aztecs, Bella, Kula, Beathuk, Blackfeet, Blackfoot, Bodega Miwok, Brothertown, Caddo, Kawia, California, Calusa, Carrier Saikani, Catawba, Cayuga, Cayuse, Chehalis, Cherokee, Cheyenne, Chickaloon, Chickasaw, Chicora, Shikarawakama, Chinook, Chilcotin, Chippewa, Choctaw, Chitamacha, Chucalissa, Chumash, Siboney, Clatsop, Cacopakur, Delane, Coterie, Comanche, Costano, Coushatta, Calichon, Cowlitz, Creek, Crees, Crow, Dakota, Decho, Delaware, Dean, Dietwano, Dinette, Eastern Woodland, Edisto, Eel River, Peoples, EIU, Erie, Estetic, Eskimo, Esselen, Flathead, Bon du Lac, Gabrielino, Goshute, Gros Ventre, Wichan, Haida, Hollywossibonite, Havasupai, Hawaii, Hidetza, Ho Chunk, Hohokam, Hopi, Haudenosaunee, Homa, Hualapai, Hupa, Huron, Illinois, Incas, Innu, Inupiaq, Inupiat, Inuit, Iowa, Iroquois, Kalispel, Karankawan, Karuk/Karok, Kashea, Homo, Ka, Kitua, Kickapoo, Kiowa, Kiowa, Kiers, Clallam, Kosadi, Koshair, Tunaxa, Kudanite, Kuyu, Kumayaiquakiudal, Lakota, Lenni Lenape, Listakuch, Luisinos, Lumbi, Lumi, Mexican, Maidu Mekoopda, Maka, Mandans, Mescoudan, Matabetic, Matabenite, Matol, Maya, Maharan, Menominee, Medoc, Miami, Miami Chippewa, Mycosucky, Micmac, Middle Woodland, Mingo Iroquois, Minnesota, Mississippi Bands, Missouri Tribes, Miwok, Modoc, Mohawk, Mohegan, Mohegan, Mojave, Mono, Montauk, Montaukett, Mounds End, Mound Builders, Malicot, Muckleshoot Muncie, Muskogee, Mulutma, Nanticoke Narragansett, Natchez, Navajones Purse, Nipissing, Nipmuc, Nisqually, Nisqually, Nomblakey, Nooksack, Nootka, Puerto Rican, Haitian, and erroneously referred to, branded as and mislabeled Negroes, blacks, coloreds, and African Americans, Latinos, etc., etc. are the natural members/citizens of the ancient Al-Moroccan Empire, North America/the North Gate, and are by civic and social duty, bound to recognize and to support our Great Seal sovereign Moorish national federal government and consanguination of the Aboriginal and Indigenous natural people. In our relation with others, we command the enforcement of our Moroccan Constitution. Thus, such organized communications and orders are referred to as the Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs, the Free Moorish Nation, inclusive of all the Aboriginal/Indigene tribes and provinces of the natural people, etc., are the rightful bearers of the attributes, names, and noble titles, Ali, El, Bey, Big, and Al. The free Moors/Moors, by freehold inheritance, retain all substantive rights and immunities, enjoy the exercising of all substantive rights, and operate upon consummated, right law, isonomite, principles, having pre-existing, vested constitution, and treaty, secured rights and immunities from foreign corporate taxation, and from foreign, criminal, and civil jurisdiction by, and of, the colonial Union States rights. Republic USA, private corporation and persons, pursuant to, but not limited to, divine right, the United States Republic Supreme Court, international law, and the acts of state to wit. Every sovereign state, people, is bound to respect the independence of every other sovereign state, people, and the courts of one country, people, will not sit in judgment on the acts of the government of another, done within the same or its own territory. The present Union States municipal and civil laws and codes imposed upon the land are a private law, incorporated unit of self-government established by the political powers of the General Assembly of each state of the Union, limited and bound by Article 4, and initiated at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, North America, in the year 1854, 1854. It governs only the rights and conduct of the alleged so-called white people, Christians, and Jews, of the 1863, 1863 Union States Rights Republic, under the Magna Carta, the Great Charter, the Knights of Columbus Code, and the Ku Klux Klan Oath. Forever, the said Union States Rights Republic denies citizenship in the United States Republic, USA, to the heir descendants of the Moorish nation in the Western Hemisphere, who have been erroneously referred to, branded as and mislabeled as Negroes, Blacks, Coloreds, and African Americans, Latinos, etc., etc. In addition, the Supreme Court of the United States, in the landmark case of Dred Scott v. Sanford 60 US, 19 Howard, 393, 1857, held that Negroes, whether held to slavery or free, were not included and were not intended to be included in the category of citizen subjects of the Union States Rights Republic. Resultantly, the true indigene nobles of the Al-Moroccan Empire, free Moors, bearers of the attributes/names/noble titles Ali, El, Bey, Dey, and Al, are excluded from the Union States Rights Republic, USA, jurisdiction. The true nobles of the Al-Moroccan Empire are sovereign, private, and self-governed by right law principles and customs, and only obligated to the free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, Circle 7, archaically established by our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Such extended allegiance and obligation includes the Great Seal and the high principles and morale standards, embodied in the Moorish national flag, standard, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. The true Al-Moroccan noble indigenes of the land maintain a constitutional and lawful, non-obligatory tax status and position, relative to all foreign entity taxation, indigenes not taxed, and maintain a non-obligatory respect for the Union States Rights Republic, USA, its members, its laws, its ordinances, its codes, its customs and its traditions, pursuant to the Free Moorish American Zodiac Constitution, Articles 4 and 6, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the United States and Morocco 1787, 1786-87, superseded by the Treaty of 1836, 1836, Resolution 75, Journals of the House of Representatives, adopted for the United States, April 17, 1933 AD, Moorish American Society of Philadelphia, and the use of their names. Reaffirmations have been made via a United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Child, General Assembly Resolution 1386, 14 UNDRSUPP, No. 16, at 19, UN Document A/4354, 1959, the United Nations Universal Declarations on Human Rights, Article 15, General Assembly Resolution 217A, 3, of 10, December 1948 AD, Executive Order 13107, United States Republic, North America. The implementation of human rights treaties, the National Constitution for the Continental United States, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment B. Liberty Clause, Amendment 9, Reservation of the Rights of the People, the United States Department of Justice. Moorish Credentials, Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, Truth A1. Classified, the United States Copyright Certificate Number A222141, Clock of Destiny, A. Moorish Nationality and Identification Card, Moorish Holy Temple of Science/Moorish Science Temple of America Identification Cards, etc. Furthermore, we assert our full birthrights, sovereignty and substantive rights, and my right of claim to all hereditaments, being sundry free Moors/Moors and a natural beings, distinguished from all and any spurious constructs created by the foreigners, or by their agencies, pursuant to Moabite/Moorish pedigree, the Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, the Great Seal of the Moorish Nation of Antioquia, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1786-87/1836, the Sundry Free Moors Act of 1790, the 1781 Organic United States Constitution, the Moorish Federal Financiers Act, Union States Army, 1861-1863, the 1854 Roman Catholic Magna Carta, the Knights of Columbus Code, the Ku Klux Klan Oath, the United Nations Charter. Article 55, c. The Rights of Indigenous People, Part I, Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Part 2. Article 6. The United States Supreme Court, Acts of State, the Foreign Sovereign. Communities Act 28 U.S.C. 1601, et sequa, the Convention on International Road Traffic Day. 19. September 1949, the World Court Decision, The Hague, Netherlands, Day 21, January. 1958 A.D equals 1378 MC in reference to the rights of the natural peoples and of their substantive rights, etc. The following are pertinent and established Supreme Court decisions, stare decisis in residential judicata, to wit. 1. The right to travel, the right to mode of conveyance, the right to locomotion are all absolute rights, and the police cannot make void the exercise of rights. State B. Armstead, 60 S 778, 779, and 781. 2. The use of the highways for the purpose of travel and transportation is not a mere privilege, but a common and fundamental right of which the public and natural beings cannot be deprived. Chicago Motor Coach v. Chicago 337 Illinois 200, 169 NE 22, ALR. Light Air v. Chicago 139 Ill. 46, 2080 934. Boone v. Clark 214 SW 607, 25 M. Jure, 1st. Highways, Sector 163. 3. The right to park or travel is part of the liberty of which the natural person, citizen cannot be deprived without due process of law under the 5th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Kent v. Dulles 357 S 116, 125. 4. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport one's property thereon, either by carriage or automobile, is not a mere privilege, which a city may prohibit or permit at will, but a common right, which he/she has under the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thompson v. Smith 154 SC 579. 5. State police power extends only to immediate threats to public safety, health, welfare, etc. Michigan v. Duke 266 US, 476 lead. At 449, which driving and speeding are not. California v. Farley said. RPT 89, 20 CA3 RD 1032, 1971. 6. The state is prohibited from violating substantive rights. Owens v. City, 445 US 662, 1980, and it cannot do by one power, e.g. police power, that which is, for example, prohibited expressly to any other such power, e.g. taxation/eminent domain, as a matter of law. US and UTV Daniels, 22 P 159, nor indirectly that which is prohibited to it directly. Fairbanks v. US 181, US 283, 294, 300. 7. Traveling in an automobile on the public road was not a threat to the public safety or health and constituted no hazard to the public, and such a traveler owed no other duty to the public, e.g. the state, he/she and his/her auto, having equal right to and on the roadways/highways as horses and wagons, etc. This same right is still substantive. Rule, in that speeding, running stop signs, traveling without license plates, or registration, are not threats to the public safety, and thus, are not arrestable offenses. Christie v. Elliott, 216 I 131, 74 He 1035, LRANS 1905-1910, California v. Farley 98 said. RPT 89, 20 CA 3D 1032, 1971. 8. Under the United States Republic's constitutional system of government and upon the individuality and intelligence of the citizen, the state does not claim to control one's conduct to others, leaving one the sole judge as to all that affects oneself. Mugler v. Kansas 1213 US 623, 659-60. 9. Where rights secured by the Constitution are involved, there can be no rule, making, or legislation, which would abrogate them. Miranda v. Arizona 384 US 436, 125. 10. The claim and exercise of constitutional rights cannot be converted into a crime. Miller v. Kansas 230 F. 2nd 486, 489. 11. For a crime to exist, there must be an injured party, corpus delicti. There can be no sanction or penalty imposed on one because of this constitutional right. Scherer v. Cullen 481 Aboriginal and Indigenous Peoples Documents, Northwest Amexem/North Africa, /North America/ the Moroccan Empire, Continental United States, Temple of the Moon and Sun, non-domestic, non-resident, non-subject being the rightful heirs and inheritors of the land. Page 5 of 8 Magna 002 underscore Judicial Notice and Proclamation F 945. 12. If any tribunal, court, finds absence of proof of jurisdiction over a person and subject matter, the case must be dismissed. Louisville v. Motley 2111 S 149, 29s. CT 42. The accuser bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. 13. Lack of federal jurisdiction cannot be waived or overcome by agreement of parties. Griffin v. Matthews, 310 F Super 341, 342, 1969 and want of jurisdiction may not be cured by consent of parties. Industrial Edition Association VC.IR, 323, Us 310, 313. Whereas, in light of the foregoing jurisprudence stare decisis and res judicata affirmed and declared by the Supreme Court decisions, by facts, and by law, and counter to the negative and colorable social and political conditions instituted by corporate state persons of the Union States Society, there exists a blatant want of jurisdiction on the part of the Union States Rights Republic, USA, and by its agents, personnel, contractors, and assigns. Maxims and axioms are lawfully, legally in force under national and international law attending to these issues. And this affiant, natural being, in propria persona, does not abandon any of my estate rights, do not waive any substantive rights, does not transfer power of attorney to any foreigner, and does not willingly consent to any public trial or ministerial hearing in any colorable tribunal venue or involvement with any non-Article 3, unconstitutional jurisdiction. The official oaths and bonds, the obligations, and the fiduciary duties of all accusers and proof-bound claimants to national constitution and treaty law and order, the civilization principles fixed in constitution law, still stands. Definition and truth still rules. Non-compliance is a federal law violation and international law offense and trespass. Whereas, there is no question that a bench appearance summons, a detention, an arrest and a ticket or citation, issued by a police officer or by others, against the people, for traveling with no driver's license, foreign driver's license, not having current registration, or mandatory insurance, etc., which carries a fine or jail time, is a penalty or sanction and is indeed converting a right into a crime, thus violating substantive rights. It is reasonable to assume that these Supreme Court judicial decisions are straight and to the point, that there is no lawful method for government to put restrictions or limitations on rights belonging to the people, that the organic United States Republic Constitution, derived from ancient Moabite/Moorish law, remains the supreme law of the land, and all treaties made, or which shall be made, under the authority of the United States government, and under its flag of peace, pursuant to United States Code, Title 4, Chapter 1. Any law or colorable processes which are repugnant to the Constitution or treaty shall remain forever colorable and are null and void. Marbury v. Madison 5. U.S. 137, 174, 176, 1803. Any municipal officer, S, person, S, personnel, employee, S, or contractor, S, who violate or abridge the rights of the natural people or citizens, are subject to suit or other tort action, in their personal and/or official capacity to wit. Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 13 241 of United States Codes of Law. If two or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or because of his having so exercised the same, or if two or more persons go in disguise on the highway, or on the premises of another, with the intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege so secured, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and if death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Therefore, in preservation of the rights of indigenous peoples and the preservation of the rights of the people in accord and defense of the Constitution for the United States Republic of North America and its Republican form of government, being the supreme law of the land, and primal to the contractual liabilities, oath, bound obligations, and fiduciary duties of the officers of the courts, federal, state, city, and municipal, etc., we hereby demand the enforcement of the de jure laws of the United States, and all treaties made under the authority of the United States, in accord with Article 6 of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of the Rights of the Child, the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations Charter, Article 55, c. The United States Supreme Court, Acts of State, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act 28 U.S.C. 1601, et sequa, the Convention on International Road Traffic, Day 19, September 1949, the World Court Decisions, The Hague, Netherlands, Day 21, January 1958 A.D equals 1378 MC. And Executive Order 13107, United States Republic, North America, A. Implementation of Human Rights Treaties, the National Constitution for the Continental United States, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment B, Liberty Clause, Amendment 9, etc., etc. We hereby demand a dismissal of any and all unconstitutional sanctions, claims, or other warrants or charges made or issued, which are devoid of true identity personages, a denial of due process of a trial by a jury of my own national peers, or absent of a verified and lawful indictment, sanctioned by an assembled grand jury, and that we be availed all lawful constitutional, secured safeguards, established by the supreme law, with documented proper jurisdiction and venue confirmed, and in place. Wherefore all parties of interest are authorized by this writ, pursuant to national and international law, to honor all substantive rights and constitutional immunities reserved for, and to, this aboriginal/indigenous free, and sovereign moor/moor star. All officials are to enlist all available and appropriate measures to ensure, and assure, that all my substantive rights and constitutionally secured rights and immunities are not violated, not breached, nor abridged. The sovereign, natural being, named herein, is not to be arrested, nor held for detention under any colorable circumstances. You are to notify the active ministers and prime ministers for the aboriginal/indigenous Moorish nationals of the territory, organic land. The natural persons herein are non-obligatory and thus exempt from customs, tariffs, taxation, owner in fee, permit deception constructs, and from any other hindrance or restriction of his or her freedoms, allodial properties, compensations, rights of travel, or freedom of movement on, in, or within any member or non-member states of the United States Union, etc. The Moor/Moor, bearer of this indigenous people's document, is to be treated with all due respect and due process rights under the law. All available and appropriate measures are to be taken to prevent injustice, harm, false arrest, trumped-up charges, or attack on the natural being's person, property, personality, conveyances, freedoms, and/or dignity. Explicit reservation and use of all rights reserved without prejudice is noted to all federal, state, city, and municipal peace officers, in harmony with state statutes, and indicates the reservation of my rights, whereby I may reserve my substantive rights and constitutional, secured rights and immunities, to not be compelled to perform under any contracts or agreements that we have not entered into knowingly, voluntarily, willingly, or unintentionally. We do not accept any actual or implied liabilities associated with any compelled benefits of any unrevealed or deceptively imposed commercial contracts. We, furthermore, do not sanction any unconstitutional rules or policies, or acts of misprision committed by any U.S. government or state officials, at any level, claimed by any of them, in the name of the United States Republic, nor do we assent to any implied colorable policies made by alleged representatives, as being sanctioned by the people and citizens. Consider any formerly assumed constructs alleged to be related to us as being misrepresentations and thusly cured forthwith. Let it be known. Represent means to depict, to portray, to symbolize, and to stand for. Let it be known that the Union States Society Bar Association lawyers, esquires, and attorneys of European colonial descent, and foreign corporation, the same nation jurisdiction, customs, or national peers, and cannot sit in judgment of any free Moor acts of state. Europeans are not indigenes to the land, Americas. Moors are aboriginal and indigenous. Union States lawyers and attorneys operate in demo, political format, which is contrary to Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution for the United States. Moors operate in a republican form of government, conjoined with isonomite principles, being in harmony with the Constitution. Moors respect Constitution principles. The unconstitutional tribunals operating under the Union States Society conflicts with, and is repugnant to, due process under Constitution principles and functions. Primarily incolorable procedures therefore, no fair, just trial, or remedy is availed to the natural peoples of the land, through such colorable processes. These violating acts constitute a conflict of interest, a conflict of law, and clearly establish the federal questions of diversity of citizenship, the conflict of identity, and of nationality and international law, etc. Thus, a clear and documented averment of jurisdiction / quo warranto is also hereby proclaimed in advance to all parties of interest. Only Moors can present and depict themselves as being Moors / Al Moroccans, and Aboriginal / Indigenes of the land. Thus, only Moors can present self. We, Moors, being a real, live flesh and blood, breathing, divine and natural being, born sanguineous of a natural, thinking and animated mother, do solemnly, sincerely, and squarely affirm that the foregoing facts contained in this constructive and actual judicial notice and proclamation, by affirmed affidavit, are true. This notice is constructed to the best of our knowledge, conjoined to our culture, customs, and beliefs, being actual, factual, and restorative in nature to our ancient traditions and customs, presented as correct, and not misleading, etc., being the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As with our ancient traditions and customs, we entreat to all have you, love, tact, truth, salam, peace, hurriyatan, freedom, ADL, justice. All rights reserved without prejudice. We are Moors. Natural person, in propria persona, sui juris, and sui heredes in solo. Proprio, authorized representative, all rights reserved. Aboriginal / indigenous, free sovereign Moor, natural person of the land, in propria persona, not pro se, nor colorable. Asterisk Moors / movers, the aboriginal and indigenous natural peoples and true heirs and inheritors of the lands, territories, North America, Central America, South America, and the adjoining islands, Almaroc / Amur / Americana. By special appearance, before me on day 2 of February, 2021 CCY equals 1441 MC. And in honor, the divine natural being, Moors, affirms that he / she is a descendant / heir, aboriginal and indigenous natural person / divine being herein named, standing in full life, existing in his / her own proper person, meeting the primal law of evidence as required and defined in identity, affirmed by lawful, substantive right, by birthright, and respectively acknowledged, being of descendable age and competence, and being lawfully qualified and competent to execute this document of affidavit. I therefore place my hand, my autograph, and my seal thereto. I am, Noble Victor Royce Duquette L., a freed and sovereign Moorish American national, in propria persona sui juris, sui heredes, in solo proprio, Northwest Amaxine / Northwest Africa, / North America / the North Gate Temple of the Moon and Sun / Moor. Circle 7 Temple / Moor Circle 7 Temple Consulate, all rights reserved. Moor Circle 7 Temple. Vast Estate Pure Express Trust. A private ecclesiastically international commission divine natural. Agreement. Declaration of Trust. Preamble. Whereas, the ancient de jure aboriginal indigenous divine living natural Moabite Moorish American noble Victor Royce Duquette L. and the ancient de jure aboriginal indigenous divine living natural Moors of the land in North America, Northwest Amaxine, North Africa. The North Gate are the trust corpus of this de jure ecclesiastically commissioned express trust. Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. is the executor, settlor, claimant, and beneficiary of all said trust property. Whereas Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. the self-designated Moors, and of his choosing, in propria persona sui juris and in solo proprio are the trustees for the affairs of this de jure ecclesiastically commissioned trust upon the land of North America, Northwest Amaxine, North Africa, the North Gate. While the Moorish American people and Moorish protected subjects of Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. are the beneficiaries, they are neither partners nor agents of the said trust. Any and all benefits or privileges from any government that is not the Moorish National Republic federal government will not be received into this trust instrument of exchange. Therefore no duty is owed to any other government or outside party by this trust, its beneficiaries, executors, settlers, claimants, trustees, nor the Moorish American people. This traditional, pure vast estate express trust is active and functioning in the pattern where property is conveyed by will, deed, or declaration to a trustee. It is not an association. This express trust may enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation. It may grant letters of marque and reprisal. It may coin money. It may emit bills of credit. It may not make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in Payment of debts. It may pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, and law impairing the obligation of contracts, and it may grant any title of nobility. This express trust is created by the natural right to contract which cannot be abridged and is protected under federally enforceable right of contract law and not under any laws passed by any of the several state legislatures. It is not subject to legislative control nor legislative restrictions. Does not depend on any statutes and is within the realm of equity, having a separate and distinct juridical personality. This trust is unalienable and inalienable. Article 15 Signatures and Seals. By special appearance, and honor, the divine being, Noble Victor Royce Duquette L., affirms that she is the natural person / divine being herein named, existing in his / her own proper person. Meaning that law of evidence is required and defined in identity, affirmed by lawful, substantive, right, by birthright, and respectively acknowledged, being lawfully qualified and competent to execute this document. I therefore place my hand and seal thereto. Chronos. Date, 21 month, March year, 2021.
Yeah.
I am, Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Moor Circle 7 Temple Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Natural person, in propria persona, authorized representative. All rights reserved. Free Moor / Moor. Northwest Amaxine / Northwest Africa / North America. I hereby put all public and private corporations on notice, and require treaty obligations to be made for the Moorish American National de Jure Aboriginal. Indigenous by imperial and aboriginal title proclaim the following. I send this royal notice in honor of my foremothers and forefathers. All persons residing in Morocco who cannot prove foreign citizenship or protection are considered ipso jure as Moorish subjects for the citizenship of the United States. Expatriation, etc. Chapter 4, page 459 to 460. There are strictly no Moroccan laws relating to citizenship of Moorish subjects in Morocco. The fundamental laws of this non-Christian country are based entirely upon the Islamic code, no part of which treats of the subject of citizenship. 1. Citizenship in Morocco may be said to be governed by the laws pertaining to the same in other countries, with the exception that all persons residing in Morocco who cannot prove foreign citizenship or protection are considered ipso jure as Moorish subjects are also conveyed into Moor Circle 7 Temple. After establishing or not establishing on the record their nationality, we may be able to help each other better. We share peace and love on our estate. For all here on our estate. 1. From the total resources taken from our estate, use all consumer markets to discharge from the total debt at the point of sales for and not limited to building houses for the houseless and any individual with no shelter and for any individual that relocates even for emergencies and all are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all may have a place to be sheltered in it. Uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed from taking resources from our estate until the debt is resolved gone. 2. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for providing clothes for Moors and subjects and any individuals wishing for clothes. All are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all my nation, kin, and guests may have clothes in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed to our people from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. 3. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for food any individual who wish to eat from any location where food is available. All are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all may have food in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. 4. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for healthcare for any individual anywhere healthcare is available. All are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all may have healthcare in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. 5. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for electricity for any individual anywhere electricity is available. All are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all may have healthcare in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal owed from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. 6. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for rent for any individual anywhere that no occupy. All are on my estate and are my nation, kin, and guests. See to it that all may have rent discharged. Discharge the cost from the principal owed from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. 7. From the total resources taken from our estate, use it for conveyances, fuel and upkeep for auto care for any conveyance anywhere conveyances are available. All are on my estate and our nation, kith, kin, and guests. See to it that all may have health care in uplifting conditions. Discharge the cost from the principal of from taking resources from our estate until there is no debt. Chronos. Date, 18-month, March year, 2023. I am, Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Moor Circle 7 Temple Noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Natural person, in propria persona, authorized representative. All rights reserved. 3 Moor/Moor. Northwest Amexine/Northwest Africa/North America. Original Indigenous Ancient Natural Divin. Al Moroccan Moorish American. Empire State of Morocco. Always and stand and remain standing into perpetuity. This is a sovereignty living ancient Article 3 Moorish American Al Moroccan Court ACCT Ioni. I am sovereignty living Victor Royce Duquette in Capitis Diminutio Nullo, in Reading, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio haeredes. My free chosen national appellation is Victor Royce Duquette L in Capitis Diminutio Nullo, in Reading, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio haeredes. We are the original indigenous sovereignty ancient Al Moroccan Moorish American ascendants of the Greek pharaohs of the Kemet and of the ancient Moabites and Canaanites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our credit and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous natural divine ancient Empire State of Morocco and the de jure Moorish National Republic Federal Government. We hereby exercise all sovereignty rights at this time and at all points in time non pro tunc. According to this international code for justice, in order for claims regarding land, natural resources and commuters to be valid, a people must first prove that they are a sovereignty state, unified nation and active government. Statehood is obtained according to international law when one nationality proclaimed on the public record by the people wide, least 500 in number. 2. A constitution of which we have 2. The Constitution for the United States 1789 and 1791 in red and all lowercase letters, and the Zodiac Constitution in red and all lowercase letters. Who are the United States of America? All of the sovereignty original indigenous states on our lands that America with is ancient Morocco and all adjoining lands. P.S. All lands are connected regardless of the amount of water between them. 3. A state seal. 1, 2, 3. Empire State of Morocco seal to be proclaimed. 4. Moor Circle 7 Temple seal. 5. A flag equals we fly the mother flag at all times, since it is the flag for all of Midgardi. It is red, white, the green 5-pointed star. We proclaim the whole of earth as our vast province, estate, and inheritance. Additionally, we fly the ancient continental land flag UF, our sovereignty for mothers and forefathers, which is red, white, a green cedar UF Lebanon on a white field F. 1, 2, 3. Federation flag white galactic cross. 6. Elections equals we have been having elections which are on the public record. We are gearing up for governors equals phased elections in 2022 ACO writing to the vote by the people on the public record on September 1, 1442. In the interim, provincial governors are standing at the territories in preparation for the 1443 2022 governor elections. 7. Vital statistics equals we have created and placed our sovereignty living birth affidavits and sovereignty cesi numbers on the public record in red and in all lowercase letters. Sovereignty living birth affidavits should have 2 sovereignty living witnesses. The United States corporate fiction birth certificate and United States Social Security number documents serve as proof of the fraud and should be kept by the heirs for further redemptive court ACCT Ionis. 8. Affirmation UF allegiance affidavit equals the affirmation UF allegiance affidavit is content within the court ACCT Ioni land gauge that features each of our affidavits at always and stent. More importantly, it is by our ACCT Ionis that we manifest our sovereignty statehood status. 9. Economic independence equals our universal commercial code 1 liens. Court ACCT Ionis and our gold-backed Moorish sovereignty dollarium money demonstrate that we are economically independent. We have begun using our gold-backed money throughout the empire and placing our ACCT Ionis on the public record. 10. A distinct land gauge equals we have NC and English with contents words from all other land gauges. NC and English is distinct to us, which is the mandate. 11. The Article 3 Al Moroccan Moorish American Consular Court System equals on May 18, 1439 2018 the Moorish American Consular Court was reactivated required. Our sovereignty Moorish American Consular Court ACCT Ionis are on the public record and will continue to be placed on the public record. 12. Inauguration equals we had our first saint inauguration on May 18, 1439 2018 at House of Reawakening Minds at Wilmington, Delaware Territory. Here is the link to the video, https://www.youtube.com/watch, V equals BSR6CZDQ024. 13. Land equals the earth is the Lord's, the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Our status as a regional, indigenous, and Ziet nationals by definition places all land, all natural resources, and all commuters under the authority of our sovereignty estate. Stare decisis and residential judicate indicate our sovereignty status Indiana such long-standing cases as the Dred Scott case and the William Dunga case. All treaties and the Constitution for the United States 1789 and 1791 are also inscribed manifestations of our sovereignty status. 14 National wield and natural resources. The heirs that are birthed of the matriarchal womb are endless wield and resources that grow our vast estate at the inception, incubation, birthing and matc hurrying into perpetuity. All sovereignty original indigenous and Ziet. Divin American autographs affirming this and all sovereignty original indigenous and Ziet Empire State of Morocco, Nor Circle 7 Temple, and the de jure Moorish National Republic Federal Government documents are on the public record in America, and Ziet Morocco, Northwest Amaxine, Northwest Africa, the North Gate, Churchill Island Gaia, Midgardi, Earth. Chronos time immemorial into perpetuity. Ego sum noble Victor Royce Duquette L. Justice Vizier Ministar. In capitis diminutio nullo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris in proprio solo in proprio e redes. No ties to agent is no ties to principle. No ties to principle is notice to agent. The end.
There you go. Loon's Tower Defense. Clash Royale, star. Ah. rapblayz, he's the breeze. That's it, boy. I think this. Yeah. Rapblayz, he's the breeze. Back to the moor. Hare Krishna. Come on. Lose tower defense. Glass royal side star. Ah. Rapblayz, he's the breeze. Back to the moor. Hare Krishna. Come on. Come on. Come on. That's it. Lord. That's it. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare
MC17N1082520023. 2. All recorders, clerks, property managers, and consulates to post on public notice. From Moor Circle 7 Temple. Reference number MC7000000047. Mail. Documents or requests for copies can be submitted to email moorcircle7temple@gmail.com. Noble Victor Royce Duquette Al. Care of 4045 Boulevard Place near Indianapolis, Indiana Territories of exempt 46,208. I hereby put all public and private corporations on notice and require treaty obligations to be made for the Moorish American National Degree Aboriginal Indigenous by Imperial and Aboriginal title proclaim the following. I send this royal notice in honor of my foremothers and forefathers. I am Noble Victor Royce Duquette Al, an Aboriginal/Indigenous Moorish American national for the Moorish American Consulate and the Moorish National Republic Federal Government in Morocco, currently domiciled near the Foreign Union Corporate Territory of DeKalb County, Georgia Republic in propria persona, sui juris, heir apparent, heir unconditional, and upon my estate that all recorders are to record for the public record the instruments enclosed within this correspondence in accordance with your fiduciary duties of said public office. The instrument enclosed includes Moor Circle 7 Temple, World Declaration for Aboriginal and Indigenous People, Judicial Notice and Proclamations, Name Declaration, Correction Proclamation, and Publication, Legal Notice Name Declaration, Correction Proclamation, and Publication, Affidavit of the National Trust of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government, Declaration of Trust, Charter Moorish American Republic, Our Authority, the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America and Moor Circle 7 Temple, divinely prepared by the Noble Prophet Drew Ali. Clear and perfect allodial titles. Treaties. Letter from George Washington to Muhammad ibn Abdullah, Sultan of Morocco, City of New York, December 1st, 1789. Right of protection in Morocco. Moor Circle 7 Temple. World Declaration for Aboriginal and Indigenous People. Wherefore, I, Victor Royce Duquette L. being part and parcel named herein, and our birthright, primogeniture, and inheritance, make a lawful and legal entry of affidavit and public notification of lawful claim and declaration to be published for the public record in the aforementioned case. Chronos. Date, 18 month, March year, 2019. I am Victor Royce Duquette L. Victor Royce Duquette L. Northwest Yamaxine Territory, natural person, in propria persona, sui juris, sui heredes. In solo proprio, authorized representative, all rights reserved. 3 Moor/Moor. 1. Maintain the laws of the living Father and the law of nations. 2. Monitor compliance with international treaties, laws, and rights of Aboriginal Moorish American nationals. 3. Proclaim to all corporate governments our presence into these land of our God Allah and acknowledgement of our inviolable divine rights. The Moorish consuls anywhere are responsible for safeguarding and enforcing the laws of nations with respect to the inalienable rights of Moorish American nationals and to guarantee in all respects their most correct application. The domicile is established under Chapter 47, verses 1 through 7, Circle 7 Quran, and its legal patrimony with absolute loyalty and fidelity, excluding all others. Neutral in itinera, ab initio. These duties are nunc pro tunc from August 1st, 1928. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republicae Almoricanos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Yamaxine/Northwest Africa/North America/the North Gate. Judicial Notice and Proclamations. Upon my inherited nobility, and upon my private Aboriginal/Indigenous, proper person status, and commercial liability, I, Victor Royce Duquette L., being duly affirmed under consanguinity, pledge my national, political, and spiritual allegiance to my Moabite/Moorish nation, being the archaic Aboriginal/Indigenes of Yamaxine, the Americas, standing squarely affirmed upon my oath to the 5 points of light, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, do squarely affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and having knowledge and firmly established belief upon the historical, lawful, and adjudicated facts contained herein, being competent, in my own proper person, to attest to this affidavit upon which I place my signature, whereas, I state, proclaim, and declare the following to be true, correct, certain, complete, not misleading, supreme, and not intended to be presented for any misrepresented, colored, or improper use or purpose, to wit, that I, Victor Royce Duquette L., am a noble of the Al-Moroccan Empire, North America, in propria persona, my own proper self, being Moorish American, a descendant of the ancient Moabites/Moors, by birthright, freehold, primogeniture, and inheritance, being Aboriginal and indigenous to the land/s, Yamaxine/Americas, territorium of my ancient Moabite/Moorish foremothers and forefathers, to wit, the Al-Moroccan, American, continents, are the land of the Moors, being North America, South America, Central America, including the adjoining islands, Americana/Emerge/Al-Maroc. I have, acknowledge, claim and possess, by said inheritance and primogeniture, the freehold status. Thereto, all unalienable and substantive rights, to be, to enjoy, and to act, distinct in my aboriginal customs and culture, and determining my own political, social, and economic status of the state. Turning my heart and mind back to my ancient mothers and fathers, Moors/Moors, by divine and natural right. Being Moorish American, we have and possess the internationally recognized rights to determine our own status of the state absent of threat, coercion, or acquiescence to a color of law, a color of office, nor to be subjected to an imposed color of authority. Moors/Moorish Americans/Moors have, proclaim, and possess the unalienable, substantive rights and birthright, inheritance to our Al-Moroccan names and nationality by nature's laws, divine law, primogeniture, and by the recognized laws of the nations of the earth, international. Being the true, ancient, aboriginal/indigenes of the land, America, North, being the heartland of the Moroccan Empire. Moors/Moors are the de jure freeholders by birthright, inheritance and primogeniture status, and have, claim and possess the secured rights to travel upon the public roadways, byways, and highways of our continental United States, the organic land, absent of foreign colored or imposed excise taxation constructs invented by the racketeering states legislators to abridge and steal rights belonging to the natural peoples. These substantive rights are supported by and asserted by royal law, Moorish law, Muslim/Muslim law, the law of the great peace, the laws of nature, divine law, nature's God, the laws of nations, the free Moorish Great Seal Zodiac Constitution, and affirmed by Articles 4 and 6 of the Constitution. Covenant of 1774 to 1781 AD equals 1201 MC, as lawfully adopted for the United States Republic, establishing its republican form of government. Said Constitution established the people's supreme law of the land to secure the rights of the people, and to keep government bound and in check by official oath, and by official bond. Down from the ancients ones, our primogenitors, comes the supreme law of the land. Egypt, the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. The Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa, across the great Atlantis even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake, which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. The Great Seal Pyramid is the national emblem and insignia of the Moorish nation/Empire of North America. Geographical location. The Great Pyramid is also the archaic symbol for civilization on the planet Earth. The Honorable Moor's acknowledgement of our Great Seal indicates those heirs who own up to, who support, and who proclaim our free national government. Moors who are active and not passive in the social, civilization, culture, and custom matters involving law, order, and governmental principles are hereby entreated to support this affirmation. Moors/Moors who strive toward this end, with honor, are entrusted by noble Drew Valley to help in the great humanitarian work of uplifting ourselves, our fellow man, and humanity at large. We seek, at all times, to be conscious of the works, instructions, and acts necessary to teach, preserve, and defend the birthrights of all Moorish Americans, Al-Moroccans, etc. The noble Moors/Moors, heirs apparent, are the natural members/citizens of the ancient Al-Moroccan Empire, North America, and are duty-bound to recognize and to support our great seal sovereign Moorish government and nation of the natural people, and command the enforcement of our Constitution. Thus, such organized communication orders are referred to as the Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs. The Free Moorish Nation, inclusive of all the aboriginal/indigene tribes and provinces of the natural people, etc., are the rightful bearers of the names and titles Ali, El, Bay, Day, and
Yeah, it's raining.
The free Moors/Moors, by freehold inheritance, retain all substantive rights and immunities, enjoy the exercise of substantive rights, and operate upon consummated right law, isonomite principles, having vested constitution, secured rights and immunities from taxation, and from criminal and civil jurisdiction by, and of, the Union States Rights Republic, USA, pursuant to, but not limited to, the United States Republic Supreme Court, and the acts of state to wit. Every sovereign state, people, is bound to respect the independence of every other sovereign state, people, and the courts of one country, people, will not sit in judgment on the acts of the government of another, done within the same or its own territory. The present Union States municipal and civil laws and codes of the land are an incorporated unit of self-government established by the political powers of the General Assembly of each state of the Union, and initiated at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, North America, in the year 1854. 1854. It governs only the rights and conduct of white people, Christians, and Jews. Of the 1863, 1863, Union States Rights Republic, under the Magna Carta, Charter, the Knights of Columbus Code, and the Ku Klux Klan Oath. Forever said. Union States Rights. Republic denies citizenship in the United States Republic, USA, branded and mislabeled as Negroes, Blacks, Coloreds, and African Americans, etc., etc. In addition, the Supreme Court of the United States, in the landmark case of Dred Scott v. Sanford 60 U.S., 19 Howard, 393, 1857, held that Negroes whether held to slavery or free were not included and were not intended to be included in the category of citizen, subjects, of the Union States Rights Republic. Resultantly, the true indigene nobles of the Al-Moroccan Empire, free Moors, bearers of the names/titles Ali, El, Bey, Dey, and Al, are excluded from the Union States Rights Republic, USA, jurisdiction. The true nobles of the Al-Moroccan Empire are sovereign, private, and self-governed, by right, law, principles, and customs, and only obligated to the free Moorish Zodiac Constitution. Circle 7, archaically established by our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Such extended allegiance and obligation includes the Great Seal and the high principles and morale standards, embodied in the Moorish national flag, standard, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. The true Al-Moroccan noble indigenes of the land maintain a constitutional and lawful, non-obligatory tax status and position, relative to foreign entity taxation. Indigenes not taxed, and maintain a non-obligatory respect for the Union States' rights. Republic, USA, its members, its laws, its ordinances, its codes, its customs and its traditions. Pursuant to the Free Moorish American Zodiac Constitution, Articles 4 and 6, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the United States and Morocco 1787, 1787, superseded by the Treaty of 1836, 1836, Resolution 75, Journals of the House of Representatives, United States, April 17, 1933 AD, Moorish American Society of Philadelphia, and the use of their names, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Child, General Assembly Resolution 1386, 14, 14 UNGAORSA, No. 16, at 19, UN Doc. A/4354, 1959. The United Nations Universal Declarations on Human Rights, Article 15, General Assembly. Resolution 217A, 3, of 10, December 1948 AD, Executive Order 13107 United States Republic, North America. The implementation of human rights treaties, the National Constitution. For the Continental United States, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment B, Liberty Clause. Amendment 9, Reservation of the Rights of the People, the United States Department of Justice. Moorish Credentials, Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, Truth A1 Classified, the United States. Copyright Certificate Number A222141 Clock of Destiny, the Moorish Nationality and Identification Card, Moorish Holy Temple of Science / Moorish Science Temple Identification Card, etc. Furthermore, I assert my full birthrights, sovereignty and substantive rights and claim to hereditaments, being a sundry free Moor / Moor and a natural being, pursuant to Moabite / Moorish pedigree, the Free Moorish Zodiac Constitution, the Great Seal of the Moorish Nation of Antioquia, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1787/1836, the Sundry Free Moors Act of 1790, the 1781 Organic United States Constitution, the Moorish Federal Financiers Act, Union States Army, 1861-1863, the 1854 Roman Catholic Magna Carta, the Knights of Columbus Code, the Ku Klux Klan Oath, the United Nations Charter, Article 55, C, the Rights of Indigenous People, Part I, Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Part 2, Article 6, the United States Supreme Court. Acts of State. The Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act 28 U.S.C. 1601, et sequa. The Convention on International Road Traffic Day 19, September 1949. The World Court Decision. The Hague. Netherlands. Day 21, January 1958 AD equals 1378 MC. In reference to the rights of the natural people and substantive rights, etc., the following are pertinent Supreme Court decisions. Stare. Decisis, to wit. 1. The right to travel, the right to mode of conveyance, the right to locomotion are all absolute rights, and the police cannot make void the exercise of rights. State v. Armstead, 60s. 778, 779, and 781. 2. The use of the highways for the purpose of travel and transportation is not a mere privilege, but a common and fundamental right of which the public and natural beings cannot be deprived. Chicago Motor Coach v. Chicago 337 Illinois 200, 169 NE 22, ALR, Laguerre v. Chicago 139 Ill. 46, 2080 934, Boone v. Clark 214 SW 607, 25 AM June 1st, Highways, Sector 163. 3. The right to park or travel is part of the liberty of which the natural person, citizen cannot be deprived without due process of law under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Kent v. Dulles 357 U.S. 116, 125. 4. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport one's property thereon, either by carriage or automobile, is not a mere privilege, which a city may prohibit or permit at will, but a common right, which he/she has under the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thompson v. Smith 154 SC 579. 5. State police power extends only to immediate threats to public safety, health, welfare, etc. Michigan v. Duke 266 U.S. 476 led. At 449, which driving and speeding are not. California v. Farley said. RPT 89, 20 CA3RD 1032, 1971. 6. The state is prohibited from violating substantive rights. Owens v. City, 445 U.S. 662, 1980. And it cannot do by one power, e.g. police power, that which is, for example, prohibited expressly to any other such power, e.g. taxation/eminent domain, as a matter of law. U.S. and UTV Daniels. 22 P 159, nor indirectly that which is prohibited to it directly. Fairbanks v. U.S. 181, U.S. 283, 294. 300. 7. Traveling in an automobile on the public roads was not a threat to the public safety or health, and constituted no hazard to the public, and such a traveler owed no other duty to the public, e.g. the state, he/she and his/her auto, having equal right to and on the roadways/highways as horses and wagons, etc. This same right is still substantive rule, in that speeding, running stop signs, traveling without license plates, or registration, are not threats to the public safety, and thus, are not arrestable offenses. Christie v. Elliott, 216 I 131, 74 He 1035, LRANS 1905 to 1910, California v. Farley 98 Z RPT 89, 20 CA 3D 1032, 1971. 8. Under the United States Republic's constitutional system of government and upon the individuality and intelligence of the citizen, the state does not claim to control one's conduct to others, leaving one the sole judge as to all that affects oneself. Mueller v. Kansas 1213 U.S. 623, 659 to 60. 9. Where rights secured by the Constitution are involved, there can be no rule, making or legislation, which would abrogate them. Miranda v. Arizona 384 U.S. 436, 125. 10. The claim and exercise of constitutional rights cannot be converted into a crime. Miller v. Kansas 230 F. 2nd 486, 489. 11. For a crime to exist, there must be an injured party, corpus delicti. There can be no sanction or penalty imposed on one because of this constitutional right. Scherer v. Cullen 481 F. 945. 12. If any tribunal, court, finds absence of proof of jurisdiction over a person and subject matter, the case must be dismissed. Louisville v. Motley 211 U.S. 149, 29. CT 42. The accuser bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. 13. Lack of federal jurisdiction cannot be waived or overcome by agreement of parties. Griffin v. Matthews. 310 F Super 341, 342, 1969. And want of jurisdiction may not be cured by consent of parties. Industrial Edition Association VC.IR. 323 U.S. 310, 313. Whereas, in light of the foregoing jurisprudence stare decisive Supreme Court decisions, facts and law, and counter to the negative and colorable social conditions instituted by state persons of the Union States Society, there exists a blatant want of jurisdiction on the part of the Union States Rights Republic, USA, its agents, personnel, contractors, and assigns. Axioms are legally enforced under national and international law attending these issues. And this affiant natural person, in propria persona, does not waive any rights, does not transfer power of attorney, and does not willingly consent to any public trial or hearing in any colorable tribunal venue or non-Article 3, unconstitutional jurisdiction. The official oaths, the obligations, and the fiduciary duties of all accusers and bound claimants to national law and order, civilization principles fixed in Constitution law, still stands. Definition and truth still rules. Non-compliance is a federal and international law offense. Whereas, there is no question that a bench appearance summons, detention, arrest and ticket or citation issued by a police officer or others for traveling with no driver's license, foreign driver's license, not having current registration, or mandatory insurance, etc., which carries a fine or jail time, is a penalty or sanction and is indeed converting a right into a crime, thus violating substantive rights. It is reasonable to assume that these Supreme Court judicial decisions are straight and to the point, that there is no lawful method for government to put restrictions or limitations on rights belonging to the people. That the organic United States Republic Constitution, derived from ancient Moabite/Moorish law, remains the supreme law of the land. And all treaties made, or which shall be made, under the authority of the United States flag of peace, pursuant to United States Code, Title 4, Chapter 1. Any law that is repugnant to the Constitution shall remain forever colorable and is null and void. Marbury v. Madison 5 U.S. 137, 174, 176, 1803. Any municipal officer, person, personnel, employee, or contractor who violate the rights of the people or citizens are subject to suit in their personal and/or official capacity to wit. Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 13 241 of United States Codes of Law. If two or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or because of his having so exercised the same, or if two or more persons go in disguise on the highway, or on the premises of another, with the intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege so secured, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and if death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 13 242 of United States Codes of Law. Whoever, under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or to different punishments, pains, or penalties, on account of such person being an alien, or by reason of his color, or race, that are prescribed for the citizens, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year, or both, and if bodily injury results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include the use, attempted use, or threatened use of a dangerous weapon, explosives, or fire, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Therefore, in preservation of the rights of indigenous peoples and the preservation of the rights of the people, in accord and defense of the Constitution for the United States Republic of North America and its Republican form of government, being the supreme law of the land, and primal to the contractual liabilities, both bound obligations, and fiduciary duties of the officers of the courts, federal, state, city, and municipal, etc., I hereby demand the enforcement of the de jure laws of the United States, and all treaties made under the authority of the United States, in accord with Article 6 of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of the Rights of the Child, the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations Charter, Article 55, c. The United States Supreme Court, Acts of State, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act 28 U.S.C. 1601, et seq., the Convention on International Road Traffic Day 19, September 1949, the World Court Decisions, The Hague, Netherlands, Day 21. January 1958 AD equals 1378 MC, and Executive Order 13107, United States Republic, North America, the implementation of human rights treaties, the National Constitution for the Continental United States, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment B, Liberty Clause, Amendment 9, etc., etc. I hereby demand a dismissal of any and all unconstitutional sanctions, claims, or other warrants or charges made or issued, which are devoid of true identity personages, a denial of due process of a trial by a jury of my own national peers, or absent of a verified and lawful indictment, sanctioned by an assembled grand jury, and that I be availed all lawful constitutional secured safeguards, established by the supreme law, with documented proper jurisdiction and venue confirmed and in place. Wherefore all parties of interest are authorized by this writ, pursuant to national and international law, to honor all substantive rights and constitutional immunities reserved for, and to, this Aboriginal/Indigenous Free and Sovereign Moor/Moor Star. All officials are to enlist all available and appropriate measures to ensure, and assure, that all my substantive rights and constitutionally secured rights and immunities are not violated, not breached, nor abridged. A sovereign, natural being, named herein, is not to be arrested nor held for detention under any colorable circumstances. You are to notify the active ministers of the Aboriginal/Indigenous Moorish nationals of the territory, organic land. The natural person named herein is not obligatory, and thus exempt from customs, tariffs, taxation, owner and fee permit deception, constructs, and from any other hindrance or restriction of his or her freedoms, allodial properties, compensations, rights of travel, or freedom of movement on, in, or within, any member or non-member states of the United States Union, etc. The Moor/Moor, bearer of this indigenous peoples document, is to be treated with all due respect and due process rights under the law. All available and appropriate measures are to be taken to prevent injustice, harm, false arrest, trumped up charges, or attack on the natural being's person, property, personality, conveyances, freedoms, and/or dignity. Explicit reservation and use of all rights reserved without prejudice. UCC 1-207/308. UCC 1-103 is noted to all federal, state, city, and municipal peace officers, in harmony with state statutes, and indicates the reservation of my rights, whereby I may reserve my substantive rights and constitutional secured rights and immunities to not be compelled to perform under any contracts or agreements that I have not entered into knowingly, voluntarily, willingly, or unintentionally. I do not accept any actual or implied liabilities associated with any compelled benefits of any unrevealed or deceptively imposed commercial contracts. I, furthermore, do not sanction any unconstitutional rules or policies, nor acts of misprision, committed by any U.S. government or state officials, at any level, claimed by any of them, in the name of the United States Republic, nor do I assent to any implied colorable policies made by alleged representatives, as being sanctioned by the people and citizens. Consider any formerly assumed constructs alleged to be related to me as being misrepresentations and thusly cured. Forthwith, let it be known. Represent means to depict, to portray, to symbolize, and to stand for. Let it be known that the Union States Society Bar Association lawyers, esquires, and attorneys of European, colonial descent, and foreign corporation, cannot depict, portray, or symbolize a free Moor, as they are not of the same nation, jurisdiction, customs, or national peers, and cannot sit in judgment of any free Moor, acts of state. Europeans are not indigenes to the land. Americas, Moors are aboriginal. Union States lawyers and attorneys operate in demo, political format, which is contrary to Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution for the United States. Moors operate in a republican form of government, conjoined with isonomized principles, being in harmony with the Constitution. Moors respect Constitution principles. The unconstitutional tribunals operating under the Union States Society conflicts with, and is repugnant to, due process under Constitution principles, and functions primarily in colorable procedures. Therefore, no fair, just trial, or remedy is availed to the natural peoples of the land through such colorable processes. These violating acts constitute a conflict of interest, a conflict of law, and clearly establishes a federal questions of diversity of citizenship, a conflict of identity, and of nationality, etc. Thus, a clear averment of jurisdiction is also hereby proclaimed and advanced. Only Moors can present and depict themselves as being Moors/Al-Moroccans, and Aboriginal/Indigenes of the land. Thus, only Moors can present self. I, Victor Royce Duquette L., a real, live flesh and blood, breathing, non-fictional, and natural being, born of a natural mother, do solemnly, sincerely, and squarely affirm that the foregoing facts contained in this constructed and actual judicial notice and proclamation, by affirmed affidavit, are true, to the best of my knowledge, culture, customs, and beliefs, being actual, correct, not misleading, etc., and being the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Tabu, love, act, truth, salam, peace, hurriyat, freedom, ADL, justice. All rights reserved without prejudice. UCC 1-207/308, UCC 1-103. I am Victor Royce Duquette L., natural person, in propria persona, authorized representative, all rights reserved. Aboriginal/Indigenous, free sovereign Moor, natural person of the land, in propria persona, not pro-se nor colorable. The Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Legal notice. Name declaration, correction proclamation, and publication. I, Victor Royce Duquette L., being duly affirmed, standing squarely, declare, and proclaim, upon divine law, nature's law, universal law, Moorish birthrights, international law, and constitutional law, declare and say. I, being previously identified by the Union States Society of North America, USA under the colorable, wardship name, Victor Royce Duquette do hereby refute the fraud, make public and publish my corrected national name, declare and affirm my true, proper person status, and reclaim my rightful social and cultural life of the state, in accord with my Moorish nation of Northwest Amaxine/North America, acknowledging my birthrights. Having lawfully and legally obtained and proclaimed my Moorish nationality and birthright name and title, in harmony with, in association with, and in accord with divine law, the customs, and the laws, rules, and usages of the Moorish divine and national movement, being Aboriginal and Indigenous, and bound to the North American continent by heritage, by primogeniture, by birthright, by natural birth, by freehold, and by inheritance. Declared for the public record, I am returning the European cognomen and fictitious misnomer back to the colonial possessors of its pedigree. I am now rightfully declaring, publishing, and proclaiming my own free national name, affirming my actual, rightful, and civil and full life status, conjoined to my Moorish American consanguine pedigree and national honor. Let it be declared, known, published, and resolved that I am Victor Royce Duquette L., in propria persona sui juris, being in my own proper person, by birthright, an inheritance without the foreign, imposed color of law, or assumed due process of the Union States Society, pursuant to, but not limited to, 1 Free Moorish American Zodiac Constitution. Zodiac Constitution and birthrights of the Moorish Americans, being Ali, Bay, L, Day, and Al. Article 2, Paragraph 2, 2 United States Republic, Department of Justice. Moorish American Credentials, AA 222141 Truth A1. 3 United States Supreme Court, Supreme Law, Acts of State. 4 United States Constitution, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment E, 5, Liberty Clause, and Amendment 9, Reservation of the Rights of the People. 5 Resolution Number 75 dated April 17, 1933 AD, Moorish American Society of Philadelphia and the use of their names. 6 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, United Nations, Human Rights Article 15. 7 Rights of Indigenous Peoples, United Nations, General Assembly, Part 1, Article 4. Wherefore, I, Victor Royce Duquette L., being part and parcel named herein, and by birthright, primogeniture, and inheritance, make a lawful and legal entry of affidavit and public notification of nationality proclamation, name correction claim, declaration, affirmation, and application, herewith published for the public record. I am Noble Victor Royce Duquette L., Northwest Amaxine, Northwest Africa, North America, the North Gate. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republicae Almoricanos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Amaxine/Northwest Africa/North America/the North Gate. Sovereignty itself remains with the people, by whom and for whom all government exists and acts. And the law is the definition and limitation of power. Yick Wobi Hopkins. 118 U.S. 356, 370. Notice to principal is notice to agent. Notice to agent is notice to principal. United States of America 1789/1791 and the United States Codes. Title 18. Part I. Chapter 13. Section 241 and Section 242. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution is not confined to the protection of citizens. It says, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. These provisions are universal in their application to all persons within the territorial jurisdiction, without regard to any differences of race, of color, or of nationality, and the equal protection of the laws is a pledge of the protection of equal laws. It is accordingly enacted by 1977 of the revised statutes, that all persons within the jurisdiction of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory to make and enforce contracts, to sue, be parties, give evidence, and to the full and equal benefit of all laws and proceedings for the security of persons and property as is enjoyed by white citizens, and shall be subject to like punishment, pains, penalties, taxes, licenses, and exactions of every kind, and to no other. The questions we have to consider and decide in these cases, therefore, are to be treated as invoking the rights of every citizen of the United States equally with those of the strangers and aliens who now invoke the jurisdiction of the court. It is contended on the part of the petitioners that the ordinances for violations of which they are severally sentenced to imprisonment are void on their face as being within the prohibitions of the 14th Amendment, and, in the alternative, if not so, that they are void by reason of their administration, operating unequally so as to punish in the present petitioners what is permitted to others as lawful, without any distinction of circumstances and unjust and illegal discrimination, it is claimed, which, though not made expressly by the ordinances, is made possible by them. When we consider the nature and the theory of our institutions of government, the principles upon which they are supposed P370 to rest, and review the history of their development, we are constrained to conclude that they do not mean to leave room for the play and action of purely personal and arbitrary power. Sovereignty itself is, of course, not subject to law, for it is the author and source of law, but, in our system, while sovereign powers are delegated to the agencies of government, sovereignty itself remains with the people, by whom and for whom all government exists and acts. And the law is the definition and limitation of power. It is, indeed, quite true that there must always be lodged somewhere, and in some person or body, the authority of final decision, and in many cases of mere administration, the responsibility is purely political, no appeal lying except to the ultimate tribunal of the public judgment, exercised either in the pressure of opinion or by means of the suffrage. But the fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, considered as individual possessions, are secured by those maxims of constitutional law which are the monuments showing the victorious progress of the race and securing to men the blessings of civilization under the reign of just and equal laws, so that, in the famous language of the Massachusetts Bill of Rights, the government of the Commonwealth may be a government of laws, and not of men. For the very idea that one man may be compelled to hold his life, or the means of living, or any material right essential to the enjoyment of life at the mere will of another seems to be intolerable in any country where freedom prevails, as being the essence of slavery itself. Moorish National Republic Federal Government. Societas Republici Almoricanos. Moorish Divine and National Movement of the World. Northwest Amexine / Northwest Africa / North America / the North Gate. Temple of the Moon and Sun. The True and the Jure Natural Peoples, heirs of the land. ISLAM. Affidavit of the National Trust. Of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government. For the public record, on the public record and let the public record show. This affidavit of the National Trust of the Moorish National Republic Federal Government is hereby placed on the public record for all to witness on this Tuesday, 18th day of December 2018. We, the Aboriginal, indigenous Moorish American nationals in North America are the descendants of the Pharaohs, of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites and Canaanites. We are forever in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio haeredes at all points in time. We are exercising all of our sovereign divine rights at this time and at all times. We are the sovereign heirs, executors, administrators, creditors, claimants, and beneficiaries of our vast estate. We hereby claim, proclaim, declare, nationalize, and place in divine, foreign, international, private trust all that we are heirs to as aforementioned and including but not limited to all land in the Western Hemisphere, all oil, water, gold, silver, minerals, crops, and all other natural resources and portable land and all structures and infrastructures in North, South, Central America, and the adjoining islands. All stateless persons branded as Negro, Black, Colored and African American. All gold, silver and portable land backed lawful coinage and tender. We affirm the following documents as part and parcel of the trust document. The Holy Quran of the Moorish Holy Temple of Science by the noble Prophet Drew Ali. 1926. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1786 and 1836. The Declaration of Independence. The Articles of the Confederation. The Constitution for the United States 1791. The Notice of Intent to Lien and Arrest Command September 11, 18. Document number 7018 2290 000 1227 4911. Additionally, we declare, proclaim and enforce our sovereign rights to travel freely on our own land, to self-govern autonomously and to adjudicate judicially within our own nations and among our own peers free of molestation, violation, and encumbrance by all foreigners. No one speaks for us, we speak for ourselves. No one represents us, we present ourselves. We do now exercise our sovereign right to distribute from the United States Treasury our own national lawful currency, coinage, and tender here on our land, first to the Moorish American nationals, and second to the indigenous nations of the earth. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. Any misuse, subrogation, or fraudulent use of this document by any corporation, their principals, agents, or assigns are hereby forever prohibited on pain of death and the forfeiture of all rights and property of persons engaged therein, and the descendants of Africans shall not be citizens. Nothing in this affidavit shall be interpreted as consent to any jurisdiction that is not in the jurisdiction of my ancient ancestral inherited estate at any time. MC7TN 1070422023 MC7 TMAC 0000000000001 MC7T MC7T 00000000047. The Moors in North America are a free national government as an ecclesiastical body politic. Affidavit of Organization. Document number 10105905, Form 1099 recorded in the Recorder of Deeds Office in the County of Cook, State of Illinois on August 1st, 1928 AD at 2:52 p.m. Moor Circle 7 Temple. Declaration of Trust. Whereas, the ancient Diuri Aboriginal Indigenous Divine Living Natural Moabite Moorish American Victor Royce Duquette L. of the land in North America, Northwest Amaxine, North Africa, the North Gate is the trust corpus of this de jure ecclesiastically commissioned express trust. Victor Royce Duquette L. is the executor, settler, claimant, and beneficiary of all said trust property. Whereas Victor Royce Duquette L., in propria persona sui juris and in solo proprio is the trustee for the affairs of this de jure ecclesiastically commissioned trust upon the land in North America, Northwest Amaxine, North Africa, the North Gate. While his heirs are the beneficiaries, they are neither partners nor agents of the said trust. Any and all benefits or privileges from any government that is not the Moorish National Republic federal government or Moor Circle 7 Temple will not be received into this trust instrument of exchange. Therefore no duty is owed to any other government or outside party by this trust, its beneficiaries, executors, settlers, claimants, trustees, nor the Moorish American people. This traditional, pure vast estate express trust is active and functioning in the pattern where property is conveyed by will, deed, or declaration to a trustee. It is not an association. In accordance with Article 1 Section 10 of the Constitution for the United States Republic, written by the ancestors of the Moorish America people, this express trust may enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation. It may grant letters of marque and reprisal. It may coin money. It may emit bills of credit. It may not make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. It may pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, and law impairing the obligation of contracts. And it may grant any title of nobility. This express trust is created by the natural right to contract which cannot be abridged and is protected under federally enforceable right of contract law and not under any laws passed by any of the several state legislatures. It is not subject to legislative control nor legislative restrictions, does not depend on any statutes and is within the realm of equity, having a separate and distinct juridical personality. This trust is unalienable and inalienable. Signature and seals. By special appearance, in honor, the divine being, Victor Royce Duquette L., affirms that he/she is the natural person/divine being herein named, existing in his/her own proper person, meaning the law of evidence as required and defined in identity, affirmed by lawful, substantive right, by birthright, and respectively acknowledged, being lawfully qualified and competent to execute this document. I therefore place my hand and seal thereto. Chronos, day, 1 month, June year, 2018. I am Victor Royce Duquette L. Desire/minister, natural person, in propria persona, authorized representative, all rights reserved. Free Moor/Moorer Northwest Amaxine/Northwest Africa/North America. The end. Under the authority declared, recorded and published on the Form 1099, document number 10,105,905, Cook County Book 521, page 579, August 1st, 1928, The Holy Quran Circle 7, Chapter 47, Constitution and Bylaw of the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, Religious Corporation Act. 805 ILCS 110/Conveyances Act. 765 ILCS 5/Notice by Publication Act. 715 ILCS 5/ the original Moorish charter of the Honorable Noble Drew Ali entitled to his vast estate express trust. Form 1099. Document number 10,105,905. Cook County Book 521, page 579, August 1st, 1928. National Archives Record Group 147. Copy Book 521. And page file number 5 to 39. U.S. Department of Defense. File 1 to 17. Indigenous freeholder and creditor. Hierarchical Code R1.01.052.004. Federal Code 667. Federal Code 463. The Moroccan Treaty of Friendship and Peace 1787, 1836 and 1986. USC Title 28. Part 4. Chapter 97 Subsection 1603. Jurisdictional Immunities of Foreign States. USC Title 28. Part 4. Chapter 97. Subsection 1604. Immunities of a foreign states from jurisdiction. United States. Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act of 1976. Public Law 94 to 583. Immunities of a foreign states from jurisdiction. Public Law 106 to 55. International Religious Freedom Act. Public Law 107 to 228. Foreign Relations Authorization Act. Fiscal year 2003. The Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations of April 18, 1961. The Vienna Convention on Consular Relations of April 24, 1963 and the Hague Convention of October 5, 1961. The United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. United Nations Resolution 61/295, Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and United Nations Resolution 60/147, Right to a Remedy and Reparation for Victims of Gross Violations of International Human Rights Law and Serious Violation of International Humanitarian Law. The Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America. And Moor Circle 7 Temple. Divinely prepared by the Noble Prophet Drew Ali. By the guiding of his Father God, Allah, the great God of the universe. To redeem man from his sinful and fallen stage of humanity back to the highest plane of life. With his Father God, Allah. Noble Drew Ali. The prophet and founder of the Moorish Science Temple of America. To redeem the people from their sinful ways. Know thyself. And thy Father God. Allah. The genealogy of Yahshua with 18 years of the events, life, works and teachings in India, Europe and Africa. These events occurred before he was 30 years of age. These secret lessons are for all of those who love Yahshua and desire to know about his life, works and teachings. Dear readers, do not falsely use these lessons. They are for good, peace and happiness for all those that love Yahshua. Dear mothers, teach these lessons to your little ones, that they may learn to love instead of hate. Dear fathers, by these lessons you can set your house in order and your children will learn to love instead of hate. The lessons of this pamphlet are not for sale, but for the sake of humanity, as I am a prophet, and the servant is worthy of his hire. You can receive this pamphlet at expense. The reason these lessons have not been known is because the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Palestine had these secrets and kept them back from the outside world, and when the time appointed by Allah they loosened the keys and freed the secrets, and for the first time in ages have these secrets been delivered in the hands of the Muslims of America. All authority and rights of publishing of this pamphlet of 1927 by the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The industrious acts of the Muslims of the Northwest and Southwest Africa. These are the Moabites, Hamathites, Canaanites, who were driven out of the land of Canaan by Joshua, and received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle in that portion of Egypt. In later years they formed themselves kingdoms. These kingdoms are called this day Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, etc. Chapter I. The Creation and Fall of Man. Time never was when man was not. If life of man at any time began, a time would come when it would end. The thoughts of Allah cannot be circumscribed. No finite mind can comprehend things infinite. All finite things are subject unto change. All finite things will cease to be because there was a time when they were not. The bodies and the souls of men are finite things, and they will change, yet, from a finite point of view the time will come when they will be no more. But man himself is not the body, nor the soul, he is a spirit and a part of Allah. Creative fate gave to man, to spirit man, a soul that he might function on the plane of soul, gave him a body of the flesh, that he might function on the plane of things made manifest. Why did creative fate give to spirit man a soul that he might function on the Plane of soul? Why did creative fate give to soul a body of the flesh that he might function on? The plane of things that are made manifest? Here, now, yet worlds, dominions, powers and thrones. Here, now, yet cherubim, yet seraphim, yet angels and yet men. Here, now, O protoplast, and earth, and plant and beast. Here, now, yet creeping things of earth, yet fish that swim, yet birds that fly. Here, now, yet winds that blow, yet thunders and yet lightnings of the sky. Here, now, yet spirits of the fire, of water, earth, and air. Here, now, O everything that is, or was, or evermore will be, for wisdom speaks from out of the highest plane of spirit life. Man is a thought of Allah. All thoughts of Allah are infinite. They are not measured up by time, or things that are concerned with time, begin and end. The thoughts of Allah are the everlasting of the past unto the never-ending days to come. And so is man, the spirit man. But man, like every other thought of Allah, was but a seed that held within itself the potencies of Allah, just as the seed of any plant of earth holds deep within itself the attributes of every part of that especial plant. So spirit man, as seed of Allah, held deep within himself the attributes of every part of God. Now, seed are perfect, yet, as perfect as the source from which they come, but they are not unfolded into life made manifest. The child is as perfect as the mother is. So man, the seed, must be deep planted in a soil that he might grow, unfold, as does the bud unfold to show the flower. The human seed that came forth from the heart of Allah was full ordained to be the Lord of the plane of soul, and of the plane of things made manifest. So Allah, the husbandman of everything that is, threw forth this human seed into the soil of soul. It grew apace, and man became a living soul, and he became the Lord of all the kingdom of the soul. Hard, now, let every creature hear. The plane of soul is but the ether of the spirit plane vibrating not fast, and in the slower rhythm of this plane the essences of life are manifest, the perfumes and the odors, the true sensations and the all of love are manifest. And these soul attributes become a body beautiful. A multitude of lessons man must learn upon the plane of soul, and here he tarries many ages until his lessons are all learned. Upon the boundary of the plane of soul, the ether began to vibrate slower still, and then the essences took on a final garb. The perfumes and the odors and the true sensations and the all of love were clothed in flesh, and man was clothed in flesh. Perfected man must pass through all the ways of life, and so a carnal nature was full manifest, a nature that sprang forth from fleshly things. Without a foe a soldier never knows his strength, and thought must be developed by the exercise of strength. And so this carnal nature soon became a foe that man must fight, that he might be the strength of Allah made manifest. Let every living thing stand still and hear. Man is the Lord of all the plane of manifest, of protoplast, of mineral, of plant, of beast. But he gave up his birthrights, just to gratify his lower self. But man will regain his lost estate, his heritage, but he must do it in a conflict that cannot be told in words. Yet, he must suffer trials and temptations manifold, but let him know that cherubim and seraphim that rule the stations of the sun and spirit of the mighty Allah who rule the solar stars are his protectors and his guide, and they will lead to victory. Man will be fully saved, redeemed, perfected by the things he suffers on the plane of flesh, and on the plane of soul. When man has conquered carnal things, his garb of flesh will then have served its purpose well, and he will fall, will be no more. Then he will stand untrammeled on the plane of soul, where he must full complete his victories. Unnumbered foes will stand before man upon the plane of soul. These he must overcome, yet overcome them every one. Thus hope will ever be his beacon light. There is no failure for the human soul, for Allah is leading on and victory is sure. Man cannot die. The spirit man is one with Allah, and while Allah lives man cannot die. When man has conquered every foe upon the plane of soul, the seed will have full opened out, will have unfolded in the holy breath. The garb of soul will then have served its purpose well, and man will need it nevermore, and it will pass and be no more, and man will then attain unto the blessedness of perfectness and be at one with Allah. Chapter 2. Education of Mary and Elizabeth in Zoan, Egypt. One, the son of Herod, Archelaus, reigned in Jerusalem. He was a selfish, cruel king. He put to death all those who did not honor him. 2, he called in council all the wisest men and asked about the infant claimant to his throne. 3, the council said that John and Joshua both were dead. Then he was satisfied. 4, now Joseph, Mary, and their son were down in Egypt until Wont to teach. 10 Elihu said to Mary and Elizabeth, you may esteem yourself thrice blessed, for you are chosen mothers of long-promised sons. 11 Who are ordained to lay a solid rock, a sure foundation stone on which the temple of the perfect man shall rest, a temple that shall never be destroyed. 12 We measure time by cycle ages, and the gate to every age we deem a milestone in the journey of the race. 13 An age has passed, the gate unto another age flies open at the touch of time. This is the preparation age of soul, the kingdom of Emmanuel, of Allah in man. 14 And these, your sons, will be the first to tell the news, and teach the gospel of good will to men, and peace on earth. 15 A mighty work is theirs, for carnal men want not the light, they love the dark, and when the light shines in the dark they comprehend it not. 16 We call these sons revealers of the light, but they must have the light before they can reveal the light. 17 And you must teach your sons, and set their souls on fire with love and holy zeal, and make them conscious of their missions to the sons of men. 18 Teach them that Allah and man are one, but that through carnal thoughts and words and deeds, man tore himself away from Allah, debased himself. 19 Teach that the holy breath would make them one again, restoring harmony and peace. 20 That not to make them one but love, that Allah so loved the world that he has clothed his son in flesh that man may comprehend. 21 The only Savior of the world is love, and Yahshua, son of Mary, comes to manifest that love to men. 22 Now, love cannot manifest until its way has been prepared, and not can rend the rock, and bring down lofty hills and fill the valleys up, and thus prepare the way, but purity. 23 But purity in life men do not comprehend, and so, it, too, come in flesh. 24 And you, Elizabeth, are blessed because yours is purity made flesh, and he shall pave the way for love. 25 This age will comprehend but little of the works of purity and love, but not a word is lost. For in the book of Allah's remembrance a registry is made of every thought and word and deed. 26 And when the world is ready to receive, lo, Allah will send a messenger to open the book, and copy from its sacred pages all the messages of purity and love. 27 Then every man of earth will read the words of life in language of his native land, and men will see the light, walk in the light and be the light. 28 And man again will be at one with Allah. Chapter 3 Elihu's Lessons, the Unity of Life. 1 Again Elihu met his pupils in the sacred grove and said, 2 No man lives unto himself, for every living thing is bound by cords to every other living thing. 3 Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will love and not demand love in return. 4 They will not do to other men what they would not have other men do unto them. 5 There are 2 selves, the higher and the lower self. 6 The higher self is human spirit clothed with soul, made in the form of Allah. 7 The lower self, the carnal self, the body of desires, is a reflection of higher self, distorted by the murky ethers of the flesh. 8 The lower self is an illusion and will pass away, the higher self is Allah in man, and will not pass away. 9 The higher self is the embodiment of truth, the lower self is truth reversed and so is falsehood manifest. 10 The higher self is justice, mercy, love, and right, the lower self is what the higher self is not. 11 The lower self breeds hatred, slander, lewdness, murders, theft, and everything that harms. The higher self is mother of the virtues and the harmonies of life. 12 The lower self is rich in promises, but poor in blessedness and peace. It offers pleasure, joy and satisfying gain, but gives unrest, misery, and death. 13 It gives men apples that are lovely to the eye and pleasant to the smell. Their cores are full of bitterness and gall. 14 If you would ask me what to study, I would say, yourselves, and when you well have studied them, and then would ask me what to study next, I would reply, yourselves. 15 He who knows well his lower self, knows the illusions of the world, knows of the things that pass away, and he who knows his higher self, know Allah, knows well the things that cannot pass away. 16 Thrice blessed is the man who has made purity and love his very own. He has been ransomed from the perils of the lower self and is himself his higher self. 17 Men seek salvation from an evil that they deem a living monster of the nether world, and they have gods that are but demons in disguise, all powerful, yet full of jealousy and hate and lust. 18 Whose favors must be bought with costly sacrifice of fruits, and of the lives of birds, and animals, and humankind. 19 And yet these gods possess no ears to hear, no eyes to see, no heart to sympathize, no power to save. 20 This evil is a myth, these gods are made of air, clothed with shadows of a thought. 21 The only devil from which men must be redeemed is self, the lower self. If man would find his devil, he must look within. His name is self. 22. If man would find his savior, he must look within. And where the demon self has been dethroned, the savior, love, will be exalted to the throne of power. 23. The David of the light is purity, who slays the strong Goliath of the dark, and seats the savior, love, upon the throne. Chapter 4. Death and burial of Elizabeth Matheno's lessons. The ministry of death. 1. When John was 12 years old, his mother died, and neighbors laid her body in a tomb among her kindred in the Hebron burying ground, and near to Zachariah's tomb. 2. And John was deeply grieved. He wept. Matheno said, "It is not well to weep because of death." 3. Death is no enemy of man. It is a friend who, when the work of life is done, just cuts the cord that binds the human boat to earth, that it may sail on smoother seas. 4. No language can describe a mother's work, and yours was tried and true. But she was not called hence until her tasks were done. 5. The calls of death are always for the best, for we are solving problems there as well as here, and one is sure to find himself where he can solve his problems best. 6. It is but selfishness that makes one wish to call again to earth departed souls. 7. Then let your mother rest in peace. Just let her noble life be strength and inspiration unto you. 8. A crisis in your life has come, and you must have a clear conception of the work that you are called to do. 9. The sages of the ages call you harbinger. The prophets look to you and say, "He is Elisha. Come again." 10. Your mission here is that of harbinger, for you will go before the Messiah's face to pave his way, and make the people ready to receive their king. 11. This readiness is purity of heart. None but the pure in heart can recognize the king. 12. To teach men to be pure in heart, you must yourself be pure in heart and word and deed. 13. In infancy the vow for you was made, and you became a Nazarite. The razor shall not touch your face nor head, and you shall taste not wine nor fiery drinks. 14. Men need a pattern for their lives. They love to follow, not to lead. 15. The man who stands upon the corners of the paths and points the way, but does not go, is just a pointer, and a block of wood can do the same. 16. The teacher treads the way. On every span of ground he leaves his footprints, clearly cut, which all can see and be assured that he, their master, went that way. 17. Men comprehend the inner life by what they see and do. They come to Allah through ceremonies and forms. 18. And so when you would make men know that sins are washed away by purity in life, a rite symbolic may be introduced. 19. In water wash the bodies of the people who would turn away from sin and strive for purity in life. 20. This rite of cleansing is a preparation rite, and they who thus are cleansed comprise the temple of purity. 21. And you shall say, "You men of Israel, hear, reform and wash, become the sons of purity, and you shall be forgiven." 22. This rite of cleansing and this temple are but symbolic of the cleansing of the soul, which does not come from outward show, but is the temple within. 23. Now, you may never point the way and tell the multitudes to do what you have never done, but you must go before and show the way. 24. You are to teach that men must wash, so you must lead the way. Your body must be washed, symbolic of the cleansing of the soul. 25. John said, "Why need I wait? May I not go at once and wash?" 26. Matheno said, "'Tis well," and then they went down to the Jordan ford, and east of Jericho, just where the host of Israel crossed when first they entered Canaan. They tarried for a time. 27. Matheno taught the harbinger, and he explained to him the inner meaning of the cleansing rite, and how to wash himself and how to wash the multitude. 28. And in the river Jordan, John was washed, then they returned unto the wilderness. 29. Now in Engedi's hills Matheno's work was done, and he and John went down to Egypt. They rested not until they reached the temple of Saqqara in the valley of the Nile. 30. For many years, Matheno was a master in this temple of the brotherhood, and when he told about the life of John and of his mission to the sons of men, the Hierophant with joy received the harbinger, and he was called the brother Nazarite. 31. For 18 years John lived and wrought within these temple gates, and here he conquered self, became a mastermind, and learned the duties of the harbinger. Chapter B. After the feast the homeward journey to missing Joshua would search for him. His parents find him in the temple. He goes with them to Nazareth, symbolic meaning of carpenter's tools. 1. The great feast of the Pasch was ended, and the Nazarenes were journeying toward their homes. 2. And they were in Samaria, and Mary said, "Where is my son?" No one had seen the boy. 3. And Joseph sought among their kindred who were on their way to Galilee, but they had seen him not. 4. Then Joseph, Mary, and a son of Zebedee returned and sought through all Jerusalem, but they could find him not. 5. And Mary asked the guards had they seen Joshua, a little boy about 12 years old. 6. The guards replied, "Yes, he is in the temple now disputing with the doctors of the law." 7 And they went in, and found him as the guards had said. 8 And Mary said, Why, Joshua, why do you treat your parents thus? Lo, we have sought 2 days for you. We feared that some great harm had overtaken you. 9 And Joshua said, Do you not know that I must be about my father's work? 10 But he went round and pressed the hand of every doctor of the law and said, I trust that we meet again. 11 And then he went forth with his parents on their way to Nazareth, and when they reached their home he wrought with Joseph as a carpenter. 12 One day as he was bringing forth the tools for work he said, 13 These tools remind me of the ones we handle in the workshop of the mind where things were made of thought and where we build up character. 14 We use the square to measure all our lives, to straighten out the crooked places of the way, and make the corners of our conduct square. 15 We use the compass to draw circles around our passions and desires to keep them in the bounds of righteousness. 16 We use the axe to cut away the naughty, useless, and ungainly parts and make the character symmetrical. 17 We use the hammer to drive home the truth, and pound it until it is a part of every part. 18 We use the plane to smooth the rough, uneven surfaces of joint, and block, and board that go to build the temple for the truth. 19 The chisel, line, the plummet and the saw all have their uses in the workshop of the mind. 20 And then this ladder with its trinity of steps, faith, hope and love, on it we climb up to the dome of purity and life. 21 And on the 12-step ladder, we ascend until we reach the pinnacle of that which life is, spent to build the temple of perfected man. Chapter 6 Life and Works of Joshua in India among the Muslims. 1 A royal prince of India, Ravana in the south, was at the Jewish feast. 2 Ravana was a man of wealth, and he was just, and with a band of Brahmic priests sought wisdom in the west. 3 When Joshua stood among the Jewish priests and read and spoke, Ravana heard and was amazed. 4 And when he asked who Joshua was, from whence he came and what he was, Chief Hillel said, 5 We call this child the day star from on high, for he has come to bring to man a light, the light of life, to lighten up the way of men and to redeem his people of Israel. 6 And Hillel told Ravana all about the child, about the prophecies concerning him, about the wonders of the night when he was born, about the visit of the Magian priests. 7 About the way in which he was protected from the wrath of evil men, about his flight to Egypt land, and how he then was serving with his father as a carpenter in Nazareth. 8 Ravana was entranced, and asked to know the way to Nazareth, that he might go and honor such a one as son of Allah. 9 And with his gorgeous train he journeyed and came to Nazareth of Galilee. 10 He found the object of his search engaged in building dwellings for the sons of men. 11 And when he first saw Joshua he was climbing up a 12-step ladder, and he carried in his hands a compass, square, and axe. 12 Ravana said, All hail, most favored son of heaven. 13 And at the inn Ravana made a feast for all the people of the town, and Joshua and his parents were among the guests. 14 For certain days Ravana was a guest in Joseph's home on Marmion Way. He sought to learn the secret of the wisdom of the sun, but it was all too great for him. 15 And then he asked that he might be the patron of the child, might take him to the east, where he could learn the wisdom of the Bronx. 16 And Joshua longed to go, that he might learn, and after many days his parents gave consent. 17 Then, with proud heart, Ravana with his train, began the journey towards the rising sun. And after many days they crossed the sand, and reached the province of Orissa, and the palace of the prince. 18 The Brahmin priests were glad to welcome home the prince, with favor they received the Jewish boy. 19 And Joshua was accepted as a pupil in the temple Juggernaut, and here he learned the Vedas and the Manic law. 20 The Brahmic masters wondered at the clear conceptions of the child, and often were amazed when he explained to them the meaning of the law. Chapter 7 The friendship of Joshua and Lamaz. Joshua explains to Lamaz the meaning of truth. One among the priests of Juggernaut was one who loved the Jewish boy. Lamaz Brahmas was the name by which the priest was known. 2 One day as Joshua and Lamaz walked alone in Plaza Juggernaut, Lamaz said, My Jewish master, what is truth? 3 And Joshua said, Truth is the only thing that changes not. For in all the world there are 2 things, the one is truth, the other is falsehood, and falsehood, that which seems to be. 5 Now truth is ought and has no cause, and yet it is the cause of everything. 6 Falsehood is not, and yet it is the manifest of right. 7 Whatever has been made will be unmade, that which begins must end. 8 All things that can be seen by human eyes are manifests of ought, are not, and so must pass away. 9 The things we see are but reflexes just appearing, while the ethers vibrate so and so, and when conditions change they disappear. 10 The holy breath is truth, is that which was, and is, and evermore shall be. It cannot change, nor pass away. 11 Lamaz said, You answer well. Now what is man? 12 And Yahshua said, Man is the truth and falsehood strangely mixed. 13 Man is the breath made flesh, so truth and falsehood are conjoined in him, and they strive. And naught goes down in man as truth abides. 14 Again Lamaz asked, What do you say of power? 15 And Yahshua said, It is a manifest, is the result of force, it is but not, it is illusion. Nothing more. Force changes not, but power changes as the ethers change. 16 Force is the will of Allah and is omnipotent, and power is that will and manifest, directed by the breath. 17 There is power in the winds, a power in the waves, a power in the lightning stroke, a power in the human arm, a power in the eye. 18 The ethers cause these powers to be, and thought of Elohim, an angel, man, or other thinking things, directs the force. When it has done its work the power is no more. 19 Again Lamaz asked, Of understanding, what have you to say? 20 And Yahshua said, It is the rock on which man builds himself, it is the gnosis of the ought, and of the not, of falsehood, and of truth. 21 It is the knowledge of the lower self, the sensing of the powers of man himself. 22 Again Lamaz asked, Of wisdom what have you to say? 23 And Yahshua said, It is the consciousness that man is ought, that Allah and man are one. 24 That naught is not, that power is but illusion, that heaven and earth and hell are not, above, around, below, within, which in the light of ought becomes the not, and Allah is all. 25 Lamaz asked, Pray, what is faith? 26 And Yahshua said, Faith is the surety of the omnipotence of Allah and man, the certainty that man will reach the deific life. 27 Salvation is a ladder reaching from the heart of man to heart of Allah. 28 It has 3 steps, belief is first, and this is what man thinks, perhaps, is truth. 29 And faith is next, and this is what man knows is truth. 30 Fruition is the last, and this is man himself, the truth. 31 Belief is lost in faith, and in fruition is lost, and man is saved when he has reached deific life, when he and Allah are one. Chapter 8 Yahshua reveals to the people of their sinful ways. 1 In all the cities of Orisa Yahshua taught. At K-OTIK, by the riverside, he taught, and thousands of the people followed him. 2 One day a car of Juggernaut was hauled along by scores of frenzied men, and Yahshua said, 3 Behold, a form without a spirit passes by, a body with no soul, a temple with no altar fires. 4 This car of Krishna is an empty thing, for Krishna is not there. 5 This car is but an idol of a people drunk on wine of carnal things. 6 Allah lives not in the noise of tongues, there is no way to him from any idol shrine. 7 Allah's meeting place with man is in the heart, and in a still small voice he speaks, and he who hears is still. 8 And all the people said, Teach us to know the Holy One who speaks within the heart, Allah, of the still small voice. 9 And Yahshua said, The holy breath cannot be seen with mortal eyes, nor can men see the spirits of the Holy One. 10 But in their image man was made, and he who looks into the face of man, looks at the image of the Allah who speaks within. 11 And when man honors man, he honors Allah, and what man does for man he does for Allah. 12 And you must bear in mind that when man harms in thought or word or deed another man, he does a wrong to Allah. 13 If you would serve the Allah who speaks within the heart, just serve your near of kin, and those that are no kin, the stranger of your gates, the foe who seeks to do you harm. 14 Assist the poor, and help the weak, do harm to none, and covet not what is not yours. 15 Then, with your tongue the Holy One will speak, and he will smile behind your tears, will light your countenance with joy, and fill your hearts with peace. 16 And then the people asked, To whom shall we bring gifts? Where shall we offer sacrifice? 17 And Yahshua said, Our Father Allah asks not for needless waste of plant, of grain, of dove, of lamb. 18 That which you burn on any shrine you throw away. No blessings can attend the one who takes the food from hungry mouths to be destroyed by fire. 19 When you would offer sacrifice unto Allah, just take your gift of grain, or meat, and lay it on the table of the poor. 20 From it an incense will arise to heaven, which will return to you with blessedness. 21 Tear down your idols, they can hear you not. Turn all your sacrificial altars into fuel for the flames. 22 Make human hearts your altars, and burn your sacrifices with the fire of love. 23 And all the people were entranced, and would have worshipped Yahshua as a god, but Yahshua said, 24 I am your brother man just come to show the way to Allah, you shall not worship man. Praise Allah the Holy One. Chapter 9 Yahshua attends a feast in beer, and here he taught human equality. 1 The fame of Yahshua as a teacher spread through all the land, and people came from near and far to hear his words of truth. 2 At beer, on the sacred river of the Bronx, he taught for many days. 3 An ACH, a wealthy man of beer, made a feast in honor of his guest, and he invited every one to come. 4 And many came, among them thieves, extortioners, and courtesans. And Joshua sat with them and taught, but they who followed him were much aggrieved, because he sat with thieves and courtesans. 5 And they upbraided him. They said, Rabboni, Master of the wise, this day will be an evil day for you. 6 The news will spread that you consort with courtesans, and men will shun you as they shun an asp. 7 And Joshua answered them and said, a master never screens himself for sake of reputation or of fame. 8 These are but worthless baubles of the day. They arise and sink, like empty bottles on a stream. They are illusions and will pass away. 9 They are the indices to what the thoughtless think. They are the noise that people make. And shallow men judge merit by the noise. 10 Aleph And all master men judge men by what they are and not by what they seem to be, not by their reputation and their fame. 11 These courtesans and thieves are children of my father Allah. Their souls are just as precious in his sight as yours, or of the Brahmic priests. 12 And they are working out the same life sums that you have solved, you men who look at them with scorn. 13 And some of them have solved much harder sums than you have solved, you men who look at them with scorn. 14 Yes, they are sinners, and confess their guilt while you are guilty, but are shrewd enough to have a polished coat to cover up your guilt. 15 Suppose you men who scorn the courtesans, these drunkards, and these thieves, who know that you are pure in heart and life, that you are better far than they, stand forth that men may know just who you are. 16 The sin lies in the wish, in the desire, not in the act. 17 You covet other people's wealth, you look at charming forms, and deep within your hearts you lust for them. 18 Deceit you practice every day, and wish for gold, for honor, and for fame, just for your selfish selves. 19 The man who covets is a thief, and she who lusts is courtesan. You who are none of these, speak out. 20 Nobody spoke, the accusers held their peace. 21 And Joshua said, the proof this day is all against those who have accused. 22 The pure in heart do not accuse. The vile in heart who want to cover up their guilt with holy smoke of piety are ever loathing drunkard, thief, and courtesans. 23 This loathing and this scorn is mockery, for if the tinseled coat of reputation could be torn away, the loud professor would be found to revel in his lust, deceit, and many forms of secret sin. 24 The man who spends his time in pulling other people's weeds can have no time to pull his own, and all the choicest flowers of life will soon be choked and die, and nothing will remain but darnel, thistles, and burrs. 25 And Joshua spoke a parable. He said, behold, a farmer had great fields of ripened grain. And when he looked, he saw that blades of many stalks of wheat were bent and broken down. 26 And when he sent his reapers forth, he said, we will not save the stalks of wheat that have the broken blades. 27 Go forth and cut and burn the stalks with broken blades. 28 And after many days he went to measure up his grain, but not a kernel could he find. 29 And then he called the harvesters and said to them, where is my grain? 30 They answered him and said, we did according to your word, we gathered up and burned the stalks with broken blades, and not a stalk was left to carry to the barn. 31 And Joshua said, if Allah saves only those who have no broken blades, who have been perfected in his sight, who will be saved. 32 And the accusers hung their heads in shame, and Joshua went his way. Chapter X. Joshua spake on the unity of Allah and man to the Hindus. 1 Benares is the sacred city of the Brahms, and in Benares Joshua taught. Yudrika was his host. 2 Yudrika made a feast in honor of his guests, and many high-born Hindu priests and scribes were there. 3 And Joshua said to them, with much delight I speak to you concerning life, the brotherhood of life. 4 The universal Allah is one, yet he is more than one, all things are one. 5 By the sweet breath of Allah all life is bound in one, so if you touch a fiber of a living thing, you send a thrill from the center to the outer bounds of life. 6 And when you crush beneath your foot the meanest worm, you shake the throne of Allah, and cause the sword of life to tremble in its sheath. 7 The bird sings out its song for men, and men vibrate in unison to help it sing. 8 The ant constructs her home, the bee its sheltering comb, the spider weaves her web end. Flowers breath to them a spirit in their sweet perfume that gives them strength to toil. 9 Now, men and birds and beasts and creeping things are deities, made flesh, and how dare men kill anything? 10 It is cruelty that makes the world awry, when men have learned that when they harm a living thing, they harm themselves. They surely will not kill, nor cause a thing that Allah has made to suffer pain. 11 A lawyer said, I pray to Joshua, tell who is this Allah you speak about, where are his priests, his temples, and his shrines? 12 And Joshua said, the Allah I speak about is everywhere, he cannot be compassed with walls, nor hedged about with bounds of any kind. 13 All people worship Allah, the One, but all the people see him not alike. 14 This universal Allah is wisdom, will and love. 15 All men see not the triune Allah. One sees him as Allah of might, another as Allah of thought, another as Allah of love. 16 A man's ideal is his God, and so, as man unfolds, his God unfolds. Man's God today. Tomorrow is not God. 17 The nations of the earth see Allah from different points of view, and so he does not seem the same to everyone. 18 Man names the part of Allah he sees, and this to him is all of Allah, and every nation sees the part of Allah, and every nation has a name for Allah. 19 You Brahmins call him Par-Brahm. In Egypt he is Thoth, and Zeus is his name in Greece. Jehovah is his Hebrew name, but everywhere he is the causeless cause, the rootless root from which all things have grown. 20 When men are afraid of Allah and take him for a foe, they dress up other men in fancy garbs and call them priests. 21 And charge them to restrain the wrath of Allah by prayers, and when they fail to win his favor by their prayers, to buy him off with sacrifice of animals or birds. 22 When man sees Allah as one with him, as Father Allah, he needs no middleman, no priest to intercede. 23 He goes straight up to him and says, My Father God, Allah, and then he lays his hand in Allah's own hand, and all is well. 24 And this is Allah. You are, each one, a priest, just for yourself, and sacrifice of blood Allah does not want. 25 Just give your life in sacrificial service to all of life, and Allah is pleased. 26 When Yahshua had thus said, he stood aside. The people were amazed, but strove among themselves. 27 Some said, he is inspired by Holy Brahm, and others said, he is insane, and others said, he is obsessed, he speaks as devils speak. 28 But Yahshua tarried not. Among the guests was one, a tiller of the soil, a generous soul, a seeker after truth, who loved the words that Yahshua spoke, and Yahshua went with him, and in his home abode. Chapter 11 Yahshua and Barada together they read the sacred books. One among the Buddhist priests was one who saw a lofty wisdom in the words that Yahshua spoke. It was Barada Arabo. 2 Together Yahshua and Barada read the Jewish Psalms and Prophets, read the Vedas, the Avesta and the wisdom of Gautama. 3 And as they read and talked about the possibilities of man, Barada said, For man is the marvel of the universe. He is part of everything, for he has been a living thing on every plane of life. 5 Time was when man was not, and then he was bit a formless substance in the molds of time, and then a protoplast. 6 By universal law, all things tend upward to a state of perfectness. The protoplast evolved, becoming worm, then reptile, bird, and beast, and then at last it reached the form of man. 7 Now, man himself is mind, and mind is here to gain perfection by experience, and mind is often manifest in fleshy form, and in the form best suited to its growth. So mind may manifest as worm, or bird, or beast, or man. 8 The time will come when everything of life will be evolved unto the state of perfect man. 9 And after man is man in perfectness, he will evolve to higher forms of life. 10 And Yahshua said, Barada Arabo, who taught you this, that mind which is the man, may manifest in flesh of beast, or bird, or creeping thing. 11 Barada said, From times which man remembers not, our priests have told us so, and so we know. 12 And Yahshua said, Enlightened Arabo, are you a mastermind and do not know that man knows not by being told? 13 Man may believe what others say, but thus he never knows. If man would know, he must himself be what he knows. 14 Do you remember, Arabo, when you were a, or bird, or worm? 15 Now, if you have no better proving of your plea than that the priests have told you so, you do not know, you simply guess. 16 Regard not, then, what any man has said, let us forget the flesh, and go with mind into the land of fleshless things. Mind never does forget. 17 And backward through the ages master minds can trace themselves, and thus they know. 18 Time never was when man was not. 19 That which begins will have an end. If man was not, the time will come when he will not exist. 20 From Allah's own record book we read, the triune Allah breathed forth, and stood 7 spirits before his face. The Hebrews call these 7 spirits, Elohim. 21 And these are they who, in their boundless power, created everything that is, or was. 22 These spirits of the triune Allah moved on the face of boundless space, and 7 others were, and every other had its form of life. 23 These forms of life were but the thought of Allah, clothed in the substance of their ether planes. 24 Men call these ether planes the planes of protoplast, of earth, of plant, of beast, of man, of angel, and of cherubim. 25 These planes with all their teeming thought of Allah are never seen by eyes of man in Flesh, they are composed of substance far too fine for fleshy eyes to see, and still they constitute the soul of things. 26 And with the eyes of soul all creatures see these ether planes, and all forms of life. 27 Because all forms of life on every plane are thoughts of Allah, all creatures think, and every creature is possessed of will, and, in its measure, has the power to choose. 28 And in their native planes all creatures are supplied with nourishment from the ethers of their planes. 29 And so it was with every living thing until the will became a sluggish will, and then the ethers of the protoplast, the earth, the plant, the beast, the man, began to vibrate very slow. 30 The ethers all became more dense, and all the creatures of these planes were clothed with coarser garbs of flesh, which men can see, and thus this coarser manifest, which men call physical, appeared. 31 And this is what is called the fall of man, but man fell not alone, for protoplast, and earth, and plant and beast were all included in the fall. 32 The angels and the cherubim fell not, their wills were ever strong, and so they held the ethers of their planes in harmony with Allah. 33 Now, when the ether reached the rate of atmosphere, and all the creatures of these planes must get their food from atmosphere, the conflict came, and that which the finite man called survival of the best, became the law. 34 The stronger ate the bodies of the weaker manifests, and here is where the carnal law of evolution had its rise. 35 And now man, in his utter shamelessness, strikes down and eats the beasts, the beast consumes the plant thrives on the earth absorbs the protoplast. 36 In yonder kingdom of the soul this carnal evolution is not known, and the great work of master minds is to restore the heritage of man, to bring him back to his estate that he has lost, when he again will live upon the ethers of his native plane. 37 The thoughts of Allah change not, the manifests of life on every plane unfold into perfection of their kind, and as the thought of Allah can never die, there is no death to any being of the 7 ethers, of the 7 spirits of the triune Allah. 38 And so an earth is never plant, a beast, or bird, or creeping thing is never man, and man is not, and cannot be, a beast, or bird, or creeping thing. 39 The time will come when all these 7 manifests will be absorbed, and man, and beast, and plant, and earth, and protoplast will be redeemed. 40 Barada was amazed, the wisdom of the Jewish sage was a revelation unto him. 41 Now, Bidin Pidi, wisest of the Indian sages, chief of temple Kapavistu, heard Barada speak to Yahshua of the origin of man, and heard the answer of the Hebrew prophet, and he said, 42 You priests of Kapavistu, hear me speak, we stand today upon a crest of time. 6 times ago a master soul was born who gave a glorious light to man, and now a master sage stands here in the temple Kapavistu. 43 The Hebrew prophet is the rising star of wisdom, deified. He brings to us a knowledge of the secret things of Allah, and all the world will hear his words, will heed his words, and glorify his name. 44 You priests of temple Kapavistu, stay, be still and listen when he speaks, he is the living oracle of Allah. 45 And all the priests gave thanks, and praised the Buddha of enlightenment. Chapter 12 Yahshua teaches the common people as spring tells of how to obtain eternal happiness. 1 In silent meditation Yahshua sat beside a flowing spring. It was a holy day, and many people of the servant caste were near the place. 2 And Yahshua saw the hard-drawn lines of toil on every brow, in every hand. There was no look of joy in any face. Not one of all the group could think of anything but toil. 3 And Yahshua spoke to one and said, Why are you all so sad? Have you no happiness in life? 4 The man replied, We scarcely know the meaning of that word. We toil to live, and hope for nothing else but toil, and bless the day when we can see the lay down and rest in Buddha city of the dead. 5 And Yahshua's heart was stirred with pity and with love for these poor toilers, and he said, 6 Toil should not make a person sad, men should be happiest when they toil. When hope and love are back of toil, then all of life is filled with joy and peace, and this is heaven. Do you not know that such a heaven is for you? 7 The man replied, Of heaven we have heard, but then it is so far away, and we must live so many lives before we can reach that place. 8 And Yahshua said, My brother, man, your thoughts are wrong. Your heaven is not far away, and is not a place of metes and bounds, is not a country to be reached, it is a state of mind. 9 Allah never made a heaven for man, he never made a hell, we are creators and we make our own. 10 Now cease to seek for heaven in the sky, just open up the windows of the hearts, and like a flood of light, a heaven will come and bring a boundless joy, then toil will be no cruel task. 11 The people were amazed, and gathered close to hear this strange young master speak. 12 Imploring him to tell them more about the Father God, Allah, about the heaven that men can make on earth, about the boundless joy. 13 And Yahshua spoke a parable, he said, a certain man possessed a field, the soil was hard and poor. 14 By constant toil he scarcely could provide enough of food to keep his family from want. 15 One day a miner who could see beneath the soil, in passing on his way, saw this poor man in his unfruitful field. 16 He called the weary dweller and he said, my brother, know you not that just below the surface of your barren field rich treasures lie concealed? 17 You plow and sow and reap in a scanty way, and day by day you tread upon a mine of gold and precious stones. 18 This wealth lies not upon the surface of the ground, but if you will dig away the rocky soil, and delve down deep into the earth, you need no longer till the soil for naught. 19 The man believed. The miner surely knows, and I will find the treasures hidden in my field. 20 And then he dug away the rocky soil, and deep down in the earth he found a mine of gold. 21 And Yahshua said, the sons of men are toiling hard on desert plains, and burning sands, and rocky soils, are doing what their fathers did, not dreaming they can do aught else. 22 Behold, a master comes, and tells them of a hidden wealth, that underneath the rocky soil of carnal things are treasures that no man can count. 23 That in the heart the richest gems abound, that he who wills may open the door and find them all. 24 And then the people said, make known to us the way that we may find the wealth that lies within the heart. 25 And Yahshua opened up the way, the toilers saw another side of life, and toil became a joy. Chapter 13 Life and works of Yahshua in Egypt among the Gentiles. 1 Yahshua with Elihu and Salome in Egypt tells the story of his journeys. Elihu and Salome. Praise Allah. Yahshua goes to the temple in Heliopolis and is received as a pupil. 2 And Yahshua came to Egypt land and all was well. He tarried not upon the coast, he went at once to Zoan, home of Elihu and Salome, who 25 years before had taught his mother in their sacred school. 3 And there was joy when met these three. When last the son of Mary saw these sacred groves, he was a babe. 4 And now a man grown strong by buffeting of every kind, a teacher who had stirred the multitudes in many lands. 5 And Yahshua told the aged teachers all about his life, about his journeyings in foreign lands, about the meetings with the masters and about his kind receptions by the multitudes. 6 Elihu and Salome heard his story with delight, they lifted up their eyes to heaven and said, our Father God Allah, let now thy servants go in peace, for we have seen the glory of Allah. 7 And we have talked with him, the messenger of love, and of the covenant of peace on earth, goodwill to men. 8 Through him shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, through him, Emmanuel. 9 And Yahshua stayed in Zoan many days, and then went forth unto the city of the sun, that men call Heliopolis, and sought admission to the temple of the sacred brotherhood. 10 The council of the brotherhood convened, and Yahshua stood before the Hierophant. He answered all the questions that were asked with clearness and with power. 11 The Hierophant exclaimed, Rabboni of the rabbinate, why come you here? Your wisdom is the wisdom of the gods, why seek for wisdom in the halls of men? 12 And Yahshua said, in every way of earth life I would walk, in every hall of learning I would sit, the heights that any man has gained, these I would gain. 13 What any man has suffered I would meet, that I may know the griefs, the disappointments, and the sore temptations of my brother man, that I may know just how to succor those in need. 14 I pray you brothers, let me go into your dismal cribs, and I would pass the hardest of your tests. 15 The master said, take then the vow of secret brotherhood. And Yahshua took the vow of secret brotherhood. 16 Again the master spoke, he said, the greatest heights are gained by those who reach the greatest depths, and you shall reach the greatest depths. 17 The guide then led the way, and in the fountain Yahshua bathed, and when he had been clothed in proper garb he stood again before the Hierophant. Chapter 14 John, the harbinger, returns to Hebron, lives as a hermit in the wilds, visits Jerusalem, and speaks to the people. 1 It came to pass when John, the son of Zacharias and Elizabeth, had finished all his studies in the Egyptian schools, he returned to Hebron, where he abode for certain days. 2 And then he sought the wilderness and made his home in David's cave, where many years before he was instructed by the Egyptian sage. 3 Some people called him Hermit of Engedi, and others said, he is the wild man of the hills. 4 He clothed himself with skins of beasts, his food was carobs, honey, nuts, and fruits. 5 When John was 30 years of age he went into Jerusalem, and in the marketplace he sat in silence 7 days. 6 The common people and the priests, the scribes, and Pharisees came out in multitudes to see the silent hermit of the hills, but none were bold enough to ask him who he was. 7 But when his silent past was done he stood forth in the midst of all and said, 8 Behold the king has come, The prophets told of him. The wise men long have looked for him. 9. Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your king. 10. And that was all he said, and then he disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. 11. And there was great unrest through all Jerusalem. The rulers heard the story of the hermit of the hills. 12. And they sent couriers forth to talk with him that they might know about the coming king. But they could find him not. 13. And after certain days he came again into the marketplace, and all the city came to hear him speak. He said, 14. Be not disturbed, you rulers of the state. The coming king is no antagonist. He seeks no place on any earthly throne. He comes the Prince of Peace, the King of righteousness and love. His kingdom is within the soul. 15. The eyes of men shall see it not, and none can enter but the pure in heart. 16. Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your king. 17. Again, the hermit disappeared. The people strove to follow him, but he had drawn a veil about his form, and men could see him not. 18. Jewish feast day came. Jerusalem was filled with Jews and proselytes from every part of Palestine, and John stood in the temple court and said, 19. Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your king. 20. So, you have lived in sin. The poor cry in your streets, and you regard them not. 21. Your neighbors, who are they? You have defrauded friends and foes alike. 22. You worship out far away, and set on gold. 23. Your priests have bound upon the people burdens far too great to bear. They live in ease upon the hard-earned wages of the poor. 24. Your lawyers, doctors, scribes are useless cumberers of the ground. They are but tumors on the body of the state. 25. They toil not, neither do they spin, yet they consume the profits of your marts of trade. 26. Your rulers are adulterers, extortioners, and thieves, regarding not the rights of any man. 27. And robbers ply their calling in the sacred hills. The holy temple you have sold to thieves. Their dens are in the sacred places set apart for prayer. 28. Hear, you people of Jerusalem. Reform, turn from your evil ways, where Allah will turn from you, and heathen from afar will come, and what is left of all your honor and your fame will pass in one short hour. 29. Prepare, Jerusalem, prepare to meet your king. 30. He said no more. He left the court and no one saw him go. 31. The priests, the doctors, and the scribes were all in rage. They sought for John, intent to do him harm. They found him not. The common people stood in his defense. They said, the hermit speaks the truth. And then the priests, the doctors, and the scribes were sore afraid. They said no more. They hid themselves away. Chapter 15. Joshua goes to the wilderness for self-examination, where he remains 40 days eyes subjected to 3 temptations. He overcomes, returns to the camps of John, and begins teaching. 1. The harbinger had paved the way. The Logos had been introduced to men as love made manifest, and he must now begin his divine ministry. 2. And he went forth into the wilderness to be alone with Allah, that he might look into his inner heart, and know its strength and worthiness. 3. And with himself he talked. He said, my lower self is strong. By many ties I am bound down to carnal life. 4. Have I the strength to overcome and give my life a willing sacrifice for men? 5. When I shall stand before the face of men, and they demand a proof of my messiahship, what will I say? 6. And then the tempter came and said, if you be son of Allah, command these stones to turn to bread. 7. And Joshua said, who is it that demands a test? It is no sign that one is son of Allah. Because he does a miracle, the devils can do mighty things. 8. Did not the Gentile magicians do great things before the Pharaoh? 9. My words and deeds in all the walks of life shall be the proof of my messiahship. 10. And then the tempter said, if you will go into Jerusalem, and from the temple pinnacle cast down yourself to earth, the people will believe that you are the Messiah sent from Allah. 11. This you can surely do, for did not David say, he gives his angels charge concerning you, and with their will they uphold lest you should fall. 12. And Joshua said, I may not tempt the Lord, my God, Allah. 13. And then the tempter said, look forth upon the world, behold its honors and its fame, behold its pleasures and its wealth. 14. If you will give your life for these, they shall be yours. 15. But Joshua said, away from me all tempting thoughts. My heart is mixed. I spurn this carnal self with all its vain ambition and its pride. 16. For 40 days did Joshua wrestle with his carnal self. His higher self prevailed. He then was hungry, but his friends had found him and they ministered to him. 17. Then Joshua left the wilderness, and in the consciousness of holy breath, he came unto the camps of John and taught. Chapter 16. Pilate's final effort to release Joshua fails. He washes his hands in feigned innocence, delivers Joshua to the Jews. For execution, the Jewish soldiers drive him to Calvary. 1. A superstitious people are the Jews. They have a faith that they have borrowed from the idol worshippers of other lands, that at the end of every year, 2 they may heap all their sins upon the head of some man set apart to bear their sins. 3 the man becomes a scapegoat for the multitudes, and they believe that when they drive him forth into the wilds, or into foreign lands, they are released from sins. 4 so every spring before the feast they chose a prisoner from the prisons of the land, and by a form their own, they fain would make them bear their sins away. 5 among the Jewish prisoners in Jerusalem were 3 who were the leaders of a vile, seditious band, who had engaged in thefts and murders and rapine, and had been sentenced to be crucified. 6 Barabbas and Josiah was among the men who were to die, but Barabbas was rich and he had bought off priests of whom to be scapegoat for the people at the coming feast, and he was anxiously in waiting for his hour to come. 7 Now, Pilate thought to turn this superstition to account to save the Lord Yahshua, and so he went again before the Jews and said, 8 You men of Israel, according to my custom I will release to you today a prisoner who shall bear your sins away. 9 This man you drive into the wilds or into foreign lands, and you have asked me to release Barabbas, who has been proven guilty of the murder of a score of men. 10 Now, hear me men. Let Yahshua be released and let Barabbas pay his debt upon the cross. Then you can send this Yahshua to the wilds and hear no more of him. 11 At what the ruler said the people were enraged, and they began to plot to tear the Roman palace down and drive and exile Pilate, and his household and his guards. 12 When Pilate was assured that civil war would follow if he heeded not the wishes of the mob, he took a bowl of water and in the presence of the multitude he washed his hands and said, 13 This man whom you accuse is son of the Most High Allah, and I proclaim my innocence. 14 If you would shed his blood is on your hands and not on mine. 15 And then the Jews exclaimed, and let his blood be on our hands and on our children's hands. 16 And Pilate trembled like a leaf, in fear. Barabbas he released, and as the Lord stood forth before the mob, the ruler said, Behold your king. And would you put to death your king? 17 The Jews replied, He is no king, we have no king but great Tiberius. 18 Now, Pilate would not give consent that Roman soldiers should imbue their hands in blood of innocence, and so the chief priests and the Pharisees took counsel what to do with Yahshua. 19 Caiaphas has said, We cannot crucify this man, he must be stoned to death and nothing more. 20 And then the rabble said, Make haste. Let him be stoned. And then they led him forth toward the hill beyond the city's gates, where criminals were put to death. 21 The rabble could not wait until they reached the place of skulls. As soon as they had passed the city's gates, they rushed upon him, smote him with their hands, they spit upon him, stoned him, and he fell upon the ground. 22 And 1 A man of Allah stood forth and said, Isaiah said, He shall be bruised for our transgressions, and by his stripes we shall be healed. 23 As Yahshua lay all bruised and mangled on the ground, a high priest called out, Stay, stay you men. Behold the guards of Herod come, and they will crucify this man. 24 And there beside the city's gate they found Barabbas' cross, and then the frenzied mob cried out, Let him be crucified. 25 Caiaphas and the other ruling Jews came forth and gave consent. 26 And then they lifted Yahshua from the ground, and at the point of swords they drove him on. 27 A man named Simon, from Cyrene, a friend of Yahshua, was near the scene, and since they bruised and wounded Yahshua could not bear his cross, they laid it on the shoulders of this man and made him bear it on to Calvary. Chapter 17 Yahshua appears, fully materialized, before Apollo, and the silent brotherhood in Greece appears to Claudia and Juliet. On the Tiber near Rome appears to the priest in the Egyptian temple at Heliopolis. 1 Apollo, with the silent brotherhood of Greece, was sitting in a Delphian grove. The oracle had spoken loud and long. 2 The priests were in the sanctuary, and as they looked the oracle became a blaze of light. It seemed to be on fire, and all consumed. 3 The priests were filled with fear. They said, A great disaster is to come, our gods are mad. They have destroyed our oracle. 4 But when the flames had spent themselves, a man stood on the oracle's pedestal and said, 5 Allah speaks to man, not by an oracle of wood and gold, but by the voice of man. 6 The gods have spoken to the Greeks, in kindred tongues, through images made by man. But Allah the One, now speaks to man through Yahshua the only Son, who was, and is and evermore will be. 7 This oracle shall fail, the living oracle of Allah, the One, will not fail. 8 Apollo knew the man who spoke. He knew it was the Nazarene who once had taught the wise men in the Acropolis and had rebuked the idol worshippers upon the Athens beach. 9 And in a moment Yahshua stood before Apollo and the silent brotherhood and said, 10 Behold, for I have risen from the dead with gifts for men. I bring to you the title of your vast estate. 11 All power in heaven and earth is mine. To you I give all power in heaven and earth. 12. Go forth and teach the nations of the earth the gospel of the resurrection of the dead and of eternal life through Yahshua, the love of Allah made manifest to men. 13. And then he clasped Apollo's hand and said, my human flesh was changed to higher form. By love divine and I can manifest in flesh or in the higher planes of life at will. 14. What I can do all men can do. Go teach the gospel of the omnipotence of man. 15. Then Yahshua disappeared, but Greece and Crete and all the nations heard. 16. Claudius and Juliet, his wife, lived on the Palatine in Rome and they were servants of Tiberius, but they had been in Galilee. 17. Had walked with Yahshua by the sea, had heard his words and seen his power, and they believed that he was Yahshua made manifest. 18. Now Claudius and his wife were on the Tiber in a little boat, a storm swept from the sea. The boat was wrecked and Claudius and his wife were sinking down to death. 19. And Yahshua came and took them by the hands and said, Claudius and Juliet, arise and walk with me upon the waves. 20. And they arose and walked with him upon the waves. 21. 8,000 people saw three walk on the waves, and saw them reach the land, and they were all amazed. 22. And Yahshua said, you men of Rome, I am the resurrection and the life. They that are dead shall live, and many that shall live will never die. 23. By mouth of gods and demigods Allah spoke unto your fathers long ago, but now he speaks to you through perfect man. 24. He sent his son, Yahshua, in human flesh to save the world, and as I lifted from the water grave and saved these servants of Tiberius. 20. So Yahshua will lift the sons and daughters of the human race, yet every one of them, from darkness and from graves of carnal things, to light and everlasting life. 26. I am the manifest of love raised from the dead, behold my hands, my feet, my side which carnal men have pierced. 27. Claudius and Juliet whom I have saved from death, are my ambassadors to Rome. 28. And they will point the way and preach the gospel of the holy breath and the resurrection of the dead. 29. And that was all he said, but Rome and all of Italy heard. 30. The priests of Heliopolis were in their temple met to celebrate the resurrection of their brother Nazarite. They knew that he had risen from the dead. 31. The Nazarite appeared and stood upon a sacred pedestal on which no man had ever stood. 32. This was an honor that had been reserved for him who first would demonstrate the resurrection of the dead. 33. And Yahshua was the first of all the human race to demonstrate the resurrection of the dead. 34. When Yahshua stood upon the sacred pedestal the masters stood and said, all hail. The great bells of the temple rang and all the temple was ablaze with light. 35. And Yahshua said, all honor to the masters of this temple of the Sunday. 36. In flesh of man there is the essence of the resurrection of the dead. This essence, quickened by the holy breath, will raise the substance of the body to a higher tone. 37. And make it like the substance of the bodies of the plains above, which human eyes cannot behold. 38. There is a holy ministry in death. The essence of the body cannot be quickened by the holy breath until the fixed is solved. The body must disintegrate, and this is death. 39. And then upon these pliant substances Allah breathes, just as he breathed upon the chaos of the deep when worlds were formed. 40. And life springs forth from death. The carnal form is changed to form divine. 41. The will of man makes possible the action of the holy breath. One will of man and will of Allah are one. The resurrection is a fact. 42. In this we have the chemistry of mortal life, the ministry of death, the mystery of deific life. 43. My human life was wholly given to bring my will to tune with the deific will. When this was done my earth tasks all were done. 44. And you, my brother, know full well the foes I had to meet. You know about my victories in Gethsemane, my trials in the courts of men, my death upon the cross. 45. You know that all my life was one great drama for the sons of men, a pattern for the sons of men. I lived to show the possibilities of man. 46. What I have done all men can do, and what I am all men shall be. 47. The masters looked, the form upon the sacred pedestal had gone, but every temple priest and every living creature said, praise Allah. Chapter 18. The resurrection of Yahshua. Pilate places the Roman seal upon the stone door of the tomb at midnight. A company of the silent brothers march about the tomb. The soldiers are alarmed. Yahshua preaches to the spirits in prison. Early Sunday morning he rises from the tomb. The soldiers are bribed by the priests to say that the disciples had stolen the body. The tomb in which they laid the body of the Lord was in a garden, rich with flowers, the garden of Salome, and Joseph's home was near. 2. Before the watch began, Caiaphas sent a company of priests out to the garden of Salome, that they might be assured that Yahshua's body was within the tomb. 3. They rolled away the stone. They saw the body there, and then they placed the stone again before the door. 4. And Pilate sent his scribe who placed upon the stone the seal of Rome, in such a way that he who moved the stone would break the seal. 5. To break this Roman seal meant death to him who broke the seal. 6. The Jewish soldiers all were sworn to faithfulness, and then the watch began. 7. At midnight all was well, but suddenly the tomb became a blaze of light, and down the garden walk a troop of white-clad soldiers marched in single file. 8. They came up to the tomb and marched and counter-marched before the door. 9. The Jewish soldiers were alert. They thought his friends had come to steal the body of the Nazarene. The captain of the guard cried out to charge. 10. They charged, but not a white-clad soldier fell. They did not even stop. They marched in. Counter-marched among the frightened men. 11. They stood upon the Roman seal. They did not speak. They unsheathed not their swords. It was the silent brotherhood. 12. The Jewish soldiers fled in fear. They fell upon the ground. 13. They stood apart until the white-clad soldiers marched away, and then the light about the tomb grew dim. 14. Then they returned. The stone was in its place. The seal was not disturbed, and they resumed their watch. 15. Now, Joshua did not sleep within the tomb. The body is the manifest of soul, but soul is without its manifest. 16. And in the realm of souls, unmanifest, the Lord went forth and taught. 17. He opened up the prison doors and set the prisoners free. 18. He broke the chains of captive souls, and led the captives to the light. 19. He sat in council with the patriarchs and prophets of the olden times. 20. The masters of all times and climes he met, and in the great assemblies he stood forth, and told the story of his life on earth, and of his death and sacrifice for man. 21. And of his promises to clothe himself again in garb of flesh and walk with his disciples, just to prove the possibilities of man. 22. To give to them the key of life, of death, and of the resurrection of the dead. 23. In council all the masters sat and talked about the revelations of the coming age. 24. When she, the holy breath, shall fill the earth and air with holy breath, and open up the way of man to perfectness and endless life. 25. The garden of Siloam was silent on the Sabbath day. The Jewish soldiers watched and no one else approached the tomb, but on the following night the scene was changed. 26. At midnight every Jewish soldier heard a voice which said, Adon Mashich Kumi, which meant, Lord Joshua arise. 27. And they supposed again the friends of Joshua were alert, were coming up to take the body of their Lord away. 28. The soldiers were alert with swords unsheathed and drawn, and then they heard the words again. 29. It seemed as though the voice was everywhere, and yet they saw no man. 30. The soldiers blanched with fear, and still to flee meant death for cowardice, and so they stood and watched. 31. Again, and this was just before the sun arose, the heavens blazed with light, a distant thunder seemed to herald forth the coming storm. 32. And then the earth began to quake, and in the rays of light they saw a form descend from heaven. They said, Behold, an angel comes. 33. And then they heard again, Adon Mashich Kumi. 34. And then the white-robed form tramped on the Roman seal, and then he tore it into shreds. He took the mighty stone in his hand as though it were a pebble from the brook, and cast it to the side. 35. And Joshua opened up his eyes and said, All hail the rising sun, the coming of the day of righteousness. 36. And then he folded up his burial gown, his headbands and his coverings, and laid them all aside. 37. He arose, and for a moment stood beside the white-robed form. 38. The weaker soldiers fell to the ground, and hid their faces in their hands. The stronger stood and watched. 39. They saw the body of the Nazarene transmute. They saw it change from mortal to immortal form, and then it disappeared. 40. The soldiers heard a voice from somewhere, yet, from everywhere, it said, 41. Peace, peace on earth, goodwill to men. 42. They looked, the tomb was empty and the Lord had risen as he said. 43. The soldiers hastened to Jerusalem, and to the priests, and said, 44. Behold, the Nazarene has risen as he said, the tomb is empty and the body of the man is gone, we know not where it is. And then they told about the wonders of the night. 45. Caiaphas called a council of the Jews. He said the news must not go forth that Joshua has arisen from the dead. 46. For if it does, all men will say, he is the son of Allah, and all our testimonials will be proven false. 47. And then they called the 100 soldiers in and said to them, 48. You know not where the body of the Nazarene is resting now, so if you will go forth and say that his disciples came and stole the body while you slept. 49. Each one of you shall have a silver piece, and we will make it right with Pilate for breaking of the Roman seal. 50. The soldiers did as they were paid to do. Chapter 19. Joshua appears, fully materialized, to the eastern sages in the palace of Prince Ravana in India to the Magian priest. In Persia the three wise men speak in praise of the personality of the Nazarene. 1. Ravana, Prince of India, gave a feast. His palace in Orissa was the place where men of Thought from all the farther east were wont to meet. 2 Ravana was the prince with whom the child Yashua went to India with when 12 years old. 3 The feast was made in honor of the wise men of the east. 4 Among the guests were men Saint, Vidupati and Lamas. 5 The wise men sat about the table talking of the needs of India and the world. 6 The door unto the banquet hall was in the east. A vacant chair was at the table to the east. 7 And as the wise men talked, a stranger entered, unannounced, and raising up his hands in benediction said, All hail. 8 A halo rested on his head, and light, unlike the light of sun, filled all the room. 9 The wise men rose and bowed their heads and said, All hail. 10 And Yashua sat down in the vacant chair, and then the wise men knew it was the Jewish prophet who had come. 11 And Yashua said, Behold, for I am risen from the dead. Look at my hands, my feet, my side. 12 The Roman soldiers pierced my hands and feet with nails, and then one pierced my heart. 13 They put me in a tomb, and then I wrestled with the conqueror of men. I conquered death. I stamped upon him and arose. 14 Brought immortality to light and painted on the walls of time a rainbow for the sons of men, and what I did all men shall do. 15 This gospel of the resurrection of the dead is not confined to Jew and Greek, it is the heritage of every man of every time and clime, and I am here a demonstrator of the power of man. 16 Then he arose and pressed the hand of every man and of the royal host, and said, 17 Behold, I am not myth made of the fleeting wines, for I am flesh and bone and brawn, but I can cross the borderland at will. 18 And then they talked together there a long time. Then Yashua said, 19 I go my way, but you shall go to all the world and teach the gospel of the omnipotence of men, the power of truth, the resurrection of the dead. 20 He who believes this gospel of the Son of Man shall never die, the dead shall live again. 21 Then Yashua disappeared, but he had sown the seed. The words of life were spoken in Orissa, and all of India heard. 22 The Magian priests were in the silence in Persepolis, and Casper, and the Magian masters, who were first to greet the child of promise in the shepherd's home in Bethlehem, were with the priests. 23 And Yashua came and sat with them. A crown of light was on his head. 24 And in the silence and Casper said, a messenger from the royal council of the silent brotherhood is here, let us give praise. 25 And all the priests and masters stood and said, All hail. What message from the royal council do you bring? 26 And Yashua said, My brothers of the silent brotherhood, peace, peace on earth, good will to men. 27 The problem of the age has been solved. A son of man risen from the dead has shown that human flesh can be transformed into flesh divine. 28 Before the eyes of men this flesh in which I come to you was changed with speed of light from human flesh, and so I am the message that I bring to you. 29 To you I come, the first of all the race to be transmuted to the image of Allah. 30 What I have done, all men will do, and what I am, all men shall be. 31 But Yashua said no more. In one short breath he told the story of his mission to the sons of men, and then he disappeared. 32 The Magi said, Some time ago we read this promise, now fulfilled, upon the dial plate of heaven. 33 And then we saw this man who has just demonstrated unto us the power of man to raise from carnal flesh and blood to flesh of Allah, a babe in Bethlehem. 34 And after many years he came and sat with us in these same groves. 35 He told the story of his human life, of trials, sore temptations, buffeting and woes. 36 He pressed along the thorny way of life till he had risen and overthrown the strongest foes of Allah and man, and he is now the only master of the human race whose flesh has been transmuted into flesh divine. 37 He is the God-man of today, but everyone of earth shall overcome and be like him, a son of Allah. Epilogue for chapters 219. These events occurred before he was 30 years of age, and the events after he had risen from the dead. He appeared back to India, Europe, and Africa and the land of Egypt, and made himself known unto the world. These events are the 18 years which are absent in your Holy Bible. The events of John the Baptist. John taught by the Egyptian sage the meaning of baptism and how to baptize himself. And after he was baptized, he was taken at the age of 12 years into Africa, the land of Egypt, and there he remained in the Egyptian schools 18 years. And there he learned his duty as forerunner of Yahshua. Chapter XX. Holy instructions and warnings for all young men. 1. Beware, young man, beware of all the allurements of wantonness, and let not the harlot tempt thee to excess of her delights. 2. The madness of desire shall defeat its own pursuits, from the blindness of the rage.
Oh, no, I'm going to be done right now. Because it's been running for over like 50 hours probably.
Enslaved by her enchanted delusions. For the fountain of